comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not like if I'm not like, as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and like walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was just so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
So for me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artist as well to trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put on the page.
Certain kind of script writing, and as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not like if I'm not like, as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and like walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was just so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
So for me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artist as well to trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put on the page.
Certain kind of script writing, and as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, beautiful people.
And welcome to Ink and Panels, Volume 2. I just feel like we needed like a little, Volume 2. We did it,
Ooh.
Volume 2. We did it. We're here. We're back.
We made it. You guys made it. Y'all made it here.
We're here. Or maybe, I know it's early in the morning, but we're ready to learn. We're ready to get educated. We're ready to lock in. Is that what the kids are saying? Do I sound old?
Lock in. Yeah, no, that is actually what the kids are exactly saying.
Right now, because you're here, you're the birthday. I learned that recently.
Oh my gosh. Thank you all for coming to Ink and Panels Volume 2. If you're here this early in the morning, we really appreciate you. We have a really special day lined up for all of you guys. A lot of cool things are going to go on. A lot of great wisdom is going to be shared throughout these next 2 days from some amazing creators throughout the space who have been doing it for a long time. Some who have been a little bit more novice, but are very seasoned in their intelligence and how they maneuver throughout the space. And so we're just really excited to get into this and get you, straight to these creators' mouths. There's a few things we want to remind you guys of in the beginning before we get into it. I'm gonna take it to Ty for the next thing.
Yeah, so first things first, we have a hashtag because we're so cool. Be sure that while you are watching Ink and Panels Volume 2 this weekend, that you are using our hashtag Ink and Panels Volume 2. You can use that on all of our social media websites. Be sure to tag us on socials at Off Black Mag. We would love to see you guys sharing us that way. And then I'm going to toss it back to you, Aaron, to explain our experience tracks.
And make sure no ampersand. So as you'll see it in the bottom right corner, there's one will be in the bottom top left corner. But you will see that hashtag throughout the day for Ink Panels Volume 2. Please, we would love to see it. We would love to see what you guys talking about it on social media and everything. I want to remind you guys of the experience tracks that are going to be going on throughout the weekend. Now, you are, of course, free to attend and be at every single panel, right? But we have a few symbols and colors for each one. If you are looking specifically for stuff for intro, if you're someone who's new to the creative space and you just want to learn how to get your writing better, get your art better, maybe learn a little business practice here and there. How do these people do these things? Then background's going to change. Then you're going to go, can we cut the banner too? Background's going to change. And you're going to see blue, and you're going to see those three flower symbols up there in that top left. And that's for our pre-recorded and our live panels. If you're an established creator, you feel like you've been doing this for a while, right? And you just want to find that next step. What's that next thing I need to do to make it a little better, connect more with my community? Then when you see this color and you see that shooting star, then that means that's a panel specifically that we've curated for you. And lastly, if you're in the industry, you've been doing this a while, but you're like, man, I want to continue growing. Like I want to partner with brands around the world. I want to do big things, right? And so we brought people in that do big things. And you'll see this yellow, and you'll see these just regular, sequence stars up here. And so, of course, as always, as we said before, you are free to attend. Wrong black. You're free to attend any panel you want to, but we've curated these experience tracks to try and help steer you to the panel you want. At any time you want to know what the schedule, you can type in chat, one of us a message. You can also go on our Instagram and check out the schedule there. Few tweaks and changes here, but for the most part, the schedule is exactly the same as you see online.
Mm-hmm. Also, throughout Ink and Panels weekend, we have some incredible and special programming that is outside of the traditional tracks. These special programs, these special bits of programming are sessions that are more introspective, or they tackle specific topics. So if you're looking for our special panels, are there any indicators for that? I am so sorry.
Yes, the indicator for special is it'll be white, and you'll have a mix of all three. So you have all three, because that's for everybody. Every experience you can gain from it. So that's what that is.
Absolutely.
So the event will run for today, and we plan on ending around, and I have the schedule up. So I'm like switching between 80 screens, but we plan on ending around 6 p.m. Eastern. So if you're like me, Mountain Time, that's 4 p.m. If you're Central Time, that's 5. And if you're Pacific, then that is 3. So that's that you're going to run around that. And tomorrow we'll start again bright and early at 9 a.m. And then there's one more thing that you guys can do for us, and we'll make sure to kick it in both chats on Twitch and YouTube. But Ty, we have a special thing that we didn't do last year to get feedback from you guys, and that is
survey. Did you just want my voice to ring out?
That was perfect. It was perfect.
Perfect, glad. But basically, the survey is just a way for us to gain additional understanding from you guys, some feedback about what we did great. Of course, we're going to do great. What we can do to improve, and also just to get some additional insight from you guys about what you would like to see from Ink and Panels in the future. So if you would like to learn more about the survey, definitely we'll get that information out in the chat for you so that and then I believe throughout the weekend we'll also provide a QR code so that it'll pop up simultaneously throughout the stream. Just scan that and then that'll take you to the survey as well.
Yeah, like, this is about community. So your responses and your answers to that survey really help us. We really will take into account your likes, dislikes, loves, hates, whatever. And we know as we grow this event, try and make it better and more inclusive, and so that we can continue getting more people into this business that we love, also comics, manga, and animation.
Absolutely.
I
and
think
the last thing
I don't think anything else. I think anything else.
No. Be sure to support the folks that worked very hard on this event.
Us,
right? Everyone here at Off Black, of course, myself, Ty. Oh my God, we didn't introduce ourselves.
Oh, we did not. Just two random people just walked up.
Two random people popping up on your screen. You have no idea what's going
on the street. Real quick, my name is Aaron Lee. I'm the CEO and editor-in-chief of Off Black Magazine. And yeah, this is one of my babies, but this is Ink and Panels is a baby of ours. And so we've been planning this for almost a year. This one a year. Every year is about a year, but we've been planning this for a long time. But that's Absolutely. Who I am.
And then, hi, I'm Ty. I am the Chief Creative Officer here at Off Black. I also am the event coordinator. So all of the fine workings of this event were largely organized by me in some way. And then I also write for Off Black. So if you ever want to see what's been popping on my mind about nerd culture and things like that, you can definitely check out those articles on our website.
Yeah. Okay, and there's gonna be a lot of ways to support us over the weekend, and we'll be popping in and out to tell you how. We have some special surprises that are gonna come tomorrow. So if you don't see tomorrow, you might miss it. So we have some special surprises that we're gonna talk about tomorrow, and also there's ways to support us so that we can continue growing this event, of course, and growing what we do on the website and through our magazine. Because we want to keep giving you guys stuff. So yeah, but that'll come later. Now I think it's time to get into our first panel of the weekend. Oh, I'm so excited. We're going to get into our first panel of the weekend featuring Brita Struthers as the moderator and Morgan Walker as from Saturday AM as the panelist, and that is Intro to Storytelling.
Absolutely.
Which screen has my schedule? Yes, as Intro to Storytelling. That'll be followed up pretty quickly with Intro to Character Writing, moderated by amazing Ty Watts, and that'll feature Lloyd Jones of Midnight Comics, Fred Jones of Saturday AM, and then RJ Atkinson of RPX Media. So after that, we'll just keep flowing. But hope you guys enjoy this weekend and this day, and we will be talking to you sooner than you think.
Absolutely. So we'll catch y'all in a moment. We're gonna take us to a little commercial break, and then we'll get right into it.
It doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand and expand and expand and expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
You want to get into the field, and next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show me.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively, and it just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection, and my fellow comic book creators know, like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Hello, thank you for joining this Ink and Panels session, where today we're going to be talking about storytelling. My name is Bria Struthers, and I'm going to be moderating this conversation today with an amazing panelist who's going to be talking about their experience writing stories. But before we start, I'm going to pass it over to Morgan, who is going to introduce himself and also their work. So Morgan, do you want to tell folks about yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm Morgan Walker. I am a creator with the company Saturday AM. We're the world's most diverse global manga anthology. We're based in North Carolina, but we've got stories from all over the world and creators from all over the world. I do Soul Beat, which is a really cool story. I'm hopeful to talk about that today.
Awesome. It's great to hear about Soul Beat and all of the amazing work that Saturday AM is doing. So let's get into it. So first, just talking about really the process of writing and starting a story. When you've started out a new story, whether it's Soul Beat or something else, what aspect of that story comes to mind first when you have the idea? What's kind of like been the order of the process when you're creating a story?
Soul Beat's a bit of an outlier. So I guess generally speaking, there's always been a couple short stories that I've had an interest in writing. I've not produced anything for them, but sometimes it just comes from asking a certain type of question or thinking of a particular scenario that, oh, that sounds kind of interesting, almost like it's got a bit of a hook to it. So then I try to explore where that goes. Soul Beat, it kind of followed that a little bit, but its initial start was actually wanting to do a parody of Dante's Inferno. When I was in high school, I was very interested in just retelling that story through a more like modern lens, and it was originally trying to adapt it into kind of a manga format. Since working with Saturday AM and more specifically Frederick Jones, the founder of the company, who's also kind of my editor, I think the strategy was trying to come up with a more interesting hook than trying to retell a story and trying to think of some of the aspects or like design language that I was wanting to put. I was really interested in blaxploitation films like Shaft, Cleopatra Jones, and the like, Superfly, and wanting to marry that with the manga aesthetic and this kind of epic storytelling of a character who has to go through literal hell to solve a crisis or solve a problem. And so with working with Fred, we took some of those kind of broad elements and then came up with he likes to use the analogy of a box. So coming up with a box and these walls that you then, that's your framework, and everything has to kind of stay in that framework. You can think outside of it a little bit, but at the same time, that's kind of a good way to try to stay on topic for the story. So I think for me, my initial idea is kind of coming up with a question or an idea, and then just kind of taking that and running with it, and just, that's that. I think that's kind of the best way to sum it up.
No, that's so incredibly cool just to hear that it kind of like, branched off from the inspiration of wanting to adapt from Dante's Inferno, and then like all of that other inspiration that went into developing it further. So cool. And so like kind of going off of that, and also like hearing about Soul Beat and how like unique of a pitch this sounds, what do you feel like has helped you with developing like these original ideas? Like how are you able to create stories that stand out?
I think it's a combination of kind of looking at what has kind of been done before. I mean, we're never going to be like fully original, or it's okay to kind of have inspiration. Another exercise that I think Fred has helped me understand is having. He jokes about, he calls it your mind palace. I think that's a reference to Sherlock Holmes, that show, I think. So kind of locking away or cataloging really cool story ideas that have been done before, and trying to think, how can I kind of learn from that type of story and pull it into ours. So one of the references that we were using is like Indiana Jones. In fact, the pitch of our story is Shaft meets Indiana Jones. So it's taking this really iconic kind of character type or this character archetype and mixing that with a really cool kind of adventure premise And I think that has kind of helped to guide the story. There was another part of that. I think the other part of going or working with a story is just being true to yourself. Like, how do you tell a story? There's kind of a way that I approach pacing or character introductions and certain plot points in the story. That for me, that's kind of my original element that I'm bringing into it. But I do look a lot at references. I look to movies, films, books, anything that I've experienced, and I'm like, what can I kind of pull from that to kind of get that same kind of vibe or learn from that storytelling. And there's obviously great storytellers out there, and it's okay to have references and to have inspiration. So that would probably be my biggest advice, is like, don't be afraid to look to others. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, the storytelling.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I feel like it's so helpful to really have, like you said, these other references of inspiration that are guiding your story and knowing like what story you're trying to tell. Like, I feel like as a writer, something I've heard a lot is thinking about like in a store or like on a shelf, like where would your book sit? What else is around it, So yeah, that is like really, really helpful. And then also like going a bit more into Soulbeat and also like really storytelling in general, I wanted to like ask about characters. And if you could talk a bit about like how you create characters that feel special, that your audience is able to connect with. Like, what are you keeping in mind as you're developing characters for your story?
Yeah. I think I have the benefit of telling a story that kind of takes place in modern day. And so that's very relatable. I don't have to think too hard about like, oh, what's it like in medieval England or France or something, or I don't have to think about what the future will be like 100 years from now. I can kind of look at the experiences that we have today. And especially with a lot of my characters, my main character is a Black male character. There's other characters of color in this story. And, at some point this story will take off and experience other parts of the world. I think it's good to have the references of what those experiences are like today and be able to pull from that and to kind of be a little bit more authentic with the characters in that story. As far as like character creation or character, like how do I come up with characters for the story? Part of it is the necessity of the story, like what's the plot require? So what kind of characters do I need to keep the plot going in a specific direction? There's also the idea of like themes. So with my story, because it's very supernatural, it's also got some aspects of like Constantine or Bitterroot, this sort of supernatural kind of fighting demons and other creatures of the night type of thing. There's also that religious aspect to it, maybe because we're talking about heaven and hell and things. So thinking about how can I tie in those as an influence for a type of character, as far as character design or character naming. I think a lot of times it's coming up with a theme and then just kind of running with it in the story. But the most important part is making sure that it makes sense for the story and that it fits within the framework of the story. Again, thinking of that box and thinking what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like knowing exactly like how your character will fit into like the theme of the story and like the world of the story as well. Is definitely helpful for knowing exactly like who's driving that story too. Yeah. And then like also, so then like thinking a bit about kind of like conflicts and sort of like story arcs, I would say, whether the conflicts in the story are minimal or they're like world-ending catastrophes. Could you talk about how you organize your narrative arcs in your work when you're like creating a conflict or a journey? How do you figure out how to get from like the starting point to the finish line of that?
Yeah, I mean, I certainly learned a lot, again, from looking at existing manga, the way that they do their arc structure. There's usually like a big bad that you kind of build up to. And there's kind of many bosses along the way, maybe thinking of it in terms of game design as well. But there's also a business aspect that I don't think a lot of people take into account. And again, Fred, I got to give him credit. You're going to hear his name come up a lot. He's not just my editor, he's my mentor as well. He also tries to hammer home the idea that like your story may not make it to volume 30, it may not even make it to volume 3. So you kind of need to think almost in the short term, but at the same time make it as compelling and as impactful as possible. So even if you have a villain that maybe it's going to be your main villain, we've actually seen this with, I think it was something Exorcist Kiyoshi is an ongoing Shonen Jump series. It was built up as this main character who was going to be the main villain, and because it started to rise in popularity, they're like, oh no, there's actually more villains after this. Like they kind of threw a curveball at the readers. So there's no telling that if your story could actually take off, but I think you can be realistic, and that's what we're trying to do with Soulbeat as well, is, okay, we have kind of a main villain. He's kind of the main trajectory, but there's maybe opportunities for really impactful characters that come up, or obstacles that Dante has to face on a volume by volume basis. We're not planning 30 volumes ahead. We're thinking about the next volume. How can that be almost like a cinematic experience, like an MCU episode, like an episode in the greater MCU universe, or just you got to think about Indiana Jones. Each movie is so good on its own, and it just happens to build up to a trilogy. But I think it'll depend on the quality and the success of Soulbeat in the long term. But we're kind of thinking short term at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, like, kind of thinking about going off of stuff that you've mentioned, since you've brought up your editor, I actually wanted to ask, like, what has been really helpful when getting feedback? I know everyone might not have an editor, but whether it's an editor or your audience, how have you gone about like implementing feedback when kind of like moving forward in your story, like revising stuff like that?
I'm probably not the easiest creator to work with. Fred would probably tell you that. I'm very bullish, and what I want to try to implement with Soulbeat, sometimes he and I have different ideas, again, like of the pacing or how I want to introduce certain concepts. He's very rapid fire, fast paced. He's like, get to the action, get to this sooner. For me, I'm like, well, no, logically we got to build up to it. I kind of want to take my time. So sometimes he and I do butt heads. I'm probably not the easiest person to give advice to. Part of that's the ego of a creator, but I've always been very thankful for his perspective, and there have been some changes that he's recommended to me as far as where the story started before volume 1 was even in production or before it got printed, that I think the story is in a much better direction because of his advice and his perspective on what would be more successful and more interesting. And I think having an editor, it's easy when you're by yourself. You can just think like, oh, I know what I'm doing. I know that the story makes sense in my head, but then you need that person to hear it and point out all the inconsistencies and point out the plot holes. So I think it's good to have that ear. And while it may be important to listen to your editor, it's also important just to listen to yourself and know what like you're comfortable with, and not do everything that somebody else is telling you to do. So it's kind of a balancing act. But I would highly recommend getting an editor, and make sure it's an editor that you trust and is someone who has your best interest in mind, as always.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like that sort of relationship you have with an editor, like if you're working with someone, is really important, and it's really like good to keep in mind the feedback that they offer, because like sometimes you push back against stuff, but also sometimes they're seeing things from an outside sort of perspective than you have. Also thinking again about storytelling, and something else that I wanted to point to is also kind of like the emotional aspect of storytelling and how that relates to story beats. And so for me, like something I love with storytelling is really the ability for a story to make you feel something. And I wanted to ask, how would you like describe the feelings that you hope to create in your audience, and what has helped with like adding emotion to your story?
I would say the two most important, if I had to narrow it down, because obviously I think people want to have a sentimental story that people can cry over, like some of our favorites like One Piece and Naruto. There are those moments that really make you love those characters and fall in love. in love with them. You know, obviously I'm still kind of new, and I'm you know, new kid on the block. So I'm not expecting to reach those levels of sentimental values just yet. But for me, what's always stood out to me, the two things would be comedy. I really love making people laugh. I love introducing kind of funny elements into the story, even though it seems a bit strange because it's a story about, you know, fighting the devil and heaven and hell and those types of things. But I've always had that sense of levity, and I think shonen manga does a really good job with that. And then the other thing is just the rule of cool. And that's something, again, learning from Fred. He's like, you know, just lean into it. You've got this badass character design, excuse my language. You've got this really cool background for the character about, you know, who he's inspired by, the inspiration for the story and the character design as a whole. And it's like, just lean into that and just, again, be authentic about it. And I think that's helped me make a character that I love writing and love telling his story all the time. Like, I love putting him down on paper all the time. He, you know, obviously you want to love all your main characters, but if you're not living by the rule of cool, then I think you're doing it wrong.
The rule of cool, that's so good to take away from it. Yeah, I feel like that's such a great point. And something also, like, going off of something you mentioned, really is like being more new to like writing or this particular experience. I feel like a lot of folks who might be watching this who are starting out with stories, they also might not like have had that much experience, and also because of that might not have a lot of confidence to develop these things like character, emotion, etc. And so I was wondering if you could also mention anything as far as like how you developed a greater confidence in your like writing abilities. It's really hard to like put something out into the world and to feel like you can share it. So yeah, like, could you talk a bit about like what has helped you build more confidence?
Yeah, it's interesting. I feel like in hindsight, I'd almost give advice to like my younger self, and I think this applies to new creators as well. I probably would have started off doing short stories first instead of jumping into my magnus opus. Like, you know, I consider Soulbeat, it's the one that I've been working on the longest. It's the one I've developed the most. And so I think if you'd started, you know, if people start on a short story, you can build up to that and, you know, doing shorter work at a time, you know, maybe 5 to 15 pages. And that's something that I think we give advice to new creators as well. And we've tried to provide opportunities through like Summer of Manga, and even March Art Madness, although that's not so much storytelling, just so that you can build up to it. Because I think when you jump right in, you overthink things a little too much. I'm fortunate that I was able to produce parts of Soulbeat in the magazine prior to getting the book out, so that I could learn through that experience what was working and what wasn't. And then when we got to the actual book development, it was me, Frederick, and then also Austin Harvey Eunice, sorry. Who's another editor at Saturday AM. When the three of us sat down, we had reflected on the prior work of Soulbeat and then said, okay, here's what's working, here's what's not. And we were able to come up with a more cohesive vision for Soulbeat moving forward now that it's published. I think it's also helpful maybe to do assistantship. So like if you're an artist and a writer, maybe you just work as a one of the two or even both for another creator that's also got some talent under their belt or some experience, so you can learn from them, almost like an internship. I don't know what opportunities are available for that. I kind of jumped into the deep end with Saturday AM and jumped right into the fray of getting the book out there. It took many years, but I was working on Soulbeat from the start with them. I think it really does take time. It took me several years before Volume 1 was even produced, and it took me quite a bit of trial and error, a couple chapters at least, that I had to completely redo for the most part. So I would just say, like, jump right in. Don't hesitate. There's a game that I love called Sekiro, and there's a common phrase called "hesitation is defeat" or something like that. That would probably be the best advice. Learn from other experienced creators, and then just jump right in. Don't wait to try to create your favorite story.
Yeah, for sure. Like, really just like doing the thing. It's also really great that, like you said, you were able to experience like testing out doing some of Soul Beat in the magazine, and expanding it into a larger work. Yeah, like I feel like all of that is really great as far as like folks getting started, and really just like having the motivation to do it. And a few coming up to a few final questions. But one I wanted to ask is, for you as a writer, what do you want readers to take away from Soul Beat, and really like what kind of writer, as you like kind of like see yourself in the future of this story, what kind of writer would you like to be known as?
Oh man, that's really difficult.
Sorry.
No, it's a great question though, because I think it's, it kind of helps. It helps knowing that, so that you can kind of know what direction you want to take with the story. But also as a creator, sometimes I just feel like I'm winging it and I'm just going, flying by the seat of my pants, or just taking it day by day. But I think for me, I want people to have a sense of, going back to the kind of the rule of cool thing. I think the emotion that would evoke is a sense of their satisfaction in the adventure that people are reading, that they feel like, oh my God, I felt like I experienced a really cool story in that volume. And I want them to have that expectation of wanting to read the next volume, of just like, okay, what happens next? So that sense of anticipation, I think that's kind of what I would like people to want to get out of the story, is this sense of, I guess, just sense of excitement about the characters and the story that we're telling. And maybe there's some plot twists in there, or some interesting things that will make people scratch their head and be kind of like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that. Or seeing a character like Dante and others in the story doing things that you don't typically see in manga specifically.
Yeah, I love like a good plot twist that kind of like surprises you, Yeah, that's really great. And I do think it's helpful to, like you said, like know like how you want to see yourself as a writer, and what kind of like creator, what path you want to create for yourself. And you've already mentioned this a lot, but in a sort of final question, is there any other sort of advice that you would give for someone starting out with their first story, especially perhaps like if it's someone who's starting with their first like comic or manga related thing, working in a more sequential art space?
Yeah, I think it goes back to do short stories. Try to tell as try not to think of a big story. So like going back to the idea of the short stories that I'd had before, sometimes it's just thinking of a small scenario. Maybe it's, think of like Junji Ito, or like the Twilight Zone, just thinking of an interesting scenario that like, oh, there's kind of a twist at the end of that. Those are really, it's kind of like a short form. Maybe, for Junji Ito, it's maybe 15, 20 pages of like a, small chapter, Twilight Zone type of episode. It's like 30 minutes. If you can learn how to tell a story that's succinct, but also that compelling and that interesting, I think then doing that multiple times, or learning how to perfect that art, can then help you figure out how to do more long form, because basically every chapter would be like that. Like every chapter is part of a greater plot, but it's still doing that. It still has kind of a small sort of subplot within that chapter, that as long as you can tell that complete story in 15, 20 pages, then you can move on to the next 15 to 20 pages. But I think starting with a short story that has a complete beginning, middle, end, doesn't have a continuation, that can help you kind of build that experience, would probably be my best advice for a new creator wanting to get into a longer story.
Yeah, for sure. Starting off with like smaller projects can really like help you. It also kind of like helps build like that portfolio of experience that you have too, for sure. Well, this was really insightful. Thank you so much, Morgan, for sharing your storytelling process with us today, and also, of course, like sharing more exciting information about Soul Beat. Before we go, could you also remind everyone watching where they can find you and where they can find your work?
Yeah. Thanks for having me. I love talking about Soul Beat and talking about the process. You can find me basically on almost any social media. It's whatever the handle is, it's at Soul Beat Manga. Try to keep it simple and and easy to find. So if you
That's
know the
a
book,
good
you
idea.
know, yeah, if you know the book, you know where to find me, or if you know my username, you know where to find the book, basically.
That's good. Easy access. And again, I'm Bria Struthers, also B, the letter B, the orator on social media. I hope you enjoyed today's panel on storytelling, and please keep on a lookout for more great, really amazing program from Ink and Panels. See ya.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
What's good, y'all? My name is Aaron Lee, and I'm the CEO and editor-in-chief of Off Black Magazine. And thank you for joining us at another panel at Ink and Panels Volume 2. This one is Intro to Character Writing, where we have 3 people who have created some amazing stories, and with that, some amazing characters, ones that some are recognized around the world as well. And so we want to kind of walk you through their process and also how that process can help you, and also maybe learn a little bit about their characters in the meantime as we do so. And so you've probably seen from me a couple of times today, more than likely, unless this is your first panel you popped in today. And if that's also, you've probably seen some of these other beautiful faces throughout the day as well. And before we get started, going to go around the room and allow them to introduce themselves, and then we'll get straight into the panel, straight into the questions. Let's start with Lloyd.
Well, what's going on, everybody? My name is Lloyd Jones. I am co-founder of Midnight Comics alongside of my wife, Natasha Jones, as well as founder of Indie Breakdown, the show that breaks down your favorite indie comic book characters' power sets and abilities and get them ready for an indie versus matchup. So, yeah, very excited to be here. Thank you.
Now let's move on to Fred.
Hey everybody, my name is Frederick Jones. I'm the founder and publisher of Saturday AM. We're the world's most diverse manga brand, series like Apple Black and Clock Striker and Master Multiple World of Ghosts, and really excited to be here, and look forward to having a good discussion.
Last but certainly not least, RJ.
Hello. RJ Atkinson. I am the author and the creator of the series The Seventh Kingdom. I'm also the founder of the hybrid company RPX Media Production that published it. And it's just a pleasure. It's a pleasure to be in the room with people who've done such great things. I'm looking forward to the discussion today.
I'm looking forward to it too. Okay. If you haven't read some of their books, you know, Lloyd, one of the big ones is Soul, right? That's that one's
right. Soul in the Gray. Yep.
Soul in the Gray. Fred, biggest one that I know he's had a hand in every book that Saturday has made. Morgan, if you've seen Morgan, she makes Soul Beat. She talks a lot about how Fred has worked with her process and helped her book become better. She's singing out there, singing Fred's praises, right? And then Fred's book is, Clock Striker, recognized around the world in Japan, and then RJ with the Seventh Kingdom, Volume 1. In the process, it is out, but also in the process of shipping again. It's everyone. Beautiful book. And so my first question to everyone is really, what do you think is the most important aspect of character building? Like, what is the best way to flesh out your characters and build them, to what you want them to be? What's that thing that the author or mangaka or writer should be thinking about when they're building out that character? RJ, what you go for?
I would say knowing your character inside out in the sense of what motivates them, what are their obstacles, and knowing, I think, the world they're in, what aspect of the world they're in as well, meaning were there things that happened before they really came to a certain point in the story, were there things that happened afterwards, and how do you want your character to come to find that, and how do they respond to that? When you understand what motivates them, when you understand what drives them, you can put them in any part in that timeline, any aspect of your story. You can throw any monkey wrench you want at them, and the story will basically write itself. That's how I approach it, and that is something that I learned from filmmaking, because that is something that I also do, is being a filmmaker, having done music videos, and having had my directorial debut with my short film a couple years ago. Annotations, that's what they refer to that as, and it has been such a lifesaver for me when it comes to fleshing out all of my characters, not just the main character, so that all of them feel, that they all feel like they have a distinct life, regardless of whether or not they're the forefront or the background.
That's a good point. Fred, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. I think for me, you know, like you said, you know, serving as a publisher, as an editor, as well as a creator, I think the thing that I'm always preaching is that characters work best when they're vulnerable. I think vulnerability really connects with readers, and I think if you don't understand the vulnerability of your character, it's not necessarily a flaw of you as a creator, but it's asking you have to ask more of yourself, and the character has to ask more of you as a creator, and that happens through vulnerability. So if you think about all the great characters in comic books, at least, it's always the most vulnerable character that connects with people the most. Batman is the most popular character in DC Comics. Why? He's rich. He's a powerful white man. He's powerful and popular because he is vulnerable physically. He does not possess the powers that Superman has and Wonder Woman has and so forth. So if he gets shot, that's game over. And I think many of us identify with that. Spider-Man's the most powerful character in Marvel. He has powers. He's broke. Everybody, black, white, everybody knows what that's like to want to do the right thing and still be broke at the end of the day, even though you did the right thing. In the case of manga, this came out recently that Naruto is one of the most popular IP for black people. Why? He's not bright. He's not Japanese looking. We know that. There's a lot of things that Naruto has that doesn't quite add up. But the thing about Naruto is that no one believes that he can do the thing he wants to do. They vilify him, and he still rises above that. So, you know, I've just always preached that if your character lacks vulnerability, then you're not asking enough of yourself, and the character's not asking enough of you as a creator. You should always be thinking about why would someone root for your character? And I think vulnerability is the real piece of putting that together.
Something like that. Lloyd, what you got?
Yeah, definitely. Agree with everything that everybody said. I think what I was thinking is just knowing how to quantify your character, right? Meaning like what are they starting off, right? Being in the shameless plug indie breakdown space, there's a lot of things that people want to do with their characters. There's a lot of still throwing stuff at the wall. My character's going to be the next Goku, Superman, the most powerful guy in the world. But if they're destroying everything, why do I care about them saving a cat out of a tree, right? And so when you figure out what the character is, right, like to your point, Batman, why is it that he's reached this upper echelon? Is it because he's got prep time? No, right? How did we even get to that meme? It was you placed him in a field with all of these godlike beings, and he had the ingenuity, the cunning to figure out how to overcome it, and then put it in the repertoire how to figure it out. But there was an understanding. What is he? He's a regular guy. What is he up against? Who is he now? And so, yeah, just quantifying those characters from jump and knowing I want X. All right, now let's build from there. So, yeah, just quantifying characters.
I think you all make some great points on like what is the what's the anatomy of a character, right? And as the person, really more so, it's a reflection of the person writing it, right? You know, it's how you write a character is in a way of how you may feel about yourself or the world or your worldview, right? And so with that, I kind of want to talk about, as we still continue on the ideation of characters, is, you know, something that we see a lot, right, is that self-insert character, right? That self-insert character. And we see that in media, we see that in movies, TV shows, comics, whatever, right? And so my question is, and this is a two-pronged one, is like, how do you avoid creating that bad self-insert character? Right, that's the first one. And then something is with that, how do you keep your voice? Or what, like, how do you keep your voice in that writing process of creating your character? So similar but separate questions. But as you know, as we, because you can't, a lot of people say separate the art from the artist, right? And that's not something that's said you can do, right, at all times, especially when we're writing comics and everything. And so those come my two questions. How do we handle that? How do you handle not creating that bad self-insert? And then how do you handle keeping your voice through your characters and the stories you're telling while using them as the vehicle? Lloyd, you go first.
Yeah, so for me, one of the things that's easy, I used to work retail back in the day. And so it's just like, I see a bunch of different personalities, or I saw a bunch of different personalities. Another insert, I did help desk for a while as well. And so there's a lot of personalities that come through. And so instead of putting myself, I find myself at points saying, okay, well, how does this personality type deal with this? Or how does that person deal with that? So I don't really, there are aspects of our characters that have me in it, but I don't have a self-insert character yet. If I'm on the right idea of what you meant by that. So it's just looking at these personalities and realizing what's missing. So we have like the Gray. Let's to hone in. The Gray is very excitable, like me, sure. But by all means, she's a scientist. She's this astrophysicist, stuff like that. So yeah, there are aspects of personalities that can be similar, but you just kind of outlook and just go, again, what is this personality type? How would they deal with X, right? Everybody's not I hate to keep bringing Batman up, but Batman, he got all the answers, right? But what about the person that, again, it can be very excitable and impulsive, right? Yeah, I'm going to be a superhero. You can't fight, though. You decide to be a superhero, but you're not wearing a mask, though. And you stole your own tech back from your job. You're going to be arrested for this, right? So, but you didn't think about that. Okay, now what? And so it's just these fun what if scenarios, just kind of building off of impulsive personality, wants to do the right thing, did not think it all the way through. Consequence. Now, what does this impulsive person do in the face of consequence A, consequence B? And just keep building further from there is kind of how we tackle it. But yeah.
RJ, what's on your mind?
I honestly would have to say that I am in the habit of, I second that motion. I don't self-insert into my stories, or like at least I do not. I've not pulled like a K Urana where like you can look and say like, oh, that's Robbie. But I will say that there are, and I have jokingly said this, and I'm kind of not joking, but there's some characters that I would say like I just let my intrusive thoughts win. Like if I was in the situation and I'm like, what would be the most ridiculous way to respond to this? And I have that character do that all the time. And then there are other characters that are very much like what Lloyd said. I would say they're more based on people I know. Having done quite a few retail jobs, telemarketing jobs, working in the classroom with children, you see a lot of different things. And for me, I actually have a collection of words that kind of describe my character down to like the verbs. And oftentimes when I'm thinking of how to make that character respond to a situation, I will actually pull from like that word bank. And that kind of helps keep me on track. Because like, for example, in my story, I have a group of characters who are all relatively quiet. And I remember the obstacle for me was like, how do I make them quiet but still distinct? Like they don't all feel like different iterations of the same flavor of spicy or cold. Or, you see what I'm saying? And so how do you make that nuance come out? And so you have the sarcastic quiet, and you have the calculating quiet, and then you have the more like loyal, street smart, quiet person, and bringing out those little things. So that's how I go about trying to make sure I create that nuance without overstepping and putting myself in the story.
That's a good point. Fred?
Yeah, I agree with everyone's points. I mean, I think ultimately, so I don't self-insert either. I think that seems to be a theme. I don't self-insert. I know people who do, so that's not to condemn it. I don't just say that I haven't done it. And just to kind of make your point earlier, like I was looking at this flyer. This is not a lot of our characters, not all of our characters. I created some of them. I look like none of these people. So there's no self-insertion there. Our most popular series, the one I created, was a 13-year-old black female, and I'm not that. Look, I think there's a couple of things. There's two things I would say in particular with this. The first is, well, three, but and picking up on what these guys said, I think the notion of someone living, when young people come to us or talk to me, the thing I always say to them is go live your life. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. So I think the idea about having worked in retail or having people watched, I don't know how you're a writer and you've never done that. I don't know how you plan to be a writer and you've never done that. That to me is just like, it's like going to college. If you've not experienced life and just been able to look at people and analyze and assess people, then how do you know what characterizations are like? If you're basing just on your family, again, that's an autobiography. That's a memoir. That's not creation, right? So I think you have to have that. You have to have that's a core part of creating characters, is really having a rich understanding of different types of characters and looking at them and empathizing with them, being upset with them, but you have to have that richness to pull from. And then the second part of it is that, you do have to have an understanding of the world, because the world defines the character. And so again, like, if you work retail, let's just put it back in the retail sector. If you work retail at Walmart, That is different than working retail at Hermes. You know what I mean? Like those are two different experiences. You're going to see two different types of people. And so therefore the setting makes a huge part of what these characters are going to do. But, but something that something that was said earlier that I completely agree with, because I think this is really the thing I would say that I think that speaks to this part. I think we don't have the names up here. Damn it! It's RJ, right? It's RJ.
Yes.
RJ made a mention about how the characters write themselves. Look, when you get to that point, you've struck gold. You've struck gold. I can tell you right now that again, I've worked on a lot of titles. Even some of our biggest titles I've worked on, that's not true. But when it is true, you struck gold, because that's a level of synthesis between the creator, the understanding of the world, the understanding of the audience, and the character that's all come together in a way that's just magical. It's just magical because the character the character is responding to the things you're throwing in front of them, and you're like, oh yeah, they would do this. And it really is a different experience creating. That said, as a writer, one of the skills that I think does not get talked about enough, and it ties everything we've talked about together, is dialogue. I think if you don't know how to write good dialogue, if you don't know how characters sound, then then there's a whole segment you're missing when it comes to telling a story. Yeah. Because how a character talks is as important as how they look. And those elements are really hard. Those are skill sets. The same way the artist has skill sets of like being able to draw backgrounds or being able to draw dynamic camera angles. A writer who can write realistic dialogue, or dialogue that really makes you understand that character without ever having to see more about the character, that's a skill set for really advanced writers. And that says a lot about building characters that don't fall into that trap that you mentioned. Like it's a very unique type of character at that point. So yeah, I think it all matters. I think people expanding their scope of what they understand life and people to be like, understand the setting, and then understanding how to write dialogue so the characters really come to life. And once that happens, the character writes himself, and you're in a really unique position at that point. But if you don't have an audience, that's a problem. You got to know who your audience is.
Something I thought about that from the filmmaker's perspective, I remember hearing one time, and it never left me. A lot of people have their opinions about Quentin Tarantino as a filmmaker, but I remember the commentary being that he will find a way to have a character say the least amount of things for you to understand the most about them. And that's something that I really like to try and lean into when it comes to like dialogue for your characters, to really give people the full breadth of them without info dumping.
In the world of comics, because I don't know how old or young you guys are. You all look young to me. But I'll say that when I was a kid, the era that all of you probably know, X-Men, that era of X-Men, when I was a kid, and it was just coming out, the writer of that was in Chris Claremont. He's a legend. He's a legendary figure. Mm-hmm. But his dialogue was horrible. His dialogue was horrible. But it worked because you had never experienced X-Men before. X-Men was new. Like, so everybody was like, oh, this is how it's done. It's like, that's not how it's done. And as time moved on, it became noticeable how horrible it was. But the man was a legend, and he created this whole way of characters talking that became endemic of his work. My point being is that, like, yes, Brian Michael Bendis does this too. Lots of dialogue to say very little. And that might work for their stories, but for the guys who are considered really top tier writers, Quentin Tarantino, whatever you think of him, David Mamet, whatever you think of him, he's got some issues right now. But some of those guys, what they're known for is the succinct nature of how their characters talk. They say a lot with very little, and that's a massive tip of the hat to writers who understand how to build character without having to overdo it and have to have all these extra things. The actors have to overact. They just have to read the lines, and that says everything about the characters.
I agree, and I'm glad I called on you last, Fred, because it moves into our next point. We go from ideation.
I'm talking about the old teacher that throwing out a bunch of old ridiculous.
You have to meet Brandon from Lion Forge. He's not from Lion Forge. He's a head writer.
I don't know
if you met him before. I think you guys are getting along. You have such a wealth of knowledge and wisdom, and time in the industry. He did the similar. If you, my next question, if you watch our intro to script writing panel, that some stuff might overlap a little bit, because when we talk about moving from ideation to actual creation, right, and we talk about the preparation that comes with that, right, a lot of shins in that one, right, that comes to that, right. What would you say, as we build out the dialogue, we build out the character, what is your approach to building out that character and their subsequent character arc, right? And I would like, if you have any references or any sources that you may use for either inspiration, for organization, anything like that, if you can add that on as well. But just kind of, do you like, and that also gets into the techniques. Are you something, again, we talked about in the script writing, so some people said for script writing, they write out the entire story, then they condense it down and then start doing the script, right? At different things, right? So how do you, build out your characters? How do you build out that arc? What is your process in doing that? And then also any references, any that you use for inspiration or for use for character creation and such. Fred, you go first.
So I'll be very brief here. First of all, there are many different ways to write. And so, I didn't see the video segment. I watch it, when we get a chance. But I think that there are different ways of writing. And I try to tell young people not to get too caught up in like a particular way, or whatever works for you is what works, right? Marvel, the back in the old days, Marvel was known as having what they call the Marvel method, which was Stan Lee would basically say to Jack Kirby, hey, this is how the story starts, and here's how it's going to finish. You figure out the rest. And that's what happened. That's why many people perceive Jack Kirby as the creator of the Marvel Universe, because he basically did a lot of the heavy lifting in between. That's not to say Stan Lee didn't do anything, but that they call it the Marvel method. You can Google this. This is very well-known method. DC was very different. And in the 80s, when DC exploded and created pop cultures, we know what Dark Knight Rises, Dark Knight Returns, Watchmen, their writing process was way more technical, like way more technical. Alan Moore wrote like full novel scripts that Dave Gibbons interpreted for Watchmen. So there's no one way to do it, is my point. There's no one way to do it. People should get away from the idea that you've got to do it a certain way. Whatever works for you is what works. And you're artist, if you're a writer. I think that the biggest note that I would tell you, people when it comes to craft their thing is, first of all, take yourself out of it. I think that for me is the biggest issue I see in the world of social media, is a lot of young people think that this is about them, and it's not. It's not. It's art is about you. And so you can create comics that are art, but that's a personal thing. That's an intimate journey, and therefore your stuff's in a gallery. But when you're creating comics, it's like creating movies, it's like creating anything else. It's entertainment. And so you got to be thinking about who your audience is and asking yourself, what is the story? Why does it matter to you? But more importantly, why would it matter to the customer? That's why I came back. That's why I said earlier about vulnerability in characters, because that's what resonates with them. They're not trying to read about someone who's got everything. They're trying to read about people who suffer and struggle, because that brings purpose to what they believe, what they're going through. And so I think when you craft the story together, yes, the reason I started off that way is that when I see people talk about they write full scripts, I'm like, do you know you can sell it? Like, what you wrote a 10-volume epic for who? Like, who was buying this? Who pre-ordered this? What stores do they carry this? That just always blows my mind. But again, that's a social media thing. I see some social media all the time. I'm like, who are you talking to? Like, who is this audience you have here? So at the end of the day, look, I just think it's real simple. I think you do what works best for you, but to the degree to which you're creating something that you do intend to publish, whether you're publishing yourself or you're publishing through a publisher, understand who the audience you think is. And a couple of ways you play with that is like, who do you think this story is like, what meets what, right? Like, what's popular right now that's selling in bookstores or in Walmart or wherever, and is your title like some of those titles? It's like Transformers meets Jurassic Park. Okay, well, those are two popular products. You've got clearly a vision of where you think it is. You think you got an audience you think it's going to be. So then start crafting it that way. Start saying, okay, it can appeal to them for this reason. I'm going to put this together. This is going to be the story. I'm going to tell it like this. But at the end of the day, my rule of thumb is that, man, one volume or one issue at a time, and figure out how that story is. Figure out, are you giving the customer value for their money? So if you've got, because if you're creating something that the intention is going to be 10 volumes long, and you're stopping and being like, okay, now I'll dazzle you by volume 7, you might not get volume 2. So volume 1 better sell. I better feel like I went on a journey and it was impressive and it was interesting and I discovered a great new talent and I feel satisfied. I'm gonna finish with this, folks. We're in a recession.
Mm-hmm.
The notion that people are lining up having to fit to buy your work when they got to pay their bills, their light bill, their phone bill, they got, their AC unit went out about the summertime. They might have to pay a HVAC guy to come out there.
Yeah.
Again, social media is not real. So, so like you need to be thinking about if you got a shot to create something, understand your audience, take yourself out of it, other than the part of you that wants to do this in the first place. Take yourself out of it, really wonder and think about what's going to matter to the customer buying it. And then ask yourself, are you giving them value for what they're paying? And then at that point, the story, I think, starts to, we have a concept called the box. You start putting walls up that constrains your idea. And that's where the richness comes from. And so that's what I would say on that front. I might not answer the question maybe, but I hope it. Anyway. That was
didn't totally answer the question, but gave a lot of good points on the creating of a story and getting it out there, and also how your characters fit into that, right? Creating characters that are not only relatable, but thinking about your audience in the level of creation, which a lot of people don't do, right? Because again, there's a lot of passion projects out there, and there's a lot of passion projects that never sold a book, right? And again, if your goal is to just create a passion project, all power to you, right? But if your goal is to sell books, that's a different story. Lloyd, next on you for the question.
Yeah, just to make sure, this is just our kind of process about the character side of things?
Yes. Process on building out your character arcs and references that you use for it.
Okay, for sure. I love this question. Okay, cool. So I'll try to be brief. So my favorite things to start with is name, outfit, powers, right? Because it helps you again, goes back to that what, right? So then you can start building out the why, right? So the what, so again, going back to Shamika, her last name is Day. Why? I saw a scientist on just randomly scrolling through the internet, and this black woman looked just like my coworker, whose last name was Ayana Days, and I was like, oh my god, looks just like her. We want to, and so you know what I'm saying. And so one of her favorite shows, Shamika's favorite shows, is our universe's version of Sailor Moon. We call it Princess of the Moon. Why? Because it's one of Tasha's favorite shows growing up, and so Shamika means princess. Shows that connection, right? Okay, cool, bet, right? So outfit wise, again, building out what exactly these outfits look like. Why are they wearing these certain things? I'll go with Soul really quick. He when he activates his powers, right? This almost graphene-esque fit appears, right? Like a self-defense mechanism, a mixture of Fullmetal Alchemist greed, but also how Gaara's fit works, right? Where that's that fit, but the sand works and stuff. It's just like I always thought that was so cool. But kind of going into the character, he doesn't know who or what he truly is. He has the power of the gods, right? Amon and Ra, but he doesn't have the mind of them. He doesn't know, which mimics our lack of knowledge of where we come from, right? And so you're still dealing with adversity through that process. You still got to overcome, you still got to figure it out, but it's also showcased in how his suit activates, how he, what he's going to be going through throughout the course of his story. And powers, right? So again, don't just have, powers could be powers. Thinking about how, and I'm going to make my reference point here in a second regards to powers, but when you think about Ki in Dragon Ball, right? What is it? It was an outward expression of one's life force. So that's why the martial artists in the shows were able to utilize it and the regular person wasn't. And so that even goes back to the point of knowing what your character is. Check us out at MomoCon, whole panel about this. But when I sit there and Krillin is a regular guy, or the humans on that show are regular people, they're preposterous. It's yes, they're on the same level as Hercule, but they know how to use Ki. And now I don't have to also list all of the numerous moves in Dragon Ball. I don't have to say, oh, he can do the Kamehameha in the destructive disc, all that. All they have is Ki control because I understand what the power system is and what they can accomplish. And so reason why those are my big things to reel it in the very, very short version of this response. Name, outfit, powers. One of the things I like to bring up, going back to Dragon Ball, swear I could write a dissertation on it. You look at the Great Saiyan Man. Everybody hated that when it dropped. Oh, why is Gohan so corny now, right? So Lloyd Jones' response, and then there's the Toriyama response. But the Lloyd Jones response is, right, what is Gohan? He is a half human, half Saiyan. Saiyans turn into great apes, right? What is his name? Great Saiya Man. It literally encompasses what he is in the name, right? What are the poses from, right? The poses are the Ginyu Force, right? You're sitting here, he's doing all those Koni poses. He's like, where did he pick that up from? We never saw him watching TV for sure, right? But what did we see these dancers from? The Ginyu Force. And now we go to the outfit. Why the green and black? And most people are like, oh, Piccolo. No, Cell and Android 16. Now, when you put all of that together, he's literally wearing his trauma. His uncle, who's also a Saiyan, kidnaps him. He goes, he's got to fight against the Saiyans. He watched all of his dad's friends die. Then, not even a year later, they're going, a couple weeks after he watches all these friends die, they go to Namek and he gets his neck broken by Raccoon and they got to fight Frieza and all this other stuff. And then right after that, he gets traumatized, mind you. He's only technically between 9 and 11. They say in the video games, teen Gohan. He's a preteen. So he's like between the ages of 9 and 11. And he now watches this android who he made this connection with get his head smashed in. Traumatic Super Saiyan transformation. Looks cool, but it was a traumatic, very high emotional situation. And he fights against this guy that's wearing green and black. He is coping. He's literally coping. And what did we get? Name, outfit, powers. Again, so it's just all of that can just culminates together and you can get so much from those characters or for your character from understanding what they could have possibly experienced or what they've gone through and why they're doing these things. So figure out what, then you can do the why.
I think it's an amazing example because one, it proves your assertion, but two, it's you talked about two important things in yours is one, the meaning doesn't have to be super deep, right? The meaning doesn't have to be, oh yeah, like they talk about trauma. It's a trauma from the story, not trauma from the author explicitly. It's not like, oh, I went through this, so I'm putting this in the story. No, it's story important. So it's something that came from the story that you can trace back and look to. And then even like a name your character, you say, somebody I know had this and that. And so it was important. That part's maybe important to the author itself. So like it's in characters talk about dimensions of characters, right? And how we create them. It's not just one thing. It could be multiple things, and it could be story important, personal important, but the person reading it, they may not know exactly why, but they'll see the importance of it, or watching it per se, or whatever. But I think that's a great one to move to RJ on. RJ, what you got?
Yes. So this is interesting to hear because I would have to say that my process has very much been a kind of a combination of Stan Lee and the other gentleman that was mentioned in at least for the Seventh Kingdom. And that when I started the series, I knew how it was going to start. I knew how it was going to end. And I knew an inkling of what the middle was going to be. I've said in other interviews that the Seventh Kingdom was a mixture of some personal struggles that I had and kind of putting it to a fiction world to a certain extent, certain questions that I asked, and also a combination of literally dreams that I had. 2 dreams. One was basically like the first volume of the manga was a dream that I had. And then another dream was kind of the midpoint of the series. And I have just been enjoying the process of what I originally did was I wrote almost like a synopsis of the entire series where every sentence could have been like one chapter or issue, technically speaking. Mm-hmm. And then what I did is I went and took that sentence and hashed it all out into like the entirety of like a 24-page something. And actually before I wrote that, I think I did my character annotations and then went in and kind of wrote, knowing at least somewhat from my beat sheet where it was supposed to go. And if I got bored, which happens often, I would throw something in to keep it exciting. And that allowed the story to stay structured while also still giving me the freedom to have fun with it. Because for me, integrating that improvisation, or at least having that bit of fun where you're kind of making things up as you go, there are certain arcs within the character story. And of course, what I do in retrospect is I have a checkpoint. Every so many issues or chapters, I go back and I do like a recap and I say, okay, what was the point of these 12 chapters? Did we accomplish something? And is it cohesive with the next thing that happens? So I guess in the simplest terms, kind of throwing it spaghetti at the wall and then making sure they all connect retroactively. And I think within the first arc of my series, I knew how I wanted the power system to be. So it was really a matter of timing. And by timing, I mean being very meticulous about what I reveal and when, what questions I raise and when or why, and how many questions I ask at the same time. And I say how many because I'm someone where when I write, I love to have Easter eggs. So I'll raise 3 important questions, maybe answer 2. Everyone forgets that one last one, and then it comes back up later on. And that's really how I've been writing. That's been my rhythm, my cadence, so to speak.
Y'all raised very important parts about character creation, and I love it. We're short on time, but there's one question I really want to ask and get all of your inputs on. And what's the best advice or critique you've received about your characters? Let's go Lloyd first.
Slow down. So many times again, and we've kind of touched on this, right? There's so many things that, especially in that phase of creation where it's just like this story and this character can be anything and everything, and you just want to execute. I just got to do it. No, hold on. Like just slow down. There's plenty of time. Who are you rushing for, right? And I think Frederick, you brought this up. Like let's slow down. You don't need to worry about on issue 500. Let's get number 1 out. Let's get number 2 out. Let's get the first couple out before we hit that scale. So let's slow down. And I was watching this one YouTuber, I think it was Monitor Comics. They did a really good job of explaining write it like a one shot. Write it in a way, because even Naruto was written initially like a one shot. He wasn't fused with the nine-tailed fox. He was the son of a nine-tailed fox mischief deity, right? And he went through some random adventure, the end. And it was like, this is the idea, right? This is what I'm trying to do. Now, obviously, if you have something more solidified, do that. But slow down and give us the essence of the story. Give us an idea. But if this is all we get, allow us to be satisfied with that, right? So just take your time, slow down, have fun.
RJ?
I was told by my screenwriting professor, because I guess to circle back around to the last question, one of the resources I use is I actually use a script writing software. Really, that's because I'm a filmmaker and I'm used to writing screenplays. That's what I got my experience in. And that kind of just allows me to keep things concise while still having room to add in detail. And the professor, I remember, said to me, I think he said, every 10 pages, you need to have a buildup. Every 10 pages needs to be a buildup. That's how you keep it interesting. And for me, I think especially when it comes to like shonen, manga, comics, especially if there's action in general, I think a lot of people, they may sometimes struggle with pacing. And it may not even just be, it is not exclusive to action and manga and things like that. But in general, with writing, people will sometimes either overcrowd information, or you have this very long, how do I explain that? It's just a very long story and you're kind of waiting for like the point, the purpose, the thing that makes you say, oh, or at least draws you in a bit. I was told every 10 pages, have something that makes the audience really get pulled in, and let there be that natural flow. And for me, that has become so it's like in my blood now. I write kind of in an ebb and flow, even if one issue or one chapter is a little bit less action centric and it's a little bit more emotional and there's more depth to it. And then the next one has way more action. Even that is intentional, but like find your rhythm, whether it's down to 10 pages or like every other issue, and have fun with it so you can stick with it, but don't be afraid to also break it. Because sometimes when you become a bit too predictable, your audience gets bored.
All right, finish us off. Fred, what you got?
Yeah, I mean, I think the slow down thing that Lloyd mentioned earlier, I think that's key. I think that as I said before, I mean, you've got to have the intention of telling just a great experience, in the story that you've got, and entertain people for what you have. The example I always use is that a lot of young people grew up watching Naruto, and they want to create, and it's natural, they want to create their own Naruto. I mean, we've had so many people, trolls even, who spend so much time, upset with us because we've succeeded doing what we do, but we've always been very original in what we do. But their concept is like, well, they didn't take my idea. And it's like, your idea was Dragon Ball, but cooler, right? That's how it's Dragon Ball, but cooler. Like, what does that mean? So I think you have to find you have to be confident in their story. Like I said, someone sees Naruto, they want to tell a story. They want to tell their own tuning exam, and they forget there were 3 or 4 volumes before the tuning exam setting up who Naruto was. Had that not succeeded in Japan, there would be no tuning exam. So so like you have to be able to sell the character as they are, and tell the story of that character's journey as it is, and excite people before you get to what you think is really, really cool. And that's the patience you have to have with it. One of the compliments I got for Clock Striker that I'm so appreciative of is that there's a scene in Clock Striker. It's the scene that we get that I get the most, where Cass, who's the female, the young African American female character, is getting her hair done by her mentor, was a British white lady named Miss Clock, and they're just sitting in the bathtub, and she's just basically braiding her hair. And I did that scene because it was important for me to show that you've got this black protagonist who is kind of like Batman and Robin if Robin was the star of the series, right? So Miss Clock is the powerful figure. But it was important for me to show the vulnerability and the intimacy of women, and the fact that they have a camaraderie, and that camaraderie isn't based on how big their pecs are or how hard they punched, but in just being able to take care of one another. And Cass feels that because she's not with her mother. Her mother like let Miss Clock, take her Cass be her an apprentice. And so I thought it was a really important scene. And I've had so many women of different ethnicities come up to me and talk about how the book really got them at that moment. Despite all this stuff happening, there was that moment that they really realized how special it was to see this, because we rarely see black female lead characters in any way in series. So I've always taken that compliment to heart for all of our characters, for all of our series, that you've got to find the special aspect of your character in the down times, when it's not action based, when it's not life or death, that defines that character. And that means you got to understand the character. That means you got to understand the audience you're speaking to. That means you got to understand what makes that character vulnerable. So that's the biggest compliment I get. And again, like I said, the negativity, and this goes for everybody, including the books I've worked on, is be confident in what you're doing. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. There's no penalty for it not working. So don't rush it. Tell the story as best you can. But this idea is you got to try to scram everything in. You got to tell 15 volumes, even if the market tells you they don't want 15 volumes, is problematic. I would be remiss if I didn't call out something Lloyd said a few minutes ago. We know that kid, and that kid came from us. And I would just say, be very careful, because I would care for this kid. I would say, be very, very careful about, for everybody, giving people credit for things they've never done. That kid has no credits, has never produced anything of content, has used us on multiple occasions to try to build up their own brand. And on kicker being is that their YouTube channel is consistently featuring other people's work on the thumbnails. So how you can talk about how to make a great comic book or manga, and the thumbnails you're using are not your work. That's a special type of YouTube nonsense. So I would just for noted. Yeah, well, I'm just saying, I'm not, I don't care less about this kid, but I'm just trying to make the point for a lot of people watching this that there are so many talented black people, like right here on this panel, who are actually doing the work. Listen to them and stop giving your time to people who make a fun video that have zero credibility in the space. They don't get invited to any panels. They're not in one of the awards. They don't have any books on the market. Stop giving credit to them, because that's how we got into the mess we're in right now in this country, is going for entertainment versus substance. And so I'll just say that. But the bottom line, though, I think that this is a marathon, as I said before, not a race. Yeah, real creators are going to keep creating. They're going to keep trying to find value in what they do. They're going to keep trying to reach the audiences that they can. They're going to tell the stories that are in their heart. And the balance that we all struggle with is commercial versus art. How much of me am I putting in this? How much of what I'm pulling from is coming from dreams I've had and things? And how much of this do I know is going to matter because the audience really wants this particular product? And how's it all sync together in the right moment at the right time to succeed? And that's the challenge. That's the challenge.
We could keep going for hours. I think this has been a very, very instructional and very important panel in today and tomorrow's and this weekend's Ink and Panels. I remember what time this one airs. In this weekend's Ink and Panels Volume 2. Really appreciate every single one of you guys for coming on and talking about your process. let you guys quick, shout yourself out, plug what you guys got. And also, of course, it'll always be in the description of this video. And also, as you see, if you're watching this right now, if you're watching this during the event and afterwards, the name tag on their name has their and their role and everything that they do along with their name. But you guys can please plug yourselves. And yeah, Lloyd, go first since you're closest to me.
Okay. No, yeah. So definitely, we are Midnight. We're Midnight X Comics everywhere except for Facebook and YouTube, where it's just Midnight Comics. Or of course, you can find us at midnightcomics.org. For the other side of things, you can check out indiebreakdown.com for all the other good stuff that we're doing on that end of things.
Fred?
Yeah, you can find us. It's our website and most of our platforms are Saturday-AM or Saturday_AM. But our brand is Saturday AM. So if you Google us, you'll see us. We pop up pretty easily for Manga, and yeah, I mean you find us as you can Google our titles, Clock Striker, Apple Black, so on and so forth. But yeah, we're excited. Hope to see you guys at show at the summer or online with some of our books, sold around the world. So,
RJ.
Yes, so you can find our Instagram account with a B_7th. That's the number 7PH_Kingdom. Or just type in the Seven Kingdom anywhere else, and you'll be able to find us. We also have a website, rpxmediaproduction.com/the Seven Kingdom. You can check out the blog, the cosplays, art contests, everything that's been done.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Stay tuned. If you're watching us, stay tuned for the next panel from Ink and Panels Volume 2. We have a lot of cool stuff in store for you from a lot of great, amazing, and accomplished creators from really around the world. And so please stay tuned for the next one. And again, I thank you guys for coming and doing this panel with us. Really enjoyed it. Thank you guys so much.
When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not like if I'm not like, as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and like walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was just so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
So for me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artists as well to trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put on the page.
Certain kind of script writing, and as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels Volume 2. Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Everyone.
Hello.
Hi, how's everyone doing this morning?
Good.
Good morning. Doing good.
Hey, good. Awesome. So
Frederick
we're just
just
gonna
went
go.
from one to another, man.
I know. We got to keep the crazy train rolling. So we're just going to go ahead and roll right into it because we've got some very important conversations to have. So I'm going to go ahead and get started a little bit. First off, my name is Ty. I am the Chief Creative Officer here at Off Black Magazine, and we are here on the panel, The State of Black Comics. So, a little intro here. In the wake of the DC So White movement, the response from DC that in the future they would not be able to produce another project like the Milestone Initiative and Marvel Cutting Storm's solo run short and so on and so forth, it does feel like the most prominent major publishers are not interested in supporting storytelling from Black creators. While many Black creators still write incredible stories for the big two publishers and beyond, there has been a steady, growing creative community of Black creators choosing to go independent or indie, self-publishing, or working with other indie publishers. Today, we'll be covering the current state of Black comics within the Black indie comic community from our various perspectives and experiences. With me today are 4 talented comic and manga creators with a wealth of knowledge in the art and business of creating comics and manga. So starting with Natasha, and then going to Fred, and then to Joseph, please introduce yourselves, tell us a little bit about your work and your tenure in the industry.
You did that on purpose. I still love you. Hey everybody, my name is Natasha Jones, or Tashi. I am an award-nominated writer, comic book writer, award-winning comic book editor, as well as the co-founder and editor-in-chief of Midnight Comics, which is actually has won the Small Business of the Year award for 2026. 2 of them, in fact.
Okay, actually, let's go ahead and Joseph, do you mind introducing yourself next?
Sure, no problem. My name is Joseph P. Illage. I am a 33-year veteran of comics and publishing. I started my career at Milestone Media. From there, I went to DC Comics and became the first editor of color in the Batman universe. And since then, I've worked for a number of publishers, including Valiant and Heavy Metal. I am now mostly a writer. So my latest works have been as part of the writing team for New History of the DC Universe, The Dakota Incident, The Shadow Cabinet, Bloodletter for Todd McFarlane and Image Comics. And right now, in terms of my editing work, I have founded a company called Illuminous. And Illuminous is a company that works for creators and entrepreneurs to help introduce their original ideas, IP, in the medium of comic books and graphic novels.
Amazing. And then lastly, Fred, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yeah, let me just say, I actually can't hear everyone else. You guys can hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you.
Okay. All right. Yeah. So yeah, I'm very curious to hear obviously what everyone else has to say. So I'll listen to it on my phone. But yeah, my name is Frederick Jones. I'm the founder and publisher for Saturday AM. We're the world's most diverse manga brand. Started back in 2013. And we have a lot of popular original IP in the manga space, recognized, I might add, in Japan, like Clock Striker and Apple Black and Gun Hill and Underground and other titles. So I came from the video game industry and I was an executive there, part of a lot of big titles that came out during that time period in the late 90s, early 2000s. So, this is not my first time dealing with intellectual property and dealing with consumer products. And so it's been really interesting to see that and build that here in the comic space, considering that we're now in a moment where visual narratives are at an all-time high level of importance for representation. So yeah, I'm going to drop out and come back in. So I'll do that.
Absolutely. So while Fred is coming back in, I am going to go ahead and start the first question. When he comes back, I'll restate it for him. So as I previously mentioned, many Black creators find that the indie space is a great way to tell their stories. What about the indie comics community makes a comfortable space for Black creators like yourselves to create and tell your stories? And we'll start with Joseph.
Okay, so one of the projects that I'm working on now is The Winterfields, which is a father and son crime noir story that takes place during the Harlem Renaissance. It's being published by Fair Square Graphics, which is owned by supposedly Adams. And under the brand Noir is a New Black, the Noir is a New Black anthology has recently been nominated for an Eisner Award for Best Anthology, which is really rewarding. And for me, what it comes down to is being able to tell this story, retain creator rights, and not feel like there are any limits, there are any guardrails. So when you're dealing with mainstream companies, you're usually dealing with corporate intellectual property. And a lot of people on the outside think it would be their dream to work on these characters. But then when they get to the other side, they realize these characters have all these rules. These rules are governed by the publisher and the corporations that own the publishers. And so you don't really have the freedom you think you have. And being able to get a good story out into the public is a testament to your skill and your ability to pivot with politics, right? Whereas working for an independent publisher, I don't have to think about politics. There's a story that I want to tell. Chris Cross and I are the creators, and we're just able to tell this story about a father and son bodyguard duo who protect people for money during the 1920s of the Harlem Renaissance. Was just this amazing time for Black people. It's Black history and American history. And so it's having a totally safe creative space to tell the stories that you want to tell. And there is no better time to tell the stories you want to tell than now, right now.
Absolutely. I totally agree. Moving on to Fred, I'll just quickly restate the question. What about the indie comics or becoming an independent publisher in your case made it a comfortable space for you to create your stories?
I actually can't hear you.
Oh, can you at all?
Yeah.
Okay. Give me
I
one
don't
second.
know if you were asking me a question. I can't hear you. The audio went away. Do I have to come out and come back in again?
Let's see. Mm-hmm.
Let me back out and come back again. So
Okay. Tashi, can you hear me?
Yes, my audio is way better now.
Okay, no worries. Sorry, everyone. We're having some tech issues this morning, as happens with live streams. So Tasha, I'm just going to bounce the question to you. As an indie creator and indie publisher, what about the indie comics community makes it a comfortable space for you to tell your stories?
This is going to be twofold for me, both about why it is comfortable and why it actually isn't sometimes, which I think that's the easiest one. So we'll start with the negative. Sometimes it isn't, because I'm a Black woman and this is a very male-dominated space. And a lot of times it's hard to feel welcome in a space that is very male-dominated. People will treat you differently. People will be disrespectful. But on a light note, because there are other Black women in this space, it's like we have built our community where we can at least lean on each other. And that makes it very welcoming. So I can tell, like he said, tell the stories that I just want to tell without any overhead. I get to be in charge of what I want to say, how I want to say it, and how I want to present it to the world, to the audience, to the readers, without having to worry about too much pushback, except from maybe like my editor, who is really just there to help me make a better story.
Absolutely. And then lastly, Fred, same question for you as an indie publisher as well as an indie story creator. What about the indie space has made itself comfortable for you to tell your stories?
Well, let me say, first of all, I'm not a huge fan of the indie term, because I think it belittles what this is. It's visual narratives. And you know, as we just saw, a $200 million movie failed against a Black-owned film in Scary Movie 6, and then a bunch of YouTube movies with Obsession and so forth. So, you know, we know that this sort of segregation is part of the process for how our stories get controlled in the first place. Whether we're answering to someone non-Black, or someone of different political persuasion. The reality is that it's that segmentation that starts the process. And I think that, we're in the space of visual narratives. I don't view any creator who is producing this stuff any differently than I view us. Now, what I will say is that part of the challenge with that, and we'll probably get to this a little bit later, because there are several challenges. This is why I pitched this panel to you. Like, there's several challenges to Black comics that I don't think get discussed enough. Some of them are political. Some of them are internal issues, like when the sister talked about some of the treatment that she gets from Black men. But in terms of my feeling about creating content our way, this is not, again, it's not indie, it's Black culture. We've always produced our own stuff, always, from the very beginning. From the slave songs that we sang on the Clotilda and ships coming to America, from the communities that we built, whether it's in Haiti or in Brazil or here in America, we Black people have always built our own entertainment. So I don't see anything different today than what's happening then. What I see differently, or at least how I frame the notion of it, is that what I see is that Black identity is under assault. And I think too few Black folks recognize that it's under assault. Whether it's under assault from people who are just being purposefully or willfully aloof to our needs and our representation, or it's a more insidious sort of downplaying of our accomplishments, as happened when Sinners broke records and then was talked about by Variety as being like, well, it's not going to make any money. Like it had a great weekend, but it's not on its way to making money. It cost $80 million. So I think that to me, what I see is that, yes, we will always express ourselves. We've always done that. What I do think the challenge, though, is at the end of the day, is access, is our ability to communicate what we're doing to people who are desperate to see what we're doing. That's why what you guys are doing off Black is so important. I think that's a massive problem. There's a lack of communication for what we're doing. But we're here and we're doing what we've always done. I don't think there's anything indie about it. We've always been doing this.
Absolutely. I think both you, Fred, as well as you, Joseph, had brought up some interesting points as you guys were talking about what aspects of publishing your own stories or making your own stories is that as Black creators, the freedom to be able to tell your stories authentically. And of course, Joseph, you've worked with the major publishers, you've worked with Tom McFarland, and Tashi as well. You've worked with a couple of other folks within our space. What does it mean when we're talking about creating authentic stories or having the freedom to tell authentic stories? What are we actually saying when we're saying we need the freedom to tell our stories authentically? And I will start with Joseph, and we'll move to Tashi, and then we'll end with Fred.
I would say having the freedom to tell our stories means that you don't have to try to self-edit, so you don't come up against walls by the financiers of companies, right? So if you're telling your stories with freedom, it means that you can say everything. You can show the strengths and the vulnerabilities. It means that you can be fearless, right? And it doesn't mean that all your characters have to be amazing all the time. It doesn't mean that they don't have cracks. It doesn't mean that they're not trying to fill up traumatic holes. But what it means is that you can really explore these, right? And part of that, I think comes down to that there are so many people who want our stories, right? And to me, one of the biggest lies on the planet, and it's the lie that we must choke in the crib. And then when we bury it, we stick our hands through the dirt and we choke the corpse, is that our stories are only for us, right? They are Black stories and they are humanity stories. The Black Panther film proved that. Sinners proved that. Maya Angelou proved that with I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. N.K. Jemisin proved that by winning 3 back-to-back Hugo Awards, which no science fiction author has ever done in the history of the Hugo Awards. Our stories are our stories and humanity's stories. And to me, that is the message that we must bring clear to ring true so that we can fight the lies that are being spread during this time in which division and racism and historical erasure are now part of the menu every day.
Absolutely. Moving on to Tashi.
Don't say my name like that, Kai. No, I think you say my name like that. But no, to piggyback off of that too, it's about nuance. People are nuanced. People are different. We have flaws. We have things we like, dislike, ways we move, and everyone moves differently. So a character who is authentic, perhaps, like, we don't have to relate to every character. Like, I can't stand him, but people love Batman. People love half the I promise half Batman fans do not relate to Batman in any way. First off, y'all are not rich. You know you're not rich. You don't have money. You're probably not an orphan. If you are, then I'm sorry, but you also don't have the money to go out there and fight villains every day at Moonlight with your butler and all this. You do not relate to Batman. But what you do like is when there's a good writer on him, his good stories that are told about him that you can enjoy. I think a lot of people get authenticity and relatability mixed up, where it's like, if I have an authentic Black character, that means I'm going to relate to them.
Sure.
Well, no, because you can't relate to every Black person that's out there. Because there are wealthy Black people who maybe own a yacht and can afford Batman-esque gear to go out there, but I can't. I can barely pay my bills. So but if you write a good story that feels like this person is still authentically Black and authentically going through their day-to-day, how someone in that position might go, with a little bit of course, there's going to be some things in there that are in there because it's fiction, to make it fun. If you can give me that and I can enjoy it, that's still good. So just please, you've got to work your nuance in there and know the story that you're trying to tell. That's what's important.
Gotcha. And then on to Fred.
Well, look, I disagree on the Batman take, but we can come back to that. I think Batman is popular for a reason. Let's not get crazy. But look, I'll say this. I think that at the end of the day, well, let's use Batman for example, because I've said this before. The reason why stories work so well, and this is true of manga, anime, fiction, across the board, is vulnerability of character. A character who is vulnerable is the most human character in existence. It doesn't matter what your ethnic background is, what nationality you come from, what religion you support, who you love. Everyone understands what it's like to be vulnerable. Everyone understands what it's like to feel like the world's against you, that you want revenge, that your family has been lost to you, that you don't have money to pay for things. That's why Spider-Man is the most popular character from Marvel. He's not Batman rich. He's broke, yet he can do more things than Batman can do. Vulnerability makes great characters, and that's what I've always preached to our team at Saturday AM. I think the nuance that I totally agree with, by the way, the nuance part of storytelling that's unique to Black people is there is that argument. Snoop Dogg had this comment a couple of years ago about he was tired of seeing, and he's not the only one, by I've met quite a few celebrities in my life, but he's not the only one. But there are Black folk who hate to see slave tales. They hate to see it because they're like, well, we're more than slaves, this, that, and the other. And I think that the thing about vulnerability in our community is that it's about the perspective that you have for it. When you present Black people as resilient, that's who we are. That twists the narrative over the idea that we're victims. That I'm not a Republican and I'm very much progressive liberal, but I'm trying to make the point that that vulnerability is the key to great storytelling. And so I think if you look at for us, for example, with Clock Striker, one of the things I put in this scene, I'm not a young Black girl, but one of the things I put in this book that has resonated was a scene where she's having her hair done by her female mentor. And why did that matter? Because that's something that Black women know what that's like. Now, white women know what that's like too, but only Black women know what it's like to really go through that process, that intimacy of having someone do your hair and braid your hair and have a deep conversation with you, and you are giving yourself to that person because of your hair has complications that you have to rely on someone to help you with. That's a unique element. And that was something that the nuance of that, I don't know if that would be in a DC or Marvel comic, but that's in a comic that I can produce. And that's the sort of nuance that I think everyone in this panel understands. And that's what makes our story so rich, is when we just allow ourselves to tell the nuance of who we are, the struggles we go through, the hang-ups that we have sometimes, and then the victories that we have, which might seem minor to some people. But when you come from a legacy that we do, our victories are incredible. And so that to me is what's so special about being Black and creating Black stories.
Kai, you mind if I piggyback off of that real quick?
Oh, of course, please.
I was gonna say, I completely agree. Especially, I've read Clock Striker. That scene to me was amazing. So thank you for that. Because I know I also, as writing Black women, I make sure there's bonnets. I make sure we got a variety of hairstyles, all of that stuff, because I know what I want to see.
That's right.
But I did want to also mention, going back to the nuance take, as far as, our sad stories and our slave stories and all those kinds of things. We had that exact same conversation at Virtuous Con. It's me, Stephanie, David Walker, and was it Ebony? I forget who else was on the panel. We were talking about that, and the topic of that and nuance also came up. It's just like, tell the story you want to tell. If the story happens to be a slave story or something back in those times or whatever, tell your story, but do remember the nuance. Those stories come across a lot differently when we write them from our perspective than when Hollywood tells them, or when white people tell them, because we know how to tell those stories without making it white savior,
that's right,
victim complex. We know how to do those things. So I do 100% agree.
100% agree. 100%. Yes.
Now, each of you have amazing points so far, but each of you also hit on a core thing that I think is really important about storytelling, and the whole reason why we're here is because the whole point we're here is to tell great stories. We are storytellers at a core. We desire to share our experiences or share all the crazy, wacky, wild worlds in our stories and share that with the world. However, as we also mentioned earlier, there seems to be a rise of, I guess we'll say, aggressive agitators, grifters, community hecklers, and targeted bigotry from both creators and consumers.
Yes.
In your opinion, does this ring true? And if so, how are we within the community to combat this? Or how do we better curate our spaces so that we can minimize this, this aggressive bigotry? And I'll start with you. We'll go Fred, and then we'll go Joey.
Because I've got some things I want to make sure we state, and then I want to see everyone else's opinion on it. Look, I think there are 4 issues stating affecting Black people right today. I think there's 4 key issues affecting the Black comic space. Let's start off with the first one, and that's just the core part of all of this, is that we do not have good media. White-owned media does not do a great job of profiling us. I saw a comment the other day about, I think it's Newsarama, that was going away. And the comments that came from there were like, oh my God, like Newsarama, they're great. I'm going to miss these guys. And so-and-so was great. And I just feel so bad for these people who lose their jobs. And I can be honest with you, I don't know if Newsarama's ever written about Saturday AM. We've broken a ceiling on many cases when it comes to Black manga. And I can name lots of Black creators who've done incredible work. My first thought was, if they've never profiled a lot of Black companies, then only thing that happened was that a lot of Black folk who weren't getting talked about before still ain't getting talked about now. We don't have great media. The journalism in the comic space, I am not a huge fan of. I came from UNC Chapel Hill, which has a huge journalism department, at least back then. I take journalism very seriously. We don't have a great journalism thing. I'm going to say this respectfully to Joe. I've seen more articles, Joe, about you changing jobs than I've seen about Black comic creators, independent creators at some of the major websites out there. That's ridiculous. And so what that says to me is that that's proximity. You're in New York. A lot of these folks are in New York. So they're like, oh, we know Joe. He's Black. He's our friend. they're not trying to investigate other Black creators, and that's a problem. Number one. Number two, we have social media is a bit of a cancer, because social media is the one technology that's used by foreign nations, rogue nations, billionaires, and other people to disrupt and to remove truth. And now the same people who do that are trying to make AI companies. And I say that because at the end of the day, what we end up with, Ty, is we end up with people who don't know what they're talking about. So we've elevated folks who don't have experience, who've never done these things, and they're building followings that enable them to then have a discussion about things that they have no knowledge of. So when Ty says, I'm sorry, the young lady spoke earlier, and I missed your name, I'm sorry, but when she said earlier about
Natasha, yes.
When Natasha said earlier about how Black men have treated her at some of these shows, we know that. We know that. We have seen some of these things, and it blows my mind. But what it is that that's part of the grift. That's how you get social media credibility. You got to engage the algorithm to get talked about. And there are only two ways that you can do it: negativity and trading on what people want to hear. If you got a lot of people who can't stand to see women be successful, especially Black women, and you start making it seem like you have a conscious effort against them, you get likes. You get an audience, and that audience then transfers to, we got to talk to so and so because they know this space. We have a problem in media with the Black in the room. This is something you see in corporate America. And Joe, I'm sure Joe knows this. Black in the room. You got one Black person who is so thankful to be in that room. They're never going to challenge white power. They're never going to disrupt the system. And so as a result of that, they will, they'll take their career starting out talking to people like us. But then when they get that chance to interview Jared Leto for Tron Ares, or interview Donald Glover for Yoshi for the Super Mario Brothers, that's what they're after. And again, you can't fault someone for having a career ambition, but where does that leave conversations about all of these folks who are producing great content who do not get talked about? And so I'll just say that when you've got a situation where, and then the last part of this too, and this comes back to what I said about the grifting, and as Black people, we have a cookout mentality. Just some real quick stats for people here, folks. Just you all watching this, because again, I'm a data guy. Black people have 1.2 trillion with a T buying power in the United States. So don't tell me we can't have all of these companies be successful. We could. So the question is, why are not more of us doing that and supporting these companies? Number two, Black people, 1 in 10 Black folks. So you got 3 people here who are qualified, educated, articulate. 1 in 10 Black folk get investment. So we can walk into a room right now and lay out an incredible business plan with real accomplishments, and we're likely to not get investment, whereas 6 out of 7 white people can, and they have less accomplishments. This leads into lack of resources, lack of distribution, and all of these things funnel towards us not being able to get to a financial reality that then allows us to create the sort of long-term vision that we have for our companies, for our brand. And I just think that all of those things are problematic when you look at how we're trying to grow as a business. So when you say, like, your question, like, to me, there are institutional problems that we're going to have to address if we wish to be successful. The sister right here is at Heroes Con, right down the street from me. I'm in Raleigh-Durham. Hero Con's in Charlotte. But there are very few Black conventions. And if you go to these conventions, you have to hope that they'll do like a panel on a black thing. And my thing is always having the biggest company in the manga space who's Black owned. How many panels do I get invited to that the other folks who, by the way, don't even make the manga, they're just representative of the American branch of a Japanese manga company, I don't get put on those panels, but I own my company. I deal with their bosses in Japan. So I'm just saying, like, there's so much like structural things that we've got to fix and we've got to push for. We got to do it together. That's why I talk about the cookout mentality, because I don't care what your politics are. Like I said, there are folks out here who are right-wing grifters. We all know who they are. But, here's my thing. If you actually stand for Black folk and you're going to fight for Black people, man, we can argue about politics another day. If you're out there actually pushing to support Black folk and pushing them to support Black representation, then I'm at least going to give you your flowers and make sure that more people know about at least the option of your stories. But these structural problems are the things that if we're not careful in this moment, with an administration that's eliminating 400,000 Black female jobs, then we got problems. We got long-term problems. We've got to really work together to address that. Sorry for the rant. I wanted to make sure everyone got those stats.
No, you definitely bring up some very, very poignant points. I don't want to
rattle myself, so I'll just go ahead and move over to Joseph. I'd love to hear your opinions on my question as well as what was said by Fred.
Sure. So I would like to clarify a few things. One of the reasons that you see a lot of stories about me is because I have a publicist that I pay a monthly stipend to.
It's very valid.
It is not
It's very valid.
It is business, and we're going to get back to the concept of business in a few minutes. I will also say that there are a number of white-owned outlets that do not write about me, but there are a number of Black-owned outlets that do, Black podcasters that do, and my philosophy is thrive where you're wanted.
Absolutely.
I am tired of trying to have a mentality of knocking on doors for rooms that do not want you. Thrive where you are wanted, you will grow, you will flourish, you will become a force of nature.
Yes.
On the subject of social media, which Frederick also brought up, it's a major thing, right? Because as he pointed out, the algorithm rewards negativity. And I myself, as someone who has been angry for most of my life, and a few years ago realized I had to turn a corner.
Yeah.
I looked and I said, there's enough negativity out in the world. There's enough negativity out in social media. I will not be, quote, posting about demons who wear human skin with high authority in big houses. I will not be, quote, tweeting or repeating questions from people that are meant to incite and create strife.
Right.
I am only interested in putting out positivity, celebrating what's positive. I want to see if we can counter. Can we be an antidote to the negativity of the algorithm? Can positivity go to war with negativity, right?
Yes.
Next about social media is social media taps into something in humanity, which is the desire to be seen.
Yeah.
And I was at the American Black Film Festival a dog's age ago. I think it was 15 years ago. Spike Lee gave the address, and he said something, I never forgot it. He said, everyone wants to be writers and directors, but y'all all can't be writers and directors. We need some of y'all to be marketers. We need some of y'all to be PR people. We need some of you to be strategists, right? And unfortunately, because we have to fight so much for what we get, everyone wants to be the boss. And everyone wants to be on social media and be a boss. And it's like, if everyone's a boss, then no one's a boss. And I know the feeling where I worked at a job back when I was still corporate America. There was a promotion I wanted. I didn't get it.
Right.
And me and the guy who got the job I wanted had tension. And then I woke up with a revelation one day. I said, I'm not meant to be Queen Elizabeth. I'm meant to be Sir Walsingham. I'm meant to be the person that protects this department from threats from within the company. And once I told him that, I said, dude, I don't want to be number one anymore. My job is to be your number one. Our relationship changed. We need more people to understand that their role is not to be the king or the queen. Their role is to support the empires against external threats, right? And I tell you, and I mean this sincerely, 2026 and 2027 are going to be crucial years for Black comics. Black comics is not a monolith. And I mean this. I mean this to the bottom of my soul. We can take comics. We can take comics in the next 18 months. But what we've got to do is figure out a way to stop getting easily triggered, showing that on social media. And we got to think more like Clarence Avant. And if you don't know who Clarence Avant is, watch the Netflix documentary, The Black Godfather, that was directed by Reginald Hudlin. I think if the leaders go behind the scenes and try to be the United Nations and have peaceful talks, I think we can be unified. Because to Frederick's point, it can't be about politics because Black comics is not a political party, right? But what is needed is mutual respect.
Right.
It doesn't matter where you come from, what your loyalty is. You must maintain human respect. The absence of human respect cannot be tolerated. But if we seize this moment and we really come together, we'll take comics. We'll take comics and we'll never give it back. Because here's the thing. Marvel is the #2 company now. They've been the #1 for a long time. DC Comics is #1 because of one character, Absolute Batman.
Right.
And when we speak things into existence, we reinforce them. What if today we stop saying the big two? We stop saying that. And what if we start looking at ourselves and say, I'm the big one. We're the big one.
Absolutely.
And we say it every day like an affirmation. We will change reality.
No, I completely agree. Moving into Natasha.
I don't know how much more I can add to all of that, but I will. I definitely agree. We talk about all the time. Everybody doesn't have to be the guy.
That's right.
We have conversation. That's how my husband phrases it. Everybody doesn't have to be the guy.
Right.
You can just be one of the people that's a part of the group when we all work together. On the media thing, Frederick actually absolutely right. We were talking about this recently. I think I was the first person to post about the fact that Stephanie was the first Black woman to be nominated for Best Writer for an Eisner. And it's like, and then she mentions too, just like no one's written about that. All these news outlets are busy writing about the drama that's going on, but why is no one writing about the accolades that's happening from a Black woman in the space right now? Where is that? I think you guys already touched on pretty much everything that encompasses. I think the only pushback I have is the politics, and that's a more nuanced conversation as far as the underlying and deeper thought processes in certain people's politics. What is your underlying belief? Do those beliefs hurt Black people as a whole? That's when I start to have an issue. Other than that, believe what you believe, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But I did want to touch briefly on I think at the end part of the question was, what are we doing to try to change things in the community or help the community?
Yes.
And of course, you already know, I started my podcast, Melanin Minds. Melanin Minds is specifically for highlighting Black women. That's pretty much all I do. Is we do interviews, we do Black women who work in comics and manga. It doesn't matter if you're Stephanie Williams or Lavi, who is actually a friend of mine who has a Kickstarter going on right now and is a Black woman who writes and draws her own comic. I have wherever in between. If you are Black and you work in this space, that is what that is for, specifically, so we can get more eyes on us, so we can be seen, so we can be promoted, so we can be celebrated, all of those things. I have even created a whole database of Black women who work in comics. That's editors, writers, artists, conventions, personalities, speakers, all of these things, because who else is going to do it?
Right.
And I'm glad to have a wonderful community of Black women who are now helping me. I have Bree and Keisha from Pink Riot are trying to take some of the work off of me when it comes to the database to at least bring me more people. Joe, you gave me a great recommendation the other day for someone to add to the editors that was not on the list, that I completely forgot about. Kai is my co-host. She keeps me sane. She keeps me leveled. I hate that I'm here at Heroes Con without her for the panel, because she is literally my rock. It's going to be hard to do this without her. But that's the community that I've built here. And I'm very happy about that fact that I've been able to meet so many amazing people to help me, to be with me, and just build these relationships so that we can have a more positive space and a safe space for Black women.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think the core of what each of the three, and of course, I'm sure we're all understanding, is that the core of what we're doing is we recognize that there are structural and internal situations that contribute to a lot of the issues. But of course, these are structural issues that have existed long before we were here, and potentially have, if we don't work together to build that community, have the potential to continue to persist. And I think that's really the thing that we're each echoing, is that community is incredibly important. Building that community internally, building that community across the path, across the way, even if we don't disagree, we don't always have to agree, but to be family, but to be kin, but to be in community is important. That's how we all rise together. And in that spirit of community, because we are a little bit short on time, I did want to give you each a moment. If there's anyone in the community that you think is doing great work that you'd like to shout out, I want to give, if you have a couple names at the top of your mind, I'd like to do a quick round robin, starting with Fred, then going to Natasha, and then ending with Joseph. Are there any community highlights that you want to quickly speak on?
I mean, look, I'm excited for, all the Black creators, they got nominated for the Eisner this year, and I'm excited. I was happy to see what happened with the DC boycott, because I think that we have to demand, we don't get anything if we don't demand it. And so while it didn't go the way that I think people wanted it to, or they wanted it to, I think still it was important for them to express themselves. So I see a lot of energy, and I do want to just real quickly echo something that Joe said. Look, this is a moment. This is a moment. I don't know if it'll change the structure of the industry, but I think this is a moment. And I think that to that point, yes, we can't all be leaders of companies. I have a slight issue with that politically, because I think that feeds into some caste narratives. But at the end of the day, I think that what I will say, back to my point about the cookout, is that, but we've also got to stop elevating people who are not doing great work and acting like they did just because they're Black. And I think that too often we're trying to maintain this false sense of community, again, for that YouTube thing, for that algorithm, whatever, versus what is clear and obvious to everybody. If you've got folks who are recognized in other places, you got folks who are being recognized by industry folks, you got folks who are being recognized. If you got sales, I can't tell you, I get sales data. I know who's selling, and there's a lot of folks making a lot of noise who don't sell like that. So, at some point we've got to have, and again, we got to have another panel like this, but at some point we just got to have, get deeper into the weeds about what are the structural things, distribution, the news media, publishing. We got to get deeper into that. But like I said, some of the stats are very clear, and a lot of folks making a lot of noise are not doing what they would claim to be doing. But I'm happy for everybody.
Kai, if you're talking, we can't hear you. You hit the mute button.
Technology. I need to move on to Joseph. Is there anybody within the community, any organizations, any folks you want to take the moment to put a spotlight on that are doing great work within the community?
Sure. Well, first thing I want to quickly say is that I'm honored to be here with Natasha and Frederick, because they are publishers and I am not. And it is very hard to be a publisher. And I have friends who had said, you should be a publisher. And I said, no. So I have great respect for you both and for all the Black-owned publishers out there. It's hard. The person I want to give a shout out to is longtime friend, advocate, powerhouse, and one of the, I would say, matriarchal people in our community, who is Regine Sawyer, head of Wink, recent Eisner judge.
Yes.
She has been out there. Natasha, when you talk about someone elevating diverse women, Regine's been out there walking the walk and talking the talk longer than some people who have big mouths knew what to do with certain body parts. So she's a real one. She's a veteran. I have nothing but respect and admiration for her. It's an honor to be her friend, and I continue to be thankful for everything that she has done and continues to do for all of us.
Absolutely. And then, Natasha, is there anyone that you would like to shout out, or any organizations that you would like to put some shine on?
Well, I was going to shout out Wink, but But do know that when this next season of Melanin Mind starts, first episode is Regine. So do be prepared for that. I actually want to shout out a couple of Kickstarters happening that are by Black women. One is by Georgia A. It's called Makeshift. It's an unofficial Minecraft comic book that she just started like 2 days ago. And then the other, like I brought up earlier with Lavi, she has a sapphic romance book that she's got on Kickstarter right now. I've been trying to push those really hard. Every week, if I can find any, I try to promote Black women who have Kickstarters going on. Those have been the two I've been really focused on right now. And I know Cami Cam Comics is going to be doing a pre-launch here really soon. So just, I want to give them some love and shout out, and hopefully more people to see their Kickstarters.
Absolutely. Well, first things first, thank each and every last one of you for your time today. This conversation, you're right, Fred, is this is not the stopping place for this conversation. This conversation definitely will necessitate being re-explored and reintroduced. But of course, thank you guys so much for your time. I want to give a quick shout out to our panelists who couldn't make it today. Lonzo Starr, he is also an extremely talented publisher. We thank him so much. Also, the event is powered by Concrete. So thank you so much, Lonzo. Even though you're not here, we thank you so much. And thank you again to Joseph, Frederick, and Natasha. You guys have been wonderful. Please take the time to follow them. Also, after the stream, all of their contact information, all of their where you can find them, where you can read from them, will be in the description of this video. Thank you guys so much for listening in and tuning into the State of Black Comics, and stay tuned for the remainder of Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand and expand and expand and expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
I want to get into the field. And next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show me.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively, and it just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection, and my fellow comic book creators know, like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels Volume 2. Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
All right. How you doing today, my man?
Hey, how's it going, man?
It's going good. Happy to be here, man. Happy to be talking with you again.
Good to see you again. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for coming, man. If you guys, we're gonna have a quick conversation with Mario Coupe here, talking a little about Ayanu and a lot of things. If you don't know who I am, my name is Aaron Lee, and I'm the CEO and editor-in-chief of Off Black Magazine. And just so happy to be here. So far, it's been a great morning, and I've been looking forward to this panel. There's a lot to talk about, a lot to think about. And first, I'm gonna let Warrior go ahead and introduce himself and talk about himself a little bit.
Sure. Hello, everybody. My name is Roy Okupe. I am the CEO of a entertainment studio called Unique Studios. We do comics, animation, TV, and film. I believe most people will know me as the creator and executive producer of the Cartoon Network hit show Ianu, which is also streaming on HBO Max season 1 and season 2 as well. I've been doing this for, oh my goodness, I've been doing comics and animation for, I think, over 15 years, about 15, 16 years now. So hopefully I can pass on the thing to. Hopefully I've learned something by now, because if I haven't, what the hell am I doing? So yeah, looking forward to sharing as much as I can about some of the good, the bad, the ugly, and what people can take from my journey.
Yeah, I think you've probably learned a lot. I mean, people haven't watched it yet because it hasn't come out yet, hasn't aired yet, but we have another panel that Rory's in talking about the process of adapting Ianu from a comic to a cartoon, which is no small feat. That's I know we have a lot of comic and manga creators going through this event. I know a lot of them are like, man, I wish that was me.
Yeah, no, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, look, I'm very fortunate. Like, it's not an easy thing creating a graphic novel and that graphic novel being adapted, and you being able to play the lead creative role in both of those things. I think I'm very lucky, very fortunate. I did work hard, but I think I owe a lot to also the indie fan base. I started on Kickstarter. That's where I didn't know anything about comics, 10 years ago when I first launched. Well, not 10 years, 12 years ago, 2014, when I first launched my first Kickstarter. I knew nothing about comics. I knew nothing about writing. I knew nothing about business. And I was willing to learn. And the entire indie comic space embraced me. And honestly, I wouldn't be here today without the support of people like you. Honestly, that's, a lot of times we argue and we go back and forth about support, but I'm a poster child of what happens when you support independent creators.
That's perfect. Now, quickly, I want to thank Lion Forge Entertainment for making this happen.
Absolutely.
We met at BLRCon
yes,
years ago now, and I got to see that was in the first season of Ianu was coming out. Got to see those first 3 episodes, and that was amazing. I mean, it was I was like, it's better than the trailers. Watch, you got to watch it. It's better than and from your journey here, I mean, second movie's coming out in a couple months now, and so I want to ask you, what made you fall in love with comics? Like what was that, or maybe fall in love, but what made you what was that moment that was like you talk about doing seeing Kickstarters and not knowing, what was that moment that made you want to write your own comic? One, and two, is there any specific comics that you would say were like inspirations or were like driving factors for you?
Yeah, those are good questions. I think for me, what drew me to comics was just the freedom, the freedom to be able to just create your own worlds. And like I said, I came up at a time where I was very lucky that Kickstarter was very new back then, especially for comic book creators. So I had seen that some people had posted their comics on Kickstarter, and I was like, there's a way that you can create your story and put it out there, and people can literally just buy it directly from you and support you. To me, that was a very fascinating sort of business model, and I think for me, I've always been a creator at heart, but I actually started off in animation, but I really couldn't get anywhere. It's like to fund an animated anything, whether it's a short movie, TV series, whatever it is, animation is ridiculously expensive. It's not like comics is cheap, but at least it makes it more of a reality for people like me to be able to say, okay, I can try and raise $5,000, $10,000, and I can just tell whatever story that I want, and nobody has to tell me change this character or this isn't going to work. I could literally just do whatever I want. So it was the freedom and the flexibility to just do the story that I wanted to do my way. And if I failed, at least I failed doing what I wanted to do my way. And if I succeeded, obviously I succeeded doing it my way, which I'm very fortunate to be the latter. And in terms of the comics that inspired me, one of the first indie comic books I ever picked up was The Legend of Mantamaji. I don't know if you've heard of that comic. And for me it was something that I just Googled independent comics, right? And that was one of the first things that came up. So that was very inspirational for me. The second thing that I Googled was, because obviously I was born and raised in Lagos, Nigeria, was African and Nigerian comics. And back then there were very few people doing it. Comic Republic was one of the companies that was doing it. They're still going strong right now. I think from one of the things I learned from Comic Republic was the fact that there was an audience for the type of storytelling I wanted to tell. So very early on, and then I started to expand my obviously I'd read a lot of the big two growing up, like X-Men, Spider-Man, Batman, all of these things. But I was really fascinated about, like, outside of the big two, what are some of the more indie-based comics that are having success? So I started to read Saga, which is, I think was, very violent and very, very explicit. So, like, there's a lot of stuff in there. But the storytelling by Brian K. Vaughan, I think it was just next level. And that was one of the things that inspired me to really find a way to not only create comics for the spectacle of big heroes and big fights, but like really ground your story in characters that people can relate with, in worlds where people can see themselves in, and to sort of blur the line between villains that you don't necessarily agree with, but you can sympathize with in a way. And yeah, those things, form sort of the foundation of some of the things that I started to do early on, as well.
There's something powerful about like how and we just had a conversation about the state of Black comics in our prior panel, and about how important it is to see ourselves in that representation. Like the fact that it's like, we've read Batman, we read Superman, but that first time we pick up a comic where we see us, right? It changes, it messes with the brain chemistry a little bit. We're like, wow, I didn't, I super, but like I can be this super, right? Like, and it like it really matters. And so I want to talk to you about a little bit more about inspiration. Coming from we watch your animation, we've reviewed it off Black magazine, we've done all those things, and our reviewer, one thing that she continues to talk about in her reviews is that it's very like she wishes that this show existed when she was a kid. When she was a kid, she wishes It's seeing a black girl powerful
Yeah.
being, compared a lot to Last Airbender being, the Avatar, the chosen one, right? Is not something that, as Black people we don't see, and for Black women in general, that's not something we see for Black women at all. Also, so I want to ask you, how has it been fielding that response from Black women and girls about how important it is? Like, how does it feel being like that kind of person that's built that inspiration for them? And then also, I want to ask, as a Black man writing a Black woman, I know it's not it's not always the easiest thing, right? So what was the decision to have a Black girl be your protagonist in your series? So, twofold question. So how do you deal with inspiration and the choice for having a Black girl?
Yeah, first of all, I wanted to make sure Eric Dean Seachin is the one that wrote The Legend of Mount Magi. He's actually a TV director, very, very one of the premier Black TV directors, and he's done Supergirl, he's directed The Flash, a couple of some of the DC shows, and many, many more. He's somebody that I look up to as well. So I wanted to make sure I gave him his flowers. But yeah, I have so I grew up with two older sisters. Obviously, my mom is a very huge, factor in my life, my upbringing. My wife now, I have a 5-year-old daughter. So I think, all my life I've been surrounded by strong Black women, women that, are not afraid to express themselves, women that are nurturing, strong, also not shy to express themselves and their emotions, as well. And for me, I have my entire life I have just watched them, and I've seen so many amazing things that they've been able to accomplish. And those things, at least for me personally, growing up, they start to feed certain things into your mind. And for me, I always wanted to create a young Black girl protagonist ever since I started writing. Obviously, I did EXO first, I did Malika, did The Windmaker, and Iyano was, I believe, the 4th graphic novel series that I started producing. So it took me a while to get there. I think because for me, I wanted to make sure that I did this character justice. I always say that Iyano is a love letter to my daughter. So for me, I think it's really amazing to see Black women, Black girls, like even my own daughter, growing up. She literally grew up as I was creating the show, and when the show launched, she was old enough to watch it. And at least for the first season, it was her favorite show. It's not anymore, which sucks for me as the dad. But she was. It's amazing to see the reception from Black women. And then your second question to sorry, what was it again? I blanked out.
Second one was like, how do you handle that inspiration? Not to say how you handle, but there's a lot of Black women and girls see themselves in this character and are proud of it. Being that tempo of inspiration, how do you handle that and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, to me, I think I handle it with just being proud. And honestly, I was I don't want to use the word nervous, but I was just very, very I wanted to be very, even this is just from the graphic novel, not even just the animation. I wanted to be very, very careful with, like you said, I'm not a 14-year-old Black girl. So I wanted to make sure that I did the right things and I did this character right. So, for me, from the little things like, talking to women and asking them certain things to make sure that I'm doing it in the right way. So to me, it's a thing of pride, and I feel it's a huge sense of responsibility when it comes to Iyano to do it the right way and to continue to do it the right way. So yeah, sometimes it is very nerve-wracking because you feel like you don't want to represent this character in a way where the people you're supposed to represent don't necessarily appreciate the things that you do. But I'm very happy that that's not the case. Like everybody that has watched Iyano, boys, girls, white, Black, I think people can see that they can see themselves in Iyano, and I think that's the mark of a great character. Like, yes, you can be specific in the authenticity about the character and what the character does, but when your character can appeal to an audience where people that are not necessarily the same sex or the same race can see themselves and aspire to be that character. I think that's where, as a writer, as a creator, you've done a fantastic job.
No, I think you did an amazing job at that. I think that's like it's one of like those hallmarks of character writing and creating a great story is that it doesn't matter if they're black, green, or an alien. Doesn't matter if they're tall, short, whatever, right? Like we can still feel ourselves represented and see ourselves in that character. And so you've done a great job of that. As a fan of the show, done a great job of that. I really enjoy it.
Thank you.
I was laughing. I accidentally our automatic moderation accidentally timed out the Yana page. As an accident. I'm sorry. And I want to piggyback, as we're going through steps of the journey, right? Taking Ianu from that comic to animation, I know that wasn't easy, right? Getting something greenlit is, especially in Hollywood and anywhere, is very difficult, right? That's why a lot of people choose to go the indie route, right? But you talk being fortunate, you were able to get over that barrier and get it out into the mainstream. And so could you kind of give us talk to us about that process and maybe some of the challenges and successes you faced in getting your series and getting your comic greenlit into a series?
Yeah, it's a hard thing to do. You need a lot of perseverance, you need a lot of support, you need a lot of people around you that are going to pick you up when you are going to inevitably fall many times. You need to keep pushing through so many different issues and problems and hurdles. And I try not to come on this type of platform to lie to people. This is not an easy thing to do. It's unfortunate there are only so many places that you can have your TV show, right? If you count the streamers, I can count them on I can count all the streamers, like literally, yeah. Like, so if you wanted to do something like quote unquote in Hollywood, right? Like there's no more than 7-8 places that you could go. So yeah, I think the only thing that I always try to remind people of is, and this is something I really have to remind myself to today, is that you have to love this thing. You have to do it for the love of the thing, right? Like when I started creating comic books, did I want to have my stuff adapted into a TV show? Absolutely. But I loved making comics. I loved, interacting with the fans. I loved creating my stories. And whether my Kickstarter, made 5,000. Oh, sorry. Is there something wrong with my audio?
No. You're fine. It just the auto mod just did something again. That was funny.
Continue.
Continue.
Yeah. So for me, it didn't. As much as it's a very delicate balance, because you want to be ambitious to be able to get your stuff on TV or whatever, but at the same time, you don't want to be so enamored with that goal that you forget about what's important, which is just creating stories that you want to see. But yeah, like I said, it's hard to, because I know what it's like to be on the other side of this interview, where it's like, you also have your own stories. You want to create stuff that's on TV, and you want the person to tell you exactly how to get there. The only thing I can tell you honestly is that as long as you stay true to yourself and you continue to, like I said, surround yourself with the right support system, build a team of people that you can trust, people that are rooting for you, people that want to see you win, the rest would figure itself out. Like I was, it's funny that some of my biggest successes came when somebody approached me, not when I went to pitch something to someone. For instance, was found on Kickstarter, and that was after I put in the work to show that this thing was viable. I sold my books. My Dark Horse deal, when I got a 10-book deal with Dark Horse, somebody saw my Malika Warrior Queen book on Kickstarter, and somebody from Dark Horse reached out and they said, "We want to partner with you to re-release your books." It's funny, even till today, I can't I can't tell you maybe one or two things, but there's really nothing that I've gone out and said, okay, I'm going to create this, I'm going to pitch it to somebody that has actually become something. It's so funny. My biggest successes literally came when somebody found something that I did. So you always have to continue to put yourself out there, continue to create, continue to do something, continue to, put out stuff on YouTube, on Substack, on social media, whatever it is, just continue to create and enjoy creating. Enjoy it. I'm not saying you shouldn't continue to pitch and make connection and go to go to calls and network. A lot of people have had success that way, but I can only tell you, for me, my biggest successes came when I proved that the things that we're doing, people wanted to see them. So just go out there and create.
I think and that's something that I feel like if you're watching, you'll probably hear that a lot throughout the day, is how important it is to have the love and passion, for the game, right? Just to go out there and just really enjoy it, and if you're really doing it for the love of it, people will recognize. People will see, your passion and what you're working on and everything. And
that being said, I want to acknowledge and empathize that it's not easy, even when you're doing it for love, even when you're just doing it like, this thing is not easy. It's there's so many things that are working against us, especially in the creator. I'm just going to say, like, creators of color, right? There's a lot of things that are working against us, and we have to fight, so many different things. But I just like to encourage people, just keep creating, just keep doing it.
And that's great thing. So I like how you keep pressing on like the difficulty of it. Like, is it this? Some people think it's like, oh, you just made a comic. No, like to make it, to sell it, to market it, to publish it, to do all those things. Like all those they're different processes and have their own level of difficulty with them, right? And so it's and I love you said it's talking to someone. You are the founder of Unique Studios, and so you are a publisher. And so, I'm so sad. We're running low on time, so I only have one question. But two questions. I want to ask you a question specifically about the series and what's going on in that. But as your own publisher, right? Yeah. And actually, no, I don't have time for that question. I want to. I was thinking about it. I don't have time for that question. Actually, what I want to ask is, how has it been working with Lineforge Entertainment and animating the series? And we get a little bit into this in the that panel later on, but I would still like to ask you, like, personally, like, as someone who comes from your founder of your own studio, so you run that that's your thing. Now you're with Lineforge. Now you run it. You got people too, you got to answer to now. So how has it been, working with Lineforge Entertainment and getting this animation?
Yeah, it goes back to what I said about, surrounding yourself with the right people, right? There's no Yano animation without Lineforge. Absolutely, period. Lineforge was the financier of this project. They, to me, I think a lot of times we silo ourselves in the indie comic space, and I think collaboration, I think for us is something that we need to look more into. Now, it's easier said than done, right? Like, you have to find the right people. Like, not everybody is meant for you, right? And it doesn't mean the other person is bad. It's just like you have to find somebody that you mesh with well. And for me, it's like I had met Lineforge long ago when they were doing the comics. What would they call this? I can't remember that superhero series that they were doing with Joe Illich. But anyways, like, that at that point in time, I was pitching my comics to them, and I think I had spoken to Dave Stewart, who's the CEO, and the timing just wasn't right. But we kept our relationship. So when this opportunity came with Yano, I went back to him, and the entire Lineforge team totally embraced this. It's been like I said, it's been a fascinating journey. But Lineforge has, you have to understand, they took a risk with me, putting somebody that has never been a showrunner into a position to be a showrunner on the show for Cartoon Network. That's not an easy decision to make. So there's a lot but again, that comes with a relationship. But because they had seen what it is that I could do, I was able to be put in that position. But yeah, to answer your question, it's been an amazing journey with Lionforge, and like I said, I always just try to use that to encourage people to find people that you trust, that you can collaborate with, because it's really hard doing things by yourself.
And Lionforge Entertainment in the chat said that it was Catalyst Prime. Was it period?
Yes, Catalyst Prime. That was the one. Yes, that's yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, that was
Before I ask my last question, I wanna really push a lot of the important things that you've said throughout this panel about you know, I think the biggest thing is community, right? Finding people for you that's going to help push you and drive you, and you know, and that's people around you, but also the people that support you, right? And so because one, you're a great guy, right? So probably makes it easier to, you know, find people to hang out, find people to support. Also, you created a lot of good work, and did intentionally, like there was intentionality behind it, right? And so for, you know, people watching, you know, there's 3 players right now, you know, just want them to take and soak those words and those lessons in, right? It's going to be hard, you know, you're gonna have to network, you have to reach out, but find those people that will help drive you, and you know, you may go to amazing places, may go places you may not even thought you would get to. For my last question, so the War of Twin Princes season 2 is over. The next prequel movie is coming. The trailer is out. We'll be showing it on live stream a little bit later today, and we'll be showing it tomorrow after our Adapting Yanu panel. And so, what I want to ask you is, as us the fans, what we be looking forward to in this next film that's coming out? You know, and if you can, are there any Easter eggs or any like little things that we might find in there? So.
Yeah, so I'll talk from the Iyanu fans' perspective. This is a accumulation of all the good things that you've seen from the beginning of season 1 to the end of season 2. This is the quintessential type of storytelling, like everything that we've done and we've learned from all the episodes of season 1, the first movie of, you know, after season 1, all the episodes of season 2, it all accumulates. Everything sort of comes together in this movie. So there's a lot of Easter eggs. So if you've watched if you've been with us from episode 1, season 1 up until now, there's so many payoffs. If you haven't watched Iyanu at all, this is also a great point to actually get into the story. So you don't have to. Obviously, we would love you to watch all the previous seasons as well. But if you are just on the fence and you wanted to just check out and say, okay, what's this Iyanu really about? This is the perfect way to get into it. So the War of Twin Princes, it basically follows a story where a king has twin boys, but he doesn't pick an heir, and then suddenly he dies, and then it's like the two brothers look at each other and like, okay, so are you gonna be king? Am I gonna? It's like that Spider-Man meme, right? It's like, who's gonna be king? Nobody was picked, you know, like, and the fact that they're twins like literally makes their claim both equal. But it goes, you know, far deeper than that. There's a lot of things that, you know, just character-driven, emotional storytelling that I try to put into the story as well. It's very epic. You know, it has a lot of, like, I mean, you're talking about war, like literally war, Twin Princes. So there's a lot of action. I think this movie has the most amount of action we've done in any Iyanu episode up until now. It's the most ambitious, you know, as well. So yeah, if you're a fan of anime, this is the most anime that we've ever gone that allowed us to stay on the PG rating. We really try to push it, you know, as well. But yeah, it feels really epic. It really brings out that anime vibe that, you know, sort of we've been sort of teasing on and off with all the episodes, but we just leaned fully into it in this movie as well. So I can't wait for people to check it out.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. It looks like it's going to be a great time. If you haven't watched Iyanu, in the chat, Iyanu, in the YouTube chat, Iyanu, the series they posted, you can see in HBO Max in the US, ITVX, and ABC. All sure.
I have enough time to watch all the seasons before
enough time.
The movie launched. So the movie launches, yeah. So.
And yeah, we wrote a review on season 2. And we really enjoyed season 2. Season 2. We looked at it as like, you know, big improvement in a lot of different ways off of season 1. Yeah. And so that really enjoyed that. So we're off, like, we're excited. We're excited for the words. We can't wait for that to come out. And to end off the panel, thank you so much, Roy, for coming and talking with us over here, and thank you, Lion for partnering up for this event and making this happen. Really excited for the next stage of Ianu and for what you do next, Roy. Because I know you got some stuff in the pipeline that we gonna talk about one day. One day we gonna talk about we gonna talk about one day. And for everybody watching, thank you. We're about to move on to the next panel. But yeah, Roy, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate the time and you taking the time to come and talk with us.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate you as always.
All right. And I am actually in charge now because Ty went and took a break. So let me go grab that video. All right. See you guys in the next panel.
All right, guys.
When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not like if I'm not like, as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and like walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was just so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
So for me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artists as well to trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put on
certain kind of script writing, and as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels Volume 2. Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
What's good, y'all? My name is Aaron Lee, and I'm the CEO and editor-in-chief of Off Black Magazine. I want to thank you for coming to this panel at Ink and Panels Volume 2. This panel is Intro to Script Writing, and we have some people who are very adept at this and have written some amazing comics, have written some amazing animation and live-action films and TV. And one who we just learned on this thing is also Eisner nominated. Now by now you've probably seen it. It's probably been yelled from the rooftops. She's everywhere, but we just learned about it right now as we're in this recording. And so a lot of great people who can talk about their process in writing, from ideation all the way to before it gets passed off to that next person to do their job, right? And so if you're really interested in creating your own comic, creating your own film, creating your own animation or stuff like that, and that level of writing, this is where we'll start. But enough about the four of me, and we're just going to go around the room and have everyone kind of introduce themselves, talk about them. Let's start with David.
Hi everyone, I'm David Crownson. I'm the writer and creator of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer and Killer Bee. I'm also the founder of Kingwood Comics. I love dogs. My favorite food is Red Lobster biscuits. And I just, made White Castle stuffing, and it was delicious.
Okay.
Go ahead, AJ.
Hi, White Castle. You gotta give me the recipe for that.
I'll hook it up.
I'm AJ Ampadu, founder of Earthstone Kingdoms comic company, writer of comics like Kimmy Cosmic and Dragon Face. Also working with Valiant Comics on Tales of Shadow Man. And my favorite color is cornflower blue. And I do genuinely like walks on the beach, genuinely like
them. Brandon.
Hey, I'm Brandon Easton. I'm a writer of many disciplines. I have worked in animation, video games, comics, and movies and television. So some of my credits: Thundercats 2011, worked on Marvel's Agent Carter Season 2, Transformers War for Cybertron Siege for Netflix, as well as Ayanu, which is now currently still #1 in its demographic on Cartoon Network and #1 in 44 African countries. I've worked in comics for many, many years. Some of the highlights would be Mr. Miracle, The Source of Freedom, a few years back. I've worked on Judge Dredd. I think I'm the first African-American to ever write Judge Dredd, which is one of my favorite characters in pop culture. I've done Star Trek, Spider-Man, Batman, variety of books over the years. I also had a chance to work at Blizzard Entertainment for a little while. I worked on Overwatch 2. Now it's back to Overwatch, but I worked on Overwatch 2 and Hearthstone and a bunch of other properties, and video games was an incredible experience. And finally, right now, I have a movie in theaters right now as we speak called Takeover, starring Quavo and Billy Zane, Monica Garrett, Soraya, and Martin Sizeheimer. Incredible, street racing / action thriller. Check it out. I co-wrote it with Jeb Stewart, who was the guy who wrote Die Hard. So that was a great experience, and I'm more than happy to share whatever I can and hopefully illuminate and inspire some folks.
Last but certainly not least, Stephanie Williams.
I am Stephanie Williams, and going to try to find my voice just because, I write comics, and a lot of folks know me for bringing Nubia back to relevancy for DC Comics. Recently, you might know me for Street Sharks, Roots of Madness, and Temporal. So, right across, no matter the genre, I'm there to tell the story. And I'm just very happy to be here and talking with you guys, because everyone on this panel, Aaron, you included, you all contribute and do work that I greatly admire and appreciate. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What else just happened for you? Something just happened.
Oh,
yeah.
So
Something mysterious happened. Yes.
I brought it up. I didn't say who. I didn't say who.
Yeah.
I brought it up.
So that person Aaron was talking about was me. I have been nominated for 2 Eisners. I didn't know that. I knew of the one, which is for Best Writer, which is insane to me. This is the first nomination for a Black writer since '95, Dwayne McDuffie. That is a 31-year difference. And quite obviously the first Black woman. And my series, Temporal, has been nominated for Eisner for Best Series, which is also insane because that was a story I said I would never tell because it involves time travel. So if you learn anything from this from start, don't second guess yourself. Tell the stories that you want to tell because quite obviously they're needed.
Yes, that's amazing, and it goes. She got one of my tempura copies I have over there. It's amazing, and it goes into the ability to tell a story, right? We all have a story that we want to talk about, and it's important to tell it. But goes into what we're talking about today, the technicalities of it, and working through it, and being able to effectively speak and talk about and share your vision through comics and in these visual mediums, right? It starts before the art's put on the page, right? It starts with these people here who write it, right? And so with that, my first question, we're going to go all the way back to the beginning. And what was your first experience with script writing? What was the first thing you saw? For me, I've read novels all my life, so like the first time I saw a script wasn't until I saw like a special edition Batman, and in the back it had some script writing notes. I said, wow, okay, this is how comics are actually made, right? And so you hear about the mythical script writing from movies and everything, but that's also applicable to comics and the other again visual mediums. So what was kind of like your first experience with script writing? That first, this is how it works, or even that first, like, I'm really interested in doing this, right? AJ, you go first.
So I think I always remember the story when I was like 3 years old, and I used to draw hieroglyphics on the wall, and I got in trouble from my mom because she's like, you're not supposed to be drawing. But she looked at them and she realized that there was like storytelling there. I was literally doing sequential storytelling. So I feel like I've always been a sequential storyteller, and I look at my 4-year-old, and he's kind of mimicking those things already. So I feel like storytelling has always been in my blood. But specifically when you ask about script writing, it's when I first took my foray into film and television, and I started writing screenplays. I always had an eagerness to write movies and TV shows, so I would watch them and I would digest the dialogue, and I took a little screenwriting course, and I just started writing my first script, I think on Microsoft Word. I didn't know what I was doing. So yeah, it was really just my decision to try to be a TV writer that I started writing my first script, and then eventually landed in comics.
Stephanie?
For me, I think it goes all the way back to The Sims. I'm talking about OG Sims, because you could take screenshots of, your Sims characters in their homes, and there would be a little text box at the bottom. So I remember a friend and I put together a little story about our classmates. Might even got in trouble for it, but I remember a teacher seeing that and being pretty amazed by it. I didn't think much of it, neither did my friend. We were just doing something silly and fun. Fast forward, memeing was another part of me kind of getting into script writing, or at least for comics, just because I would take these still shots from, different shows that we were familiar with, like X-Men 92, Justice League Unlimited, and tell stories using these still shots, because I wanted to do a little bit more than just do random one-off memes. Like, I decided to start telling stories since they would always go viral on Twitter. And then very similar to you, Aaron, like the very first time I actually seen a script was from a trade paperback that I picked up, House of X, Powers of X. Jonathan Hickman scripts were in there. And by that time I had, been writing about comics and decided, I am tired of wishing some of these things existed. And as the great Toni Morrison said, create the things that you want to see. So I decided to study those scripts, still working a 9-to-5. So in between, lab experiments, I was trying to figure that out, and started with writing one-page comics because, one, it was affordable to get an artist to do that. And then also it really, really helped me just get a grasp of the craft before I moved on to bigger and better things. Because if you can write a story in one page, you can write it in 100.
That's a good point. Brandon?
Oh, wow. I would start, I was born in 1974, so back in the 1900s. And I got a chance to see all of the major engines of pop culture the first time. on the big screen, whether it be Star Wars, Jaws, Superman, Alien, Blade Runner, The Thing, Ghostbusters, all of that stuff I got to see the first time on a screen in a crowded theater where no one was talking, but there was cigarette smoke everywhere, but nobody was talking. And I got heavily inspired by all of that material. And I often found myself walking out of the theater mentally and emotionally charged up. And I would continue the story in my head. And that kind of culminated in my sophomore year of high school, where I wrote a bunch of like short stories about alien invasions of Earth. And my friends, who were all upperclassmen at my high school, took my notebooks and shared it with other upperclassmen. And then a week later, I was suddenly some kind of hero because I've written stories that people who I didn't even know, they were like, wow, who's this kid? He's a sophomore. He's not a moron, blah, 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 blah. And that was kind of the beginning of the idea that I could tell a narrative and get, some kind of attention for it, and then hopefully paid eventually, long term.
Mhm.
But in the short term, people actually were excited about something that I wrote, and that fundamentally shifted the way I thought about the written word and how it could, be a part of my life. I never thought of it that way. I never thought that I would be a writer. So all that stuff, like being in the 80s, pop culture, the birth of MTV, the birth of hip hop, all of that stuff kind of became a part of my cultural DNA. And that heavily inspired me because the hip hop at the time, pre 1996, 97, a lot of it was purely entrepreneurial in essence.
Mm-hmm.
Think about cats like, the Ghetto Boys, Scarface, E40, Too Short. You talk about like a lot of cats, they were selling demo tapes on cassettes
Mm-hmm.
out of the back of their cars. So that kind of thing, kind of stuck with me and made me realize that you can become a generator of content. They didn't call it content back then,
Yeah.
but now you call it content. You could become a factory, a generator of content yourself. So it was like that high school experience, and then growing up in the zeitgeist of original sci-fi and genre IP.
David?
I think for me, it started with, first growing up loving comic books. My dad introduced me to, my first ever comic book was Death of Superman, which was very morbid for me to read as a 6-year-old. But then I was like, wait, so like they can't always win. So it kind of like messed up how I see stories in a way. But I think when it comes to script writing, I think, maybe around middle school, my mom couldn't find like someone to watch me. So she dropped me off at this place that no longer exists called Borders. And it's now like kind of sort of a Barnes and Noble now, or a Walden Books. And I would just read, comic books all day. Like I loved it. I was like, please, mom, drop me off there. Give me $10. That's how much it used to cost everyone to get a full blown meal. And I would just read all day. And then I kind of wandered into the feature film aisle, and I saw Good Will Hunting and American Beauty. And I'm like, what? Yeah, that's weird. Why is it in book form? And that's when they used to like publish the screenplays for it. So, and this was like around the time where I was struggling to read. I don't know why I was like struggling to read around this time. I mostly related to comic books because I just that certain thing of just having the visual, just really stimulated my brain and imagination. And this is no disrespect to anyone that loves like Harry Potter, because all my friends were nuts about that, and I couldn't get into the books for whatever reason. And something about reading screenplays, it was able to be succinct and clear, where I was able to like go back and then watch the movie, even though I had no business watching Good Will Hunting or American Beauty at 12. But like I was like, wait, so it was so silly. I was like, wait a minute, what happens in this script is what exactly happens in the picture. And also just seeing how it's even communicated and how that language is. And and I kept on doing that. And I would just read screenplays all the time. And then I got inspired to actually write over something really silly. Like I went to go see years later. I went to go see Spider-Man, and I remember being mad. I was like, "How is this teenager getting a job at this freaking newspaper?" I was like 14, 15 at the time. Like only McDonald's and like the grocery store are gonna hire me. Like this is bull. This is bull crap. And I was like, "Wait, what if Peter Parker like worked at McDonald's?" So I like wrote this script where Peter Parker is working at like, I don't know, like Burger King or something like that. And he's dealing with a disgruntled customer, but he has to go and do a Spider-Man thing, but he can't leave because his boss will like fire him. So he's like trying to be like really patient with this really angry customer, and in his head he's just like, like I can bench press more than any member of the X-Men. Like I can run just as fast as Captain America. I can handle this woman. Right. And that was like my intro into it. I was like, no one's gonna believe how did Tobey Maguire get that job? Who's hiring this 15-year-old? This is irresponsible. So yeah, it's a very funny scene to 15-year-old David.
I think that kind of touches on like kind of the next thing I would talk about is like you talk about finding screenplays and like back in the day they used to publish them, right? And now the resources for finding those things have become a little bit more elusive, in my opinion. Like especially for more popular movies and stuff like that, right? But with that, it's also about when we talked about it. I think Brandon brought it up in another panel I was in. No, not Brandon. I was another panel. It's about being obsessed with what you want to do, right? And that's also with the research, with everything, right? So in your journey of script writing and getting better at it, were there any resources that you use to like strengthen that ability, that muscle, I would say, right? Let's start with Steph.
Absolutely. So probably from my research background, I dove right into that. So of course, finding more scripts, understanding comics by Scott McCloud, making comics, other resources that other professionals would offer on their website. So Jim Zub was one, like a wealth of knowledge and whatnot there. Listening to other writers, comic writers, talk about their process and panels that when I would attend at conventions or podcasts, but really just trying to be a student, which I still am to this day, because the way that I script 5 years ago is so different than how I script now, and taking advantage of being in spaces where I can tap into resources that are not available online. So when I receive a script from, another writer because I'm working on an event or something like that, I got a Mark Waid script and I forgot what it was that he did in the script, but I really thought that it was an effective way to get information across clearly for the artist. So I think I've been implementing that for the last 2 years. So really just trying to absorb as much as possible. Because I don't know, I feel like script writing is something that will always be ever evolving as you grow as a storyteller.
Brandon.
Well, wow. There were a few resources. One was a book called Story by Robert McKee. And then there was Stephen King's On Writing. And there's an audiobook version and also the prose version, obviously. But the audiobook, I found Stephen King does it himself. And I felt that the nuggets of wisdom, it was like taking a graduate MFA level course in the span of like 6 hours. And after you go through Stephen King's On Writing, I truly believe you are armored with what you need to begin a career as a writer, whether it be in prose, comic books, movies, TV, whatever you want to do. There was another writer, sci-fi writer named Michael Stackpole, who does a lot of BattleTech and a bunch of other stuff. And he still has a website, but back in the day, before everything got monetized, his website was stormwolf.com. And he would have all these tutorials for writers, particularly of genre fiction. So it was like an amalgamation of resources that I took. And there's so many other books. I mean, Samuel Delaney has books. He was an African-American sci-fi writer, one of the first. He has books about writing, looking at stuff from like Zora Neale Hurston, looking at stuff from James Baldwin about how to approach, the idea of story, and particularly when you're black in the United States of America, there are things that are inherent in your past and inherent in how you can approach story. So I feel like those resources. Tons of screenplays. I would recommend anything written by Patty Chayefsky, who wrote Network. So I would recommend anything by William Goldman, who did Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kids, All the President's Men, as well as The Princess Bride. These are like perfect screenplays. People will sleep on this, but look at the screenplay for James Cameron's Aliens. Look at the screenplay there's a film that came out in the mid 80s, a drama film called Children of a Lesser God, starring William Hurt and Marlee Matlin, about a deaf woman finding love. And there's another film I'd recommend by Neil Simon, written, called The Goodbye Girl. If you want to know how to write people as people, these are screenplays that I strongly, and I would say, are absolute required reading. Anything really by Neil Simon, anything by Spike Lee. Spike Lee scripts capture a moment in African-American life. Spike Lee was the only person ever to write a screenplay, as far as I know, that takes place on an HBCU until they did Drumline.
Yeah.
So these are things you should think about. Anyway, so those are the things that kind of hit me. And because Spike Lee has books about his early screenplays, those are also, I would say, highly recommended.
I'm up here writing down a little bit inside. I'm like, let me make sure I get these down.
Brandon, text me this afterwards. Really.
I'm about to put a list on this one. David, go ahead.
Yeah, Brian Michael Bendis. This is what helped me just make Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer, or at least focus the idea. It's called like Words for Pictures. It's a little bit outdated because the book came out like a year before Kickstarter. So, because like there's a whole entire chapter that's about like the business of comics and breaking into comic books and financing comic books and all that stuff. And again, like, ignore that because Kickstarter exists. But yeah, like he just had like a great like way of teaching how to script comic books, how to write to the artist, and even just kind of saying that this is a collaboration. Yes, it starts with you, but at the end of the day, it's like someone is going to draw this, or someone is going to say this, or in my case with doing film TV stuff, someone's going to say this, someone's going to ask, well, what are they wearing? But also just being really simple and clear, and just being really specific in it. And I think there's a book that I picked up at Borders that I got for Christmas. Christmas 2000. Thanks, Mom. Shout out to Mom for getting me the Screenwriter's Bible. It's by David Trotter, and it just like breaks down like writing different types of scripts, like for writing feature film and TV and also plays. Because he just says like there's like a different approach to doing all of them. With like theater and play, it's mostly about language and about blocking. And film, it's like much more specific than that. And TV being like a happy mixture of both, but being more flexible and open to change. But yeah, those are the things I mostly used or focused on, or being in community with other writers as well. Like even if I get like, I think one time I talked to Brandon one time, and then after our phone call, I was like, wait, I figured it out. And it can be like little things like that. Like community is really, because we're like alone a lot of the time, right?
Mhm.
And we're usually isolated. So being in community, I think, is the biggest thing. And that stuff happens to like Rodney Barnes, who I'm extremely jealous of. We were at like we were having lunch and catching up, and it's a busy, loud restaurant, and he had a similar thing where he's like, wait, say that again? And I said whatever I said. He's like, I figured it out. And this tall ass Negro pulls out his laptop and starts typing in this loud ass restaurant. and he's calling. He's like, "Hey, I figured it out. Anywho, so this is what we do." And I'm like, I can't do that. The way my ADHD is set up, I cannot do that in a loud ass restaurant. Who is this? Like, who is this monster? So, like, yeah, but those are my things. Words for Pictures by Brian Michael Bendis was great for comic book writing. The Screenwriter's Bible, and also just being in community with other writers.
I want to talk about that too, but AJ, you go first before I say anything on that.
Yeah, so everyone here has listed a bunch of different excellent references. I'm going to give a couple that people have not listed. Everyone always talks about Save the Cat. That's like the number one book that people recommend. I'm kind of split on Save the Cat. I feel like it's a little bit outdated and a little bit too formulaic. Like if I was writing like a buddy cop movie in the 90s, it'd be like perfect, right? But I'm not sure that modern sensibilities need the strict tight formula that Save the Cat uses. So if you get that as a recommendation, I would say be open to, maybe not using all of the principles they teach within that. But out of all the different books and comics and things that I've read on writing, one of my favorite was Alan Moore's comic on writing. He wrote basically it's a little mini graphic novel about writing, and I've always been a big fan of Alan Moore, comic book writing, even though he's not a fan of his own writing comic books. But his book on writing is excellent. Like it's he talks about how like you have to know everything about your main characters. You have to know their birthday, their favorite ice cream. Even if that information doesn't make it into the script, it could make it into the script subconsciously. It makes you understand the character more deeply. Very much in the way that actors, when they go method and stuff, they understand everything about the character, even though that doesn't show up on the screen. It's still part of the DNA of how they work with the character. So Alan Moore's comic, I think it's called On Writing or About Comic Writing. I forgot the exact name of it, but whatever. Alan Moore's comic book about writing is really good. There's a book called Dynamic Story Creation by a guy named Maxwell Alexander Drake. I believe that's his name. Out of all the books I've read, for whatever reason, that book just stood out. It was just different. Like I learned writing tactics from this book that I just didn't see anywhere else. And I think the full title is Dynamic Story Creation, Drake's Brutal Writing Advice. And it's super brutal. Like it starts off with I think the first paragraph says, "You'll never be a successful writer." I think that's how the book starts. And I'm the type of person who I'm rational, emotive. So like I like that. I like being told that I can't do something, or like I like strict hard love. That's me. Some people won't like that, but that's my learning style. Maybe that's how my having African. I know, right?
He took it as a challenge. He took it as a challenge. You read that first one. Oh,
exactly.
I bet.
Right, exactly. So I don't know. Maybe it's having a Ghanaian parents or whatever that you just get conditioned that way. But yeah, so his brutal writing advice, Drake's brutal writing advice. I love that book. It's really great. Masterclass. So I know a lot of people use Masterclass and people have dipped their toe in and out of it. The two Masterclasses that I found the most useful was Aaron Sorkin's and Shonda Rhimes. I think Aaron Sorkin is arguably the best film dialogue writer. A lot of people say, can you handle the truth? You can't handle the truth, right? We all remember his dialogue. If you would have invented Facebook, you would have invented Facebook. Like his dialogue is just so good. So Aaron Sorkin, I learned about the poetry and the movement and using alliteration in my dialogue from the Sorkin masterclass. The Shonda Rhimes masterclass is S tier. Because not only is she an amazing, probably maybe the best, like most story television writer, but she knows how to teach. So a lot of people are really good at writing, but they might not know how to teach writing. Shonda Rhimes knows how to teach writing. And her masterclass was just, enlightening to me. I learned so much about how to write, where to write, what mood I need to be, how to surround myself in the right environment to, execute the best writing I could. So those are the things that I think moved me the most. And it's like Stephanie says, I'm always a student. So I'm always still trying to learn. I'm always trying to take more classes. I'm always trying to read more books whenever I get time, because I always want to improve, right? So I never get to a point where I'm like, I've maxed out my writing talent. That's just not a thing, right? We always have to try to get better. So just like Crownston also said, community with other writers, learning from other writers, receiving scripts, seeing how they wrote something, and employing that into your own strategy is really, really good. So
I think that everything you guys agree with. We made up a lot of great points that like with the masterclass, it's funny. I took a NK Jemisin has a masterclass on world building, and I took that, and I came out of that, and I said, man, I got a notebook. I started drawing because she draws her stuff before she starts writing. Like she draws out what she thinks the world is going to look like. She does like this is the desert, this is whatever, right? That, and so it's important that like as you're going through your writing journey, that you know you have community, you have resource, you have all these things, bring them together, and even with screenwriting, there is. I don't totally remember the website's name right now. If I find it, I'll put it in the description of this video. But there's a website that has like a lot of scripts for free, and you can go on there and read them all online for free as well. And I'll find it, I'll do it. But David said something that I kind of want to pick on, and it talks about like your technique in writing and how you write, right? And that's kind of what we've been saying from what we've learned from these resources. So what I really want to ask is, as you've grown as a writer, is there a technique that you swear by with your script writing? It's like something, because you know not all scripts are built equal and not all of them are the same, right? But with your script, there's something that you say, I have to do this or my script just won't be what I want it to be. Is there like that certain technique that you guys have? Brandon, you go first.
Wow. For me, I have a 2-tiered system of what I do. System one, if I'm doing something from scratch, like an original world, I develop the economics first. Like, how do people either look for resources, trade resources, and how do people make money in that world? That's if I'm building from scratch. If I'm working in a pre-existing world, I start asking myself the question, what does the villain think they should have that they actually don't deserve? And that usually, and it's a question of what do we want versus what do we need? Like a classic Rolling Stones song, you know, sometimes you don't get what you want, but you get what you need. The Wizard of Oz is kind of the best thematic example of that, because they already had what they were looking for. They just didn't know it, right? Mm-hmm. So I think about stuff like that. So what I want to do usually is for original worlds that I build myself, I start with the economy. Because after reading the original Dune novels, I realized that so much in Dune is just basically the trade of oil. You know, so the Spacing Guild, the Spacing Guild and Dune is really OPEC. I mean, the planet is called Arrakis. Get it? Arrakis. Right? Drop IS. So I think about stuff like that, right? But also, ultimately it's about the characters. And what does the character want versus what does the character need? Villains, heroes, whoever it is. You ask that question, and that will be the engine of drama. So that's really where I start.
Okay. AJ left and came back, and he messed my order up. David, you next.
I lost my Wi-Fi.
No, you're good. You're good.
Me.
Yes.
For me, it's I love and hate my process because it is so much work and time. It's such a silly thing, but it works for me. Like, okay, this is silly as hell. For whatever reason, I have to write everything down, like literally like pen to pad, composition paper, and we'll write either the full-blown treatment in the notepad, and then I will type out the full-blown treatment, like depending on what it is. If it's a series of comic books, or recently, like I give it up for me. I just wrote my first movie, and with the studio and stuff. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm very happy with it. But like it was writing the full-blown treatment out on pen to pad, and then I type out the full-blown treatment. and it's for like friends or and again, this is about being in community and getting people I trust. Either it's my editor, Sharonda J. Brown, who's amazing, or if it's something that I want to take out, having my manager read it, or close friends I really trust, who are experienced in that genre or not experienced in that genre, to get a different point of view and have them read it. And then everyone will either say thoughts and feelings, and then I start this shit over. Sorry, it's very frustrating. I start this shit over again, but then I'm like, okay, I'm going to write the script now and work off of the treatment. And yeah, that's pretty much my process. And I think even with comic books, I'll write the full blown script. Something about just pen to pad just like activates something in me and just makes because I don't know, I hate I hate typing and I hate working on computers and all that stuff. But it just kind of smooths it out and also like trims some fat, when I'm working off of the notebook or working from treatment. And I'm like, wait, that was never funny. I just needed that to keep moving. Or like there's something, David, I stole this from, I didn't steal this. He shared it and we exchanged. David Walker does a thing that I love where he's like, if he can't figure out how to, because you have to keep it moving, you got to get to the end, and he has a deadline, and he was like, I want this character to say something poignant, and then he was like, fuck it, they say poignant line, moving moving on, and he'll get to like the ending, and then he's like, wait, I figured out what it was. Because he's like, you can't stop or lose like the momentum and everything like that. So yes, lots of writing on my notepad, then typing the full blown thing out, and then working off of that, and then just doing the process all over again. But just working from that foundation. Yeah.
AJ.
Yes. Great advice. I'm taking all this advice too. Couple quick things. I don't really believe in writer's block. For me, it's more about writer's motivation. Am I motivated to write? If I'm motivated to write, I'm gonna write. So for me to get over writer's block, I have to move around. I've always been a kinetic writer. I remember when Lin-Manuel Miranda said that he wrote Hamilton while riding the A train. So it's like I've always, when I used to do hip hop, I used to write all my songs on the train. So I got very accustomed to writing in motion. So a lot of times I'll be driving around with my wife and she's like, why aren't you paying attention to what I'm saying? I'm like, because I'm writing dialogue in my brain because it got activated because I'm driving around picking up the kids. I'm sorry, I can't help it. But whenever I move, I don't know something. So I don't know if that's something that might work for you. If you're stuck, literally just get up and walk around, and maybe that might, give you some energy to create. Or you might see something in your neighborhood that inspires something that you were trying to get to write. The other thing for me is outlining is writing. To me, I feel like my story is all in the outline. And I spend way more time in the outline phase than I do even in the script phase, because if I get my outline tight and I get it to the way I want it to, the script is really just filling in the blanks. So, and my outlines are super detailed. I'll have dialogue, I'll have scene descriptions, I'll have a lot of the writing done within the outline. My favorite parts of the story are going to pop out in that outline. So really the script is just going to fill in the connective tissue and, the whether it be stage direction for film, or if it's, art direction for the artist. And the last thing I'll say is like, a tried and true method for me is I try to use these 4 questions that I apply to every story that I have. Is what does my main character want? What's keeping them from getting what they want? What are they going to do to get what they want? And how are they different in the end, either by not getting what they want or getting what they want? So usually if I'm writing a script, if it fails one of those 4 questions, I know I don't have a story. Oftentimes I'm watching a movie or reading a book and I'm like, this is not working for me. I don't really like this. I don't know why. And then I run it through those 4 questions and it'll like fail. It'll massively fail one of those 4 questions. And it's like I said, this is just a general thing. It doesn't work for everything. There's a lot of different conventions you can apply to writing a script where it might not work with those 4 questions. But generally most stories, when you lose the story, it's because either your protagonist doesn't have agency in their own story because they're not making decisions that are getting them to what they want, and and whatever is preventing them from getting them what they want is not offensive enough. Like it needs to be something that they have to really maneuver around through or barrel through, and that's where all the drama is, right? The conflict. That's where the conflict comes from. So if you have an antagonistic force that's just not strong enough, then you don't have enough drama and your story doesn't feel as rich, right? So that's why those 4 questions have helped me at least guide me into making a story that might not be on track to get back on track.
Okay. Steph?
I'll try to add something new because everyone has kind of touched on a lot of different things that I incorporate. For me, sometimes it starts with asking, what is this mundane thing? So, for instance, for temporal, that story is inspired by an idea of me being at comic conventions and looking for retro gaming devices for my son because he's like really big into that. And my friend joking and saying that, I'm the Laura Croft of conventions. That got me to thinking about this very mundane, everyday thing and how do I set it in, a world that is interesting. So Brandon talked about this in starting, then what does this world look like? How does it impact everyone's their lives and building the world that way? What else? I don't believe that anything is waste, like bad ideas or good ideas. If something doesn't fit, I'll file it away for later because maybe it works later in the story, or maybe it's its own thing and it's too big for the story and it's its own separate thing. Outlining, as AJ said, like that is my bread and butter just because a lot of times I'm working on multiple projects at the same time, across different genres. So outlining is where I've learned to love and understand that if my outline is together, then I won't have such a headache navigating this story. And a lot of my outlines start as short stories. So I found that that is the best way for me to really just see things and also adapt that into my scripting because I don't want my scripts to look like IKEA instructions. I want it to be something that, I want it to be something that both everybody who has to read it enjoys and is able to get into the story because I'm telling my story first to my editor, to the artist, the letterer, the colorist, and I need them to, be able to see it. And if I only have Storm turns her head to the left, what emotion are you evoking from that? Nothing. So I like to hopefully lean into tapping into other people's creativity by sparking that through my writing and through the script. And the best way for me so far has been to kind of write these things out as short stories and then go through and further break it down into an actual outline and kind of go from there. I read a lot of novels, and because of that, I think that helps with story pacing, which is crazy for a comic, but it does. We talk about page turns. It's a lot more than just a flashy thing. Comics, you are doing a lot of math when you are writing your story. So for instance, I don't like to change scenes unless it's on an even number page, which is your left side. I feel like that has helped with story pacing, just because it's not an abrupt, Jean Grey and them are on the X-Jet on the left side of the page, then all of a sudden you got them in a cave somewhere. Like that's not going to make a lot of sense for the reader. That's going to be jarring, and it's also going to be jarring for your artist. So just kind of thinking about the page economy as I think of my story and how much time should we spend and what can the reader fill in the gaps with that I don't have to actually put into the script. So, thinking about all these things as I'm thinking about whatever the story is and how it is going to best fit this particular medium.
Can I add one thing? She mentioned just one real quick thing. If you're writing and you have a certain page count that you have to stay within, like Stephanie, she writes professional comics, so they usually say, hey, every issue is going to be 20 some odd pages is your allotment. What I've started to do, if they give me like a 24-page allotment, I'll do my outline for about 20 to 22 pages. I always keep an extra 2 or 3 pages, and then when I finish the script, I look back and I see which scenes need to be plussed, and I'll add a page or 2 to those scenes. And it's easier to do it that way than to write the full 24 pages and then realize that you need more space for a certain scene and you don't have any more space for that. So that's just a quick thing that I've learned over the last couple of years, is to always outline about 2-3 pages fewer than what you given.
Yeah, and I also just want to just add something that, like, AJ, you had said, like, where I think my friends wanted to hang out one day, and I said, "Oh, I can't, guys. Like I'm writing." And they all went out, and I went to my spot at like Barnes and Noble or whatever in the city, and my friends were out, and they saw me, and I'm just like this. And then I just like do that, and then and they're like, "Hold up, man, we've been watching you for 10 minutes. You just been staring into space. You ain't writing, brother. You just didn't want to hang out with us. You David, you ain't writing." I'm like, "No, I promise I'm writing. Like the laptop, everything there. I just like will stare into space for like, I don't know, I'm thinking of all the variables." So yeah, that counts as writing. I'll be thinking about act 3 during dishes.
You're doing it like Jay-Z. You're just writing all the bars in your head, like, you know.
Yeah. He's like,
well, I mean,
he's like,
experience in life is writing. Like, you know, we draw a lot of our, our stories from going out and experiencing the world, either through, ourselves or through family members or friends. So going out is definitely it's writing. Let them know that, like, you are doing recon for your story at the Barnes and Noble while you stare at the wall.
Exactly. It did get me in trouble with my girlfriend at the time because I was staring into space, and like an attractive woman walked by, and she was like, "Excuse me," and I'm like, "No, I'm not thinking about the lady in the yellow dress or whatever that just walked by." So, "Oh, so you know she had a yellow dress then?" I'm like, "No, damn it, like didn't win."
So we're on time. We're over time a little bit, and I want to keep going because I have more questions, and there's so much I want to pick more from you guys. But we're gonna have to end it right there. And I really appreciate every single one of you stopping by and doing this panel. Like I myself am inspired to go right now. I'm about to go, cancel all my meetings for the rest of the day. Say, yeah, I got to do that. I can't do that, but I wish I could. But yeah, you guys dropped a lot of gems, and for people that are watching, probably not during the live stream, but in individual video, I'll definitely try to compile as many resources together and put them in the description. So if you want to go and maybe look at the books they've read and stuff like that, and get a chance to look at those or audiobooks, whatever, and get that. Also, if I find that resource, I know there is somewhere. There's a free resource to get screenplays. I'll also link that in the description as well, so you can look over that. But this was amazing. This was very informative, and I think if you want to write for comics or TV or animation or anything like that, a lot of this information is invaluable. And also per usual, if you've gone this far in the live stream, which actually isn't too far, I'm looking at the schedule on the side. I think we're in Saturday. Anyway, I think we're in Saturday. If you're going this far, then you know that all of their information and description will be in the information. Everything will be in the description. Stephanie Williams and all their social media and the stuff that they do, their websites, all that. Go check out their comics. Go check out Takeover, the movie. Go check out Ianu. Go check out Temporal. Go check out Harriet Tubman and Demon Slayer. Go check out
Killer B.
AJ. Killer B, AJ. I have your comic, but I cannot remember the name right now.
Tales of the Shadow Man.
Tales of the Shadow Man. Go check those out. And appreciate you guys. And please, if you're watching this, stay tuned for the next panel in Ink and Panels. If you're watching this, the recording, thank you for watching. And we will see you on the next one.
Bye, y'all.
Bye. Thanks, everybody.
Natasha Jones, an award-winning comic book editor and a writer. So first off, I want to talk about what an editor is supposed to do. Whether you're writing a comic, a story, a play, whatever. Your editor is there to oversee your written work from concept to publication, making sure that it meets any standards, making sure you have a good brand voice, making sure you give clarity. They will collaborate with you to refine your ideas, sometimes correct grammatical errors, and ensure that overall your audience or your reader will have a cohesive experience. So before we really get into it, I would like to go over the fact that there are different types of editing. So what I mostly do would be called the developmental edit, which is I give feedback about the big picture. I help go over plot, structure, pacing, characters, any major story issues, making sure there's no big plot holes. Also, because we're talking comics, I also want to make sure that your lettering and panels don't clutter the page too much and that you leave enough space for the artists to be as creative as they can be, or as you allow them to be as the writer. What I'll do as a developmental editor is I will give you, in larger things, you'll get chapter by chapter notes, but I give page by page. But also, depending on what you're using to write, I can leave notes along the page, which is mostly what I'm going to show today as I go over it. Another thing I'll do is line edits, where I focus on sentence, flow, voice, literary style. I make sure your rhythm and your pacing is good. I make sure that you stay in the right tense. I make sure you don't accidentally change your POV, and I make sure you're not being too descriptive or not descriptive enough. Show, don't tell. Other types of edits are copy editing. I don't really do that very much. I do the occasional proofread, which is grammar and punctuation, typos, etc. And then I also want to really briefly touch on alpha readers and beta readers. I have done beta reading and have used beta readers before, and they will go over your final first draft manuscript before you start getting into the developmental edit stage. And an alpha reader is someone who kind of goes over your very rough early draft before you're really finished with that initial idea and give you feedback before you really get started with the writing scripting process. So here we have an old script. This script is for Soul Issue 2, and this before I was really getting my grubby little hands into my editing bag very hard. I didn't really start editing this until Soul Issue 3, so I'm sure I can find plenty of stuff here that could use some work. Because this is an indie script, this is not technically formatted the way that you would see most comic scripts, especially if you're wanting to work for another company. Say you want to work for like Marvel or DC or Image, there's going to be an expectation of how your script is formatted. This is not that. But it works fine for me because I can still read clearly through and tell what they're trying to do. So the first thing I usually do when I'm editing a script is I read the script. I just read it. I make no edits. I try to read it mostly as a reader, though I will make some mental notes as I go through. Then I will come back to the top and we'll start back over page 1, panel 1. And I'm actually going to, it's page 1, panel 1 here. We have a horizontal establishing shot. For the most part, I know what that means. An artist should know what that means. Then we have the scene. Show Clay and Deidre on a hill overlooking pyramids and their team in the distance. Deidre is examining some ancient artifacts while Clay looks at the landscape. Location text, top left-hand corner. The year is 1980. Clay and Deidre Jackson lead a team of archaeologists on a dig in Egypt. Now, being a comic, especially, we want a lot more show, don't tell. We don't need that entire thing right there. So, in the case of this, I am technically, the way that I work with this writer, I'm allowed to go in and change it to what I think fits better. And for the most part, he doesn't have an issue with that. But in most of my edits, when I work with people, I don't do that because most people don't want you changing their stuff. It's better to just leave notes. So because we're using Google here, I can go to the comment, leave a comment, if I can remember how to do that real quick. And I will say, I will ask this to be changed for simplicity, for sake. This is a comic. All we need is the year and location. Boom. So later on, the writer will come back, they will look at that, and they will make the choice on if they choose to change that or if they decided that they prefer what they wrote. As the editor, all I can do is guide. It is not my story. It is your story, your baby. I can make suggestions. You choose whether or not you want to take those suggestions and actually implement them. Clay says, these findings are remarkable. The knowledge of these early civilizations could prove invaluable to us today. Deidre, Clay. Not to mention their ingenuity. The structures are still standing after all this time. Let me move on to page 2, panel 2, medium vertical shot, obviously of the same scene that we saw up here. I would normally prefer a little bit more detail there, but I think it's fine. Deidre again says, Clay. Clay says, yes, dear. Panel 1, page 1, panel 3, medium vertical shot. Deidre, you're doing it again. Clay, sorry, I'm just so excited. All right, so that's all page 1. Normally, when you're writing a script, every time you start a new page, you want to go to a new page because it makes it easier to read. So with that out the way, I'm going to look at this page and make sure I don't have any other notes that I want to make. Currently, now I did say, and this is why I read my scripts multiple times, I did say at first that I was like, I can work with that, but actually, maybe here, we put a little more information. What are their facial expressions like? Because they can't just be still, just standing there looking the same the way they were looking before, obviously, because Clay's getting overexcited and Deidre is trying to get his attention. So maybe her expression may be a little more urgent while his face is getting more and more excited. So maybe give me that. But instead of telling them, sometimes I want to ask the question, because then you come to that thought process by yourself. Now after that, I think the same question, once I've asked that question here, it'll automatically be asked in panel 3, because now you're thinking about, okay, what does my character's reaction look like now after they've had more conversation? And sometimes the artist won't need that, but sometimes the artist will. Panel 1. Page 2 only has 2 panels. Deidre, I understand, but take a moment and soak all this in. Look at what we've accomplished. Clay, living out our dream, just like we always talked about. Deidre, that's true. This is so important. Our dreams are coming true. We worked so hard to build this company. Page 2, panel 2, bottom half of page. So obviously this page is split in half. It's right there. Clarity. The clarity is needed. I can assume this page is split in half, but is that what the writer is actually wanting? There we go. I need more detail on the page layout so I can properly assess my thoughts. So, other than that, currently on a first look, I think we're good. So moving on to page 3. So let's see, it's page 2, and so right here I see page 3, page 4, page 4 and 5, excuse me, because it's double page spread, page 6, page 7, all smushed into this one page. That's hard to read. So we want to move that. Just going to move that down for now so I can see the one page. So page 3, panel 1. Deidre puts her hands on Clay's face. I think that's, especially depending on the artist you're working with, that's plenty descriptive. We already know what the scene is. The artist already knows what the scene is, where they're standing and all that stuff. Now we have some actual description of what the characters are doing in the story here. So that's good. Now, we could get some more description on what Clay's reaction might be, and I might choose to put that as a note, but I'm going to read this script 3 more times at least and make more notes each time, most likely. So I'll worry about that maybe on the 3rd read through. Because remember, I read through it first just to read through it, and then I come back and I start doing edits. So this is technically the 2nd read through, and I'm going to do a 3rd and a 4th just to make sure I didn't miss anything. So Deidre puts her hand on Clay's face. Deidre, Clay, look at me. Soak this moment in. This is huge. She's cut off. Dr. Masterson on the walkie-talkie. Now, I'm getting to this part and realizing there is no anywhere where we see anything about a walkie-talkie supposed to be here. At least in the first page. Let's make sure that we know that there's supposed to be a walkie-talkie included in the art. Now, a lot of artists, especially good artists, will read the entire script before they start drawing. Some won't. And some will do that and still maybe miss a small thing, like the fact that somebody ends up talking on a walkie-talkie a little further down the lane. It also depends on, hey, maybe you don't need to add this description about a walkie-talkie, because maybe instead you can add a description that says, or add Jesus Christ, I'm a bad typer. So either we need to see a walkie-talkie sooner in the script, or we need to make sure someone is seen pulling a walkie-talkie out. Boom. Right there. So Dr. Jackson, come in. We've uncovered something truly extraordinary, and he also is cut off. Page 3, panel 2. Sound effects. I'm going to go ahead and just explosion. I don't know. Personally, I would just put boom instead of explosion, but that's up to you technically. So now because of that, we don't need to say an explosion at the dig site. We know that there's an explosion. Suggest edits there, delete that line. Amon-Ra and Isfet are seen fighting in the distance. The power emanating from the beings incinerates everyone nearby. That's crazy. Clay and Deidre look shocked and terrified. Okay, cool. Dr. Masterson, my word, Clayton, the gods are among us. Add the SFX for the fight and explosions taking place. Maybe on a second go through, I'll decide, you know what, it's not fine in my eyes. Change that, please. So we're going to just stick to the first 3 pages for today, since this is a quick presentation. But that's really just a very quick basic overview of my editing process. This isn't even the half of it. And honestly, another thing I'll probably do is come back and decide, hey, we're gonna rearrange the way some of these are paneled out, because some of this could use more panels. Some of this could possibly use less panels as we get down further here. So the rest of my process, I would go through the rest of this I think has 28 pages, 30 pages. I would go through the rest of these 30 pages with the same process of reading and commenting until I finish that. I'll take a break, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna go at the top and I'm gonna start over, and I'm going to read it all over again and take more and give more notes on what I think should change.
And then when I finish that, I'm going to take a longer break, maybe a couple days, and come back to it and read it 2 more times and give my notes. Now, once I finish that, I'm going to give it back to the writer, and then I'm going to wait to see what changes they have decided to make, and I'm going to get it back from them again, and I'm going to read the script again and see if there's anything else that's like, okay, I see you changed that, I see you added this, but maybe we also need to do something else as well. So it's after the changes, things might look a little different. There might be new mistakes. There might be mistakes I didn't notice without the changes being made. So I will go through that entire process, not as many read-throughs, maybe more like 2 instead of 4, but I will go through that entire process again. So yeah, that is a quick presentation of how I do my editing process with comic creators. Hopefully this was informative, hopefully you learned something, and hopefully you enjoy the rest of the Ink and Panels event. There's a lot more exciting stuff happening, so make sure that you go ahead and tune in to all the amazing panels that are happening throughout the weekend.
When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not like if I'm not like, as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and like walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was just so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
So for me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artist as well to trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put on the page.
Certain kind of script writing, and as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Is my camera working? There we go. Hello. Welcome. Is there sound?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
Cool. Are we waiting on the last person, or are we just? I'll go. Now go in. Okay, cool. All right. Welcome to Ink and Panels Volume 2. Panel today is becoming mangaka. I'm your host for this panel, Jamal Carr. Recent Bowie State graduate from animation, motion graphics, Bachelor of Science in Arts and Science, animation, motion graphics. And we have our panelists today. You guys can go ahead and introduce yourselves real quick.
You can go first.
Sure. My name is Patrick Thomas. I am the founder and CEO of Studio Maho, which is an indie animation studio out of Houston. And I am also the writer and creator of the manga series God Punch, as well as the co-writer of the series Blade Titans.
Very cool. Hi, my name is Red F Manga. I am the creator of Golden Mist and an upcoming title called Untethered, and also partner within Shrine Comics and Viz Media.
All right. It's great to have you guys today. So I'm gonna start off. Okay. To add on to myself real quick, I'm sorry. I was rushing to get this all underway. While I was at Bowie, I'm the founder of Bowie State, first Black initiative organization called New Blurred Order, where it creates a home away from home for all and anybody who's interested, while trying to create a community for students to authentically express themselves and feel comfortable as who they are, and creating a blurred community on the campus. We do a lot of things from the arts to engineering to theater to full academics, science, nursing, and all that stuff. But we have a lot of animation majors, computer science majors, computer tech majors, graphic designers, and all that stuff. Like I said, I'm a graduate with an degree in animation and motion graphics. So it's very great to be in front of some amazing artists and authors to kind of learn off of you guys. So first question I have for panelists, what inspired you to start creating manga or comics, and who was your biggest influences?
You want to take this?
Sure. One of the biggest influences is definitely watching anime growing up, such as Dragon Ball, etc. I've always wanted to create stories that resonated with people, and at least from my personal experience, I felt like anime and manga were those things that resonated with me. So I wanted to do the same, growing up and etc. when it comes to One Piece, Naruto, Dragon Ball, and then even my parents that, motivated me throughout my journey to pursue this. So yeah.
For me, kind of a similar situation. I grew up reading a lot, just a lot of literature in general, big bookworm, even now. I kind of discovered my love of writing as I got older. I started to get things published, at a kind of young age in like local newspapers and things of that nature. And the love for just fiction in general just kind of blossomed as I continue to grow older. So I think that's really, where it, kind of transitioned from. Obviously fell in love with comics and, anime and all that good stuff. And so, one day we just decided to put pen to paper, and here we are.
Okay. It's really cool. I'm starting to work on my own. I've done a lot of stories and stuff, but I really wanted to put that to reality. So I started designing my own little characters for a little comic I'm going to be working on and hopefully publish later this year. You guys will hear about it. It's called Infinite Academy. So really appreciate you all and your time. For someone completely new, which is actually a good question, what is the first step towards becoming mangaka?
Oh, sure. I feel like that journey looks different for a lot of people, but I know for me, the important thing was just kind of having a plot. What do you want your story to be about? Um, I know that art is such an important thing whenever you're, talking about manga, but the story is just as important as well. So it's kind of understanding, what do I want this story to write about? I mean, what do I want to write this story about? What are my plot points? Do I have a concrete ending? How long do I want it to be? Kind of mapping out the timeline for the story. It'll help you in the long way as far as actually telling it and telling it effectively. So I think that was kind of the big thing for me, just figuring out, how I wanted to write it, major plot points, short and long term goals with the story itself that I wanted to accomplish, and any type of influences that, from other series that I wanted to incorporate. How could I do that, without, making it seem like a one of one, so yeah, just kind of find out a direction for it.
And hey, how's it going, guys? This is Jay Odin. I'm the artist and author of Hammer, which is currently being serialized and published in the world's most diverse manga anthology, Saturday AM. I'm also the artist on the Rick and Morty manga, volume 1 and 2. And I've, put out a bunch of titles. I think, if I'm not mistaken, the first question was, what got me into, drawing manga. And like a lot of you guys, watching anime, a lot of cartoons like the DC, universe with Bruce Timm. That was kind of like the start for me. And then once Toonami came, it was a wrap. I was like, I'm doing this for the rest of my life. But when it comes to this question, do you mind repeating it?
Yeah, definitely. For someone completely new, what is the first step towards becoming a mangaka?
Got you. Yeah. So I would say, if you were brand new to all of this, obviously just starting is the very first thing. It's, usually the giant leap of faith. A lot of people, can jump right into it, but a lot of people kind of psych themselves out thinking, I need to be this good before I can do anything. And in all reality, the quicker you start it, the quicker you're going to get better at it. And the quicker you're going to start seeing things that actually will help you do everything. But if you have a little bit of experience, what I would say is just try to research about, where do you want this to, either come out, or do you want to self-publish it? And then try to see exactly what comes with all of that. And then once you have all of those specs, try to lay out a timeline, a page count, all of that stuff for, your story that you want to put out. So that way, that you're working towards a goal. Because, once you set that goal, it kind of makes it feel more real, makes it feel more like a project. And I think that that's something that will help for sure.
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah, definitely. So for someone completely new who's just getting into comics and manga, or interested in looking to create, well, what is the first step towards becoming a mangaka?
I would say definitely similar to Jay Odin, just getting started. You know what I mean? You only improve once you're really doing it, I'd say. And I feel like one of the main things you need to learn, especially if you want to make a story that is memorable, is understanding the theme and what you want to what do you want to tell, pretty much. What do you want other people to take from your story? As long as you learn that, that is probably the biggest step. It's like the spine to a body. That's how important it is. It keeps everything together. So if you learn that sooner, the better you'll be. Honestly, I think that's like the best advice I can give a starter.
Okay. All right. So when it comes to your creative process, when it comes to you guys building your story or building your characters or building your world, or just building anything within the mangaka or the manga you're about to create, what specifically comes first for you? The story, the characters, or the world?
I guess I'll go first. I would definitely say the story, only because once you understand what the story you're trying to tell, that's when you build the world, and then the characters. I would definitely say, me personally, I would kind of do the story, world, and then characters. I feel like in that order. I feel like it kind of just makes things more consistent, and this character that you create at the very end can properly match with the world. And you already have everything. Like there's a lot of people, which isn't a bad thing. Like I've honestly have done this before as well, as make a character first and then make a story around it. So any way is fine. But I think that is just like personally, that is the best path.
Yeah, just to kind of piggyback, I 100% agree. Story first, and then the world, and then the character. Once you can, kind of, map out an idea for the kind of story that you want to tell, I think it's cool to kind of create the world. That way it'll reflect the story that you want to tell. And then the fun part is creating the character, that you think would thrive the best in this world or might struggle the most, or, more importantly, like tell the best story in this world. So for me, I echo that, story, world, and then character. It just kind of makes it a lot easier. But to each his own. There's no blueprint on how to do this. So whatever works for you, it works for you. But that's kind of the process I like to take too.
Yeah, I totally agree. I do think that whatever works, to each their own. However, personally, I would say if you start off with a character, what their motivations are, their goals, what should go in front of them to stop them from hindering their goal, and like the entire story usually follows that character. So I would say if you come up with that character first, it might make things a little easier. However, like I said, to each their own. There's a lot of ways that you can go about creating your story.
All right, that's cool. I take on the world build concept first into the story, because I feel like at least understanding like the genre role I want to fit it in helps me develop the storyline itself. But I definitely love the perspective of like a lot of people do take the story first to help build everything after that. This is a question I want to get here, J. Odin, first, so I can just hear more from him also. How do you balance storytelling, artwork, and pacing and panel layout when creating a chapter? And you guys can go after that.
Ooh, so what I normally do, I do a lot of my work in sections. I have like a day where I, spend time on writing, another day where I spend time on, working on thumbnails, and then another day where I work on actual pages. And it just kind of depends on how long the particular section that I'm working on actually is. Sometimes I'll just do the entire chapter, or I write it out and then I'll thumbnail it all and then I'll start working on the pages. But generally speaking, that's what I do. I try to make it like I separate it so that way there's a lot of mini goals that I need to meet. And if I meet that mini goal, it's kind of like building momentum. It's making me want to finish up more and get to the next step and so on and so forth. So like that's definitely one of the quote unquote tricks that I use to help myself finish up everything and also still stay motivated.
Patrick?
I can go. No, definitely. So I work in a writer artist duo. So our process is a little bit differently. So typically how I started at first, I would write everything out in like script format, and then I would transition it over to artist with my best friend Ende. And then from there, he would start, working on, the paneling, sketching, all the roughs, all that stuff, and then transition to inking and shading and toning. But lately, I've been trying to, work on my storyboarding to make his job a lot easier. It's crazy. I kind of learned that from reading Bakuman, which is a story of like a writer-artist duo. And so I took a lot from that in how those two work together to kind of make one another's job a lot easier. So for me, the thing that I'm trying to transition into fully is, telling my story, via storyboards, and then handing it off to him so that he doesn't have to like read over the script, try and translate it, making sure that, all the panels are good, all the scenes in the panels can fit into one page, because that was something that we struggled with a little bit at first. The way I wrote didn't necessarily transition to, a panel format. So it was a bit of a learning curve, but, after a while we got it, and, that's kind of how we work now.
Yeah. When it comes to what I personally do, I usually take some time, at least possibly like a week, to work on the scripting process. And then after that, I try to next go to storyboards or thumbnails. Technically, I have an editor, so I usually wait for him to kind of approve it, the things that I need to change, and then I kind of go for the final result once it's accepted.
Okay. All right. Question for Pan. A question for Pan. Patrick, you can answer this one first if you'd like to. What are common mistakes first time mangaka would make, or how would you avoid the common mistakes as a first time mangaka?
Some mistakes that I see, and even some that I've experienced myself, is kind of trying to mimic your favorite series in your own. Everybody wants to write the next One Piece, the next Hunter x Hunter, the next JJK, and so I see that being like a trap that a lot of people fall in, including myself. When I first started off, you're trying to tell another author's story within your own. You're trying to make the next version of this when you should focus on telling your own story. And it's not to be said that you can't include influences or pay homage to certain things, because I think that's really honorable and respectful. But you don't want my version of Attack on Titan. We don't want any of that. You want to be able to tell your own story, and if there are influences that come from a series like that, then you incorporate them organically. So I think that's one thing that I do see a lot, and like I said, I even experienced myself when I first started off. I tried to tell someone else's story through my own lens.
Can you repeat that question again?
So, what are some common mistakes beginner manga creators make when they're writing their first series?
I would definitely say that a lot of people, when it comes to their first stories, I would say that this is kind of like a personal take personally, but a lot of people attach themselves a little too much when it comes to their first story. A lot of the times, this first story is meant for you to get started. You know what I mean? Learn the ropes, learn how storytelling is made. Understanding the process. And I feel like a lot of people, eventually grow during these first stories. But at the end of the day, in doing so, they also attach themselves too much to it. You know what I mean? And I always personally recommend that you make a second story, because that second story could represent what you have learned from your first one. You know what I mean? And so I feel like a lot of people attach themselves too much to that. And, when they start off a story, especially when they're kind of just getting started, they usually don't know what to do. So if you're wanting to get readers into your first story, and you're learning the ropes slowly, people can be turned off by that. You know what I mean? And that's just a learning experience that you're going to have to overcome once you make a next one. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, I agree with that. What I would say is the biggest mistake is a lot of artists. I've done this before as well. We kind of have this grandeur of we're gonna create the next big hit, and that's gonna be 200 chapters, 20 volumes, X amount of pages, and all this other stuff. And that in America tends not to be as realistic, mainly because of just how it all comes together when it's published, how it gets printed, let alone how much it sells. I've done a lot of conventions recently, and I've realized that every single time that I get through with selling all of my volume ones, I now have some other volumes that are a little bit more difficult to sell, because everybody wants to start at a volume one. So creating a very long series from the get-go tends to also stop the momentum of somebody who gets some people will get to maybe chapter 10, and they'll want to keep on going, or something will happen and it'll stop them, and then they won't be able to do their grand if your entire 12 chapters, after you finish up chapter 10, you only have 2 chapters left that you have to finish, and I think it's a little bit easier to manage. So I feel like that's one of the biggest mistakes. Hopefully I'm coming in clear if you guys can hear me.
You were lacking a little bit, but you're good now.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry guys. For everybody watching this, I'm actually driving home, because also as a mangaka in America, you have to have a normal job until everything starts hitting off. So I'm driving home right now from work. I should be home soon, so I can get on camera. But yeah.
Okay. Drive safely, please.
Yes, please.
Well, last question when it comes to like creative processes. This is a big one. A lot of artists kind of deal with. They look for ways to get around. But how do you handle creative blocks or periods when your motivation's low?
I guess I'll go first. How do I overcome it? Usually is by studying other people's work. My personal process is that, obviously I make manga along with everybody here. And so I study other mangas that I personally enjoy or take the most inspiration from. And I learn to get motivated by that. You know what I mean? Like my favorite days are like Sundays when there's a new chapter in the Shonen Jump. That definitely motivates me to push further. So stuff like that personally.
Yeah, I think for me, whenever I do have like a writer's block or anything like that, I just try and step away for a little bit. I'm a firm believer of self-care is the best care. Try not to force it. I look forward to those Sunday drops too for Shonen Jump. So find a way to decompress. The last thing that you want is for your manga to feel like work. And you don't want to stop enjoying the process. So whenever you get to that point to where you feel like you're forcing it or you're not enjoying it or you're not having fun anymore, usually I like to step away. I'll go hang out with my dog, talk to my fiance, go work out, go take a walk, get some fresh air, touch grass, as the kids like to say. But I usually just try and step away and decompress a little bit and give my mind some time to just rest and reset, get those creative juices flowing, and then hop back into it, maybe the next day or so.
Yeah, I totally agree. Definitely touching grass that will definitely help you. I would also say that just trying to get into a new genre as well. I mean, if you're watching a lot of anime and reading manga to get a lot of inspiration, maybe watching an old movie that you really liked. Like I love the Rocky series. Every time I watch Rocky 1 through 5, I'm immediately energized. So, I mean, you don't have to, go to that extent, but, just watching something that, gets you happy, just relaxing and, not, feeling like when you go back to your pages, you're basically clocking into a 9 to 5, because that definitely kind of kills everything. So.
Definitely understand that. So I asked some questions regarding the industry to get an understanding of the certain processes or some pros and cons and from your perspectives. Red F Manga, question for you. What are some, and question for Geoden as well. What are some pros and cons of self-publishing versus trying to work with a publisher?
I would say personally, the pros and cons of self-publishing is that you are your own boss. So I would say that is a plus. You know what I mean? You get to make your own rules, your own time, and that's really good. However, I guess mainly like the downside of that, depending on who you are, is that you're doing everything by yourself. When it comes to promoting, it's on you. When it comes to making a deadline for this story and stuff like that, and having build up and everything prepared for this release, it's on you. You know what I mean? So that could possibly be a plus or a negative depending on who you are. But I think it also is just a lot more freeing, to be honest. Personally, I'm kind of with the publisher, but this is like one of the first times I've kind of experienced the process of it, and so it's always good to learn these things. But I feel like there's a lot of pluses to self-publishing along with publishing. It just depends on the person, who you are, and what you want to do with your story.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I've been with a few publishers, and they all do something different. I would say that the best thing about self-publishing is, you are definitely your own boss. Distributing it even is, a lot different. Like you can print it out yourself. You can have it be print to order. You can just make it a digital download. There's a lot of options. Whereas when you are with a publisher, I mean, they usually are the ones taking care of all of that. For instance, working with Oni Press, they've like I just kind of send them my pages. They have a letterer. They have if it needs to be colored, sometimes they'll have a colorist, and like that'll all just be taken care of. Whereas like working with Saturday AM, it's obviously a little bit smaller of an operation, but I mean the way we're set up is completely different as well. Like we don't like Only Press doesn't have a magazine that comes out bi-weekly, so like it's a lot different as Saturday AM. So it just kind of depends on who you're with and how their entire operation goes. But I like them both. I think that they both have really strong pros to make it worth it. But it has enough cons to make you second guess it.
100%. Very well said.
I think it just kind of depends on who you are.
Okay. Patrick, you have any perspective on?
Oh no, for me, I can only speak from the perspective of someone who self-publishes. I'll just kind of echo, what everyone else said. Yeah. It comes with the pros and cons, as far as having to, you get your own freedom, but of course, you kind of got to manage everything. You got to do all your marketing on your own. You deal with the issues of like, financing everything as well, so it's definitely a pretty heavy burden to carry, but, it is a lot more freeing in some aspects, not having anyone to answer to, but that could also be a double-edged sword because, you kind of got to hold yourself accountable versus, depending on market.
Okay. So I'm gonna talk on the like self-publishing side. So I know there's like different platforms like Webtoons, Manga Plus, Creators, Global Comics. What would you say you would like suggest or like advise more and like looking to help push your work and get it out there? What would you say would be the best like platform or social media platform also that would help promote yourself more?
I don't know about, I guess, like a platform to really just upload your stuff. And I know we're kind of running short on time, so I'll try and keep it quick. Most important thing for me that I advise people is whatever platform, you kind of got the most motion on, I would say utilize that. But before you try and upload it to any apps, make sure you read, the dotted lines. You don't want to be signing over your work or anything like that. You want to make sure that your content is protected, make sure, you kind of got your I's dotted and your T's crossed before you just start uploading your work somewhere. Because there's many people that there are out there who enjoy your work. There are people who would be looking to steal it, if it isn't protected. So just be careful with the things that you upload.
Yeah, I would second that. Definitely, read the guidelines. I would, however, say that if you are doing this strictly indie and, let's say you're just putting it on a platform to promote it, Manga Plus Creators seems pretty cool. I actually just did something with Manga Plus Creators recently, which, I've never done before. So I thought that was really interesting. However, I've done Webtoons before, that's definitely a good way. What you want to do is basically try to find the readers that you think would enjoy your comic or your manga and basically go to where they are, so that way when you upload, they're already there and they can discover you. So that is definitely the best thing in terms of platforms. And social media platforms, anything with video, obviously nowadays TikTok is still really, really big, but Instagram is kind of like, in my opinion, I'm just biased, I like Instagram a lot more. But I would say one of those two social media places would be ideal.
I would say definitely do research on whatever all the platforms that you are thinking of, not submitting to, but publishing on. I would also second Manga Plus. I think Manga Plus has definitely opened up opportunities for a lot of people. I mean, my first story, Golden Mist, blew up with Manga Plus, and getting half a million views on there. It gave me a lot of opportunities then. I would also say that Global Comics is really good as well. Global Comics definitely does a lot of things that surprise you. I'm going to be honest. Like there's so many options when it comes to Global Comics and how it can protect your work and what you can do with it. So I would definitely say Manga Plus and Global Comics are a really, really big factor, but definitely do research on these things because there's all types of things like events and etc. that you could be missing out on. You know what I mean? So I would say those are the best platforms personally. And if you are doing webtoons specifically, then Canvas is a good option as well.
Okay. All right, cool. That's cool. Definitely great information. Someone who's also like trying to work on building their own first series, so this is actually great to learn from you guys. Really appreciate it. I'm gonna get off with a closing question before we head out. So if you could give one piece of advice to aspiring mangakas who are watching this or just like are come across Ink and Panels Volume 2 and want to learn more, what would be advice you guys? What would be a piece of advice you guys would give? And then start with Patrick and
sure. If you haven't started, then just start. You know, it's like going to the gym. The hardest part is going. You know, the hardest part is just starting. Put it down on paper. You know, that's when it becomes real. You know, that was some advice a friend gave to me. You know, I had so many ideas that I would just talk to my friends about, and they said, you know, I don't want to hear about it. I want to see it. Put it on paper. You know, and if you have already started, then just keep going. You know, do it when it's hard, do it when it's slow, do it when it's fast. Just keep doing
it. Okay.
Jaden.
Yeah. You know, motivation isn't necessarily something that you can rely on. You need a system. You need something that, you know, lets you know that when you wake up, I have to do this. I don't care if I feel good about it today or not. It's like going to, you know, it's like going to work, even though you should enjoy it. Like you should have that mindset. Hey, I have to do this. But I mean, hopefully you want to do it as well. And even if you don't want to, just at least kind of latch on to that one thing that you found enjoyable about it. You know, finish up the project and see how you feel after that happens. But yeah, you just gotta, you know, get in there. You know, and also the biggest thing is don't compare yourself to anybody. Everybody's on their own journey. Everybody's on their own race. You know, some people might be a little farther, some people might not be. And you just compare yourself to you, your past self. That's when you'll know, okay, I've shown growth right here. I've shown growth right here. And then just keep on trying to improve on that because, you know, you're your worst enemy.
I would definitely agree to both of you two. I'm not going to lie. That was a very, very good answer. Just to be different, because I don't want to repeat what you guys are saying, I definitely recommend completing something. You know what I mean? If that's making your first book or something or a first chapter, I recommend completing something because that could definitely help you in the long run, not just building up a portfolio, but also just for you to gain experience. You know what I mean? So complete something, even if it's not your best, just complete something. I feel like it's the best thing I can ask.
All right, thank you. I think we have time for one more mini question, but this is like a question people will close out when it comes to a panel in the first. So this is also really good. Where can people follow your work and support your projects? And you can answer this one first. You know, everybody's gonna be answering.
Okay, I guess I'll go first. You can follow me on Instagram and TikTok with Red F Manga on all socials, YouTube, everything. You can support that. You can also be on the lookout for my new upcoming title that will be on the Viz called Untethered. I'm definitely excited for you guys to see that. It's coming out in the fall, and yeah, that's for me.
Okay.
Sure, I'll go. You could find my studio on Twitter and or X, I guess, and Instagram. On X at Studio Maho and Instagram at Official Studio Maho. And you can also find us at www.studiomaho.com.
And you can follow me anywhere on social media at Jodin. That's JEYODIN. Any social media, TikTok, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram. I also just released my old comic Chicken Fight. Anybody can download the first 3 chapters right now. If you go to my Instagram, there should be a link in the link tree. That's definitely a fun project that I did a long time ago. It was my very first published comic, actually. So it's pretty fun. It's close to heart, but I think anybody would enjoy reading it. But other than that, you know, definitely keep an eye on Saturday AM because that's usually where my series Hammer is produced. So yeah.
If you guys are more like looking to anything I'm doing, I'm on Instagram is Cook Too Cozy. You'll see a lot of work being published in the near future. And my org's Instagram is New Blurred Order _NBO. We are, like I said, a Black Nerd Initiative organization at Bowie State University, creating a campus for people to feel safe and authentically express themselves in the arts or blur them and all that. Thank you guys very much on Ink Panels Volume 2, Becoming Mangaka. You guys have a great evening. Enjoy the rest of the show, guys.
When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not like if I'm not like, as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and like walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was just so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
So for me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artists as well to trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put on the page.
Certain kind of script writing, and as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Ink and Panels Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Hello, everybody. Let's pause that music real quick. You are muted, Ty. You have muted yourself, Ty. No one can hear you.
Because I didn't want to interrupt the absolute banger panels that we had today. It was the panels were so good. I literally I didn't want to ruin it. I wanted to allow everyone to truly say their piece. That's all that was.
Oh, hey, so thank you guys so far for watching. We're about halfway through the day. We're about 5 hours in. We got about 4-ish left. 5 hours in, about 4-ish left. And we wanted to take this time to do a little check-in and remind you of the things that we need you to do as you're watching through the chat on YouTube. There will be a survey coming through all through today and tomorrow. Please, for us, I'll do that survey, and also for you. So next year, when we do this again, that we have more stuff that we want you, the community, that you guys will be interested in, along with a lot of stuff that we're already doing and planning for next year. So that's one major thing I want you to do. And also, please follow and subscribe and like the live stream. Like the live stream. That does help us with our metrics and everything. And so please do as much as you can for that as well.
Absolutely.
So
yeah, I'm so sorry. I'm trying to pull comments up on the screen, but the comments are fighting me because technology is scary. So I just want to read one of the comments that's on YouTube. Shout out to you. Hey, RJ, Robbie. They said, this has been such a great experience, learning a lot and enjoyed the conversation so far. And so have we. I just want to take a moment to ask you. Oh, look at you! You got that.
I can't. It's not showing us the other comments. I don't know why.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
But so far for you, Aaron, what has been your favorite panel of the day?
There was a guy who did a good panel earlier. That one-on-one, it was nice.
Oh yeah, with Royal Coupe. It kind of ate. It was actually amazing. I actually really,
But I would say, I think my favorite ones, and I'm gonna pull up the schedule because we've been zooming through. But my I think the storytelling on Morgan was really good
Oh,
opener.
yes.
I think Morgan, if you haven't read Soul Beat, you need to go read it.
Oh my god, it's on my shelf. Can I flex?
Very good at what she does. And so we were very happy to have her on. And for that it wasn't
This
even
is
supposed
Sophie,
to be. That was this way. It wasn't supposed to be a one-on-one. That was supposed to be a lot more, but it ended up, and honestly, it worked out. So very happy to have it. And then I'm not gonna call it the ones I did. And then the next one I really enjoyed. I actually enjoyed the character writing one too. That one's good too. Not trying to glaze myself, Big levels. But I actually really enjoyed that one too. I think for the most part, I think every panel we've done so far has had so much value. So value. And if you're watching, if you're not, I mean, I don't know, take out your notebook, take some notes. You know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna help you as you continue to grow as a creator, or if you're just someone who's just here because you're interested in learning the creative process, it'll definitely teach you more about how this works.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I loved every panel. I also don't want to be the person to be like, oh, every panel that I was in was lit. But I mean, like every panel I was in was lit. But I really enjoyed our conversation about the state of Black comics. I think it was a heavy conversation, but it was an incredibly necessary conversation. I think the key piece of building community amongst your peers with in people who look like you and people who are interested in telling stories like you, especially if you're a Black or a brown person, is an incredibly important conversation to have. So I'm glad we got to have that today. But I also, that last panel with Jay Odin, Red F Manga, and Patrick from Studio Maho, that was also a really fun conversation. Yeah. I think there's a lot of people who are really interested in becoming mangaka, creating their own manga, and kind of are a little afraid to figure out where to start, or don't think that they can create manga. Just letting you know you can. You don't have to be Japanese or in Japan to do that. So yeah, you saw there was a whole panel of Black mangakas. So I'm glad that everyone got to see themselves, to see that they can also create manga too. So that was really exciting. And also shout out to everybody in the chat. You guys have been totally dropping gems in there with each other as well. I love to see that you got that community. There were so many resources and ideas shared. It's just been a great day so far for sure.
And so moving throughout the day, we have a lot and also a limited amount of time, but we wanted to take this moment to check in with you guys and also talk about something that's heavy and it's very important to our hearts and to the community, and that's the creators. And so recently, and really the past couple of weeks, a very important creator in the indie space and in the comic space, in the Black indie space, Onaji, I'm forgetting Onaji's last name.
Onaji Rose.
Najee Rhodes sadly passed away. And as people who are very big on community, and we also knew Onaji personally, Ty knew him a lot better than I did. He was an amazing man who had a lot of heart, a lot of compassion, and cared a lot about the craft and also cared a lot about people. And so he left a mark. For if you knew him, you knew him. Let's say that, right? You knew him. Okay. And so we want to take some time to just honor his memory, and then we're gonna keep rolling on with the show. Anything you want to say, Ty, before we get into it?
Yeah, just a little bit. I did know Onaji very well during when I worked for Concrete Comics, which, as you guys know, we have a very good relationship here with Off Black. Just if anything, I think the most important thing that I would like to say, to keep it brief, is that Onaji was an incredibly passionate creator who genuinely believed that the most important aspect of being a creator was just creating, just doing the thing. There's a lot of people in your life who will tell you no, that you can't do a thing, that that your dreams are important, or that you should focus on other things. But I think the biggest takeaway that you should be taking away from Onaji and everyone here today is create, because you can, because you want to, because you should. So as we move into there's a short memoriam that we prepared in his memory. Just keep that in mind. And then, of course, after that, we'll go ahead and move on with the rest of Ink and Panels today. So
you will hear from us one more time today before we show you guys that new Ianu trailer. And then the last time you'll hear from us is the end of today.
The end.
On to tomorrow. So please enjoy the rest. And yeah, let's run this memorial and keep Onaji in our hearts.
Wait.
What will your legacy look like 100 years from now?
Mm.
What are they gonna say about you, man?
Ooh. But first of all, I'm not gonna cry right now. So
shit. Do 'em. I need the ratings, bro. Come on.
But hopefully it means that some way, you know what I want my legacy to be, honestly, too, but truth. From 100 years, I want someone to take what I've done and apply it to what they're doing and do the same for others.
Yeah. Uh-oh. The award winning.
Well, there's a demigoddess who's trying to unleash hell on Earth. My character name is Odina, and she's a reluctant hero / demigoddess who's a powerhouse, and she's not really trying to be a superhero, but the end of the world is kind of forcing her to become one. So,
If someone is done reading your story, what do you want them to walk away with?
knowing that no matter what your calling is, it's all destined in you to step up to be that person. Like you can't deny who you are.
All right, you
Awesome.
guys. So welcome. We're doing like a little quick chit chat about, animation and social media. And I'm hosting today. I'm Eunice. I'm the creator of Black Girls Anime. And then I have my Parisian.
What's up? I'm Lydia. I am like an animator.
You're not like an animator. You are an animator.
Actually, my day job is an accountant. But yes, I'm an animator. I have a film now. So
Not an accountant. And then we have a baddie on the bottom.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Stevie. I'm Blandame. I do stuff with my iPad.
No, you do amazing things with your iPad.
Thank you, Queen. Thank you.
Of course. Of course. Okay. So let's just chat real quick because, we're kind of here to inform people and get them excited about what you guys got going on. So how has using social media contribute to the success of both your individual animation endeavors? And whoever wants to start first can go.
Okay. Okay. How social media contributed to how our animation project even took off was first getting us an audience. Like, okay, I am a bit, not to sound insane, but I have like a ton of spreadsheets. Oh no, okay. I'll show you. I borrowed a bit from what I usually do in work and created like so many spreadsheets to track exactly who was actually seeing our stuff. Because we had started from basically nothing. Like essentially, I had no social media presence up until about a year and a half, 2023. So I was like, okay, this is a project. We're going to put it front and center. I need people to see it. So let's go a bit crazy. I got a bit neurotic, and I can specifically remember I was even analyzing different social media pages so I can see what I work best with. Unfortunately for me, I work best with Twitter. So I selected that one because it's so easy, minus racism.
That's fair.
And everything else. But I found it the easiest to use, and it was the easiest for me to get. My logic was if we get an audience, eventually I need an audience to see my film. I'll make the movie myself, but I need people to see it because, like, how do people say it? If a tree falls in the forest and nobody hears it, did it even fall? So I could work really hard on this project for several years, and if no one sees it, no one will know it exists. So technically, did I even make a film project? I did. I mean, it's like 2 years of my life. I did. But if no one sees it, then it technically doesn't exist. So that was like the whole point of social media for us. Unfortunately, Twitter is my favorite. I really like it. It's very easy for me to use. I hate TikTok. I've really tried. I really hate TikTok.
It's crazy because TikTok's actually amazing.
No, I have. It's perfectly fine to be biased. My friends tried to get me in on it, and I swear to God, I opened the application and I blinked and it was nighttime. I have, and that was, no, I can't do that. That's terrifying. And that was the last time I opened that application.
Oh. What about you, Blaine? How do you feel?
See, with social media, I started Blanime when I was working at a slots place in my town, and it was just fun at first to draw like little stupid comics and little characters and stuff. And it gave me like an audience like to share my stuff with. And it was just really cool seeing how many people had my same humor. So it was like kind of started from just on Instagram. And then once I started making my animated shorts of like, you know, stupid jokes that I would come up with while I was at work or little scenarios I'd think about because I'm insane and think to myself more than I am in reality. I started posting on Instagram and then I started posting on TikTok. And it just kind of all of a sudden I had a bunch of people around me like watching my stuff. And it was the coolest feeling ever. So then people started like, hey, can you make this for me? Sure. You know, and it just kind of blossomed from there. And I built the coolest community anyone could ever think of. And it's just been a real ride, but I had no plan. You're way more organized than I am because I had no plan with this.
Oh,
but I'm so glad.
To be fair, I'm kind of neurotic. So
that's all right.
No, that's actually amazing. No, that's actually amazing. And kind of going off of just like being Black women community, do you think that, you know, us being Black women and how we crave representation, do you think that it contributes to the success that you guys are actually feeling or actually having right now? Because as you know, we've always wanted to see us in animation. We've always wanted to see us being drawn all our lives. We've always seen other people have these moments. So as Black women and creating Black art, has it helped you, you know, with more visibility and getting a new audience? Because I can relate as creating Black girls anime. I kind of understand it, but I want to hear from you guys. What do you guys think?
Okay. I think specifically, if I can put for mine, I have the best audience. Usually call Inside Out is a book, so I usually call them, I have the best readers ever. It's such a nice community. It's like, it feels like friends. It genuinely feels like a hangout most of the time, even during comment sections. Like, specifically, how do I say this? I really try to pander to Black women. I'm like, please like this. You in particular, you as an audience, you're literally my target audience. Everyone else, sure, you can watch it, but I really want you guys to watch it in particular. So I'm often trying to like depict things that I would have wanted to see that I want to see. If like my main character Bonnie has really big hair, so for like a year I wore my hair out. It was a horrible experience. I don't think I can do that again, but it was a great point of reference. It's a great point of reference, and people like that. People like that. They like the relatability I'm doing, and I like the requests I usually make. Someone specifically requested for Bonnie to have braids for a short, so I got braids so I could like learn the physics for it, and then we'll make the short for that one. Like, it's fun depicting yourself in like ways you don't get to see yourself in media, which is okay. My show is just hot girls doing hot girl shit, so it's just fun. It's just fun. Like, it's a fun community. It genuinely feels it feels like if they like it, I like it, and when they like it, because not gonna lie, Black women set like the tone of culture and like what people are watching and all that. So my logic is, if I like it, they will like it, and if they will like it, everyone else will like it. So like,
Period.
that's literally it. Because that we have taste. I think we have taste.
What about you, Blaine? What's your take?
Absolutely. I honestly feel like ever since like I was younger, you would see characters that weren't Black women, but we had no choice but to try to find one that we identified with, even though they weren't Black. I even related to like most Black girls love Buttercup because she's the tough one. She's like the one that stands out. The girl from Totally Spies with the yellow outfit, she was a darker skinned girl, but she was not Black. So for me, I want my page.
Alex, yes.
Oh yeah, Alex. I forgot.
Alex.
I liked Alex a lot because she was dark skinned with short hair, and I was a girl that grew up darker skin with short hair compared to the girls around me. So it was like, and you see how bright I am, but around me there wasn't a lot of girls darker than me. But the thing about it is, I wanted my page to feel like when Black girls come to my page, they feel like they're the sex appeal. Like we have the sex appeal, we have the cuteness, we have the ability to be like trendsetters and a love interest that doesn't have to seem taboo. Like we shouldn't be a taboo or like I want to try some. It's like we are the normalcy. You can look at us in all these different ways. We can be alternative. We can be super bimbo. We can be super like, aloe suits and Starbucks. We're not a monolith. We can be anything. And so my page has given me that ability to not only have that satisfaction within myself of seeing girls who look like me or other Black girls who maybe not look like me, but are still Black girls, to feel like we are celebrated and to feel attractive,
Yes.
Heavy on that. Heavy on feeling attractive.
And on top of that, not always feeling like we have to stand on a soapbox and try to make something. It's like we can be normal. I can just draw a picture of a Black girl being hot. She doesn't have to be making a statement. She could just be hot.
Exactly. She could just be hot.
Yeah.
I love that.
Why can't we just be hot,
And I feel like I genuinely think that people get mad about that because like they want us almost to feel a certain type of like way about ourselves. But with you guys, like with you drawing your character with the big, I actually watched your animation last night and watching her like with the big, beautiful Black hair. I was like, yes, sis, come on. And then when I went on your page, playing anime, seeing like hot, sexy, dark skin, light skin, all types of shades of Black women, I was like, this is what we want to see. This is what the fans want to see. Okay, this is what we need to be having. And speaking of that, you guys have done some collaboration with some other artists, some influencers on social media. So how does, collaborating with these people kind of impact your social media growth? Because I know that y'all have done that.
Oh, yeah.
I watch y'all.
I'll let you go first because I think I've only collaborated with one person.
Hey, so that's one more than a lot of people ever do.
That's fine, girl. No, go ahead, Lydia. Talk your shit, girl.
Okay. So artistically, when I work with other artists, specifically Black artists, I have a blast. Like we have a unique art style, and that's specifically because of one painter called Tabs, and she lives in Arizona right now. She's in I think the desert country. So like I'm not sure if she's still online over at her exhibition, but that's still like the most fun I've ever had. Just us bouncing off ideas. We actually got to set up like a mini theater to have our own premiere, like where people bought tickets and stuff, which was really cool. And outside like artistic creations, the only other collaboration I can actually point to would be like an article written by Cartoon Brew. I'm trying to collab more with other artists, but that article has brought a lot of new eyes to a project, which is great. Like honestly, it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. I'm a very shy person. Like I remember seeing the numbers going up, and I'm like, "Yay, numbers going up! That's good statistically." But my anxiety is
no, that's actually so real.
Yes.
What about you, Blaine? What about you?
What I can say, when I was working with Fenty Beauty, it was like, and the person, like the guy, it was a guy first, and then it was a girl that switched like their social media people that would reach out to me. For the life of me, I can't remember his name, but he said like, Bree loves your stuff. She wants you to have complete, like, design the characters, everything. I'm like, she knows, like, first of all, gonna die about that later. But on top of that, it really like affected my reach, of course. But on top of that, it was really cool for them to not only reach out to a Black creator, but also to allow me to make a plus size dark skinned woman with short hair the face of the animations that I would do. I always use the same girl because I'm like, I'm not gonna make some, you know, overly palatable Black girl as the main. I want to make it somebody that you don't really see being a main character, anything like that. You know, I'm a firm believer that we should not have to sit on a soapbox or something. But if I'm gonna be given a platform as huge as that, I want to put somebody that isn't usually in the forefront. And that has definitely impacted my following a lot, not only because it's Rihanna and it's like, oh well, if Rihanna hires her, she must be the shit, but excuse my French, but it's also plus size Black girls who are come to my page and feel like, oh my gosh, you actually make me feel so seen, and you don't usually see that. That fills my heart so much. So it's like emotionally, but also like social media wise, definitely.
No, I love that.
Yeah.
I genuinely agree. What'd you say, and Lydia?
Oh, I was going to bounce off of like there's a specific feeling. I was going to bounce off of the feeling, the last sentence you said, that feeling of when people come to your page, they're like, it's me, I see me. That feeling, like, that feels great, not gonna lie. That's nothing comes close. And I've done a lot of things. Nothing comes close to that sensation. Like, oh my God, I've made someone
feel
like,
good.
I've done something. Yeah, of like positive impact. It feels that's such a it's such a addictive sensation. Like it makes you think, okay, I can totally like it.
I've seen people get so excited. Like in the men, I sometimes will draw like a plus size man with like a smaller girl, and like there are men that will message me like, you have no idea how that feels to see a guy that looks like me be put in like a drawing with like, you know, not being seen as like the butt of the joke or being seen as just a character, not even just being put as the main character to prove like, hey, you can be special too. It's like a you. And they basically tell me like I integrate them so well that they not only feel seen, but they feel a part of the normalcy. Like they don't have to stand out in a way to be like a symbol or something. It's just you put me in a situation, you put people that look like me in a situation where I'm a love interest, I'm going about my everyday life, and my weight and the way that I look isn't something that has to be drawn attention to. And that is that is awesome.
No, that's super real, you guys. Like I understand it completely. I love when people come up to me and tell me that we impact their lives. Like as Black women, that's what we want to hear. Like we're impacting other Black women's lives for the better. And kind of speaking on impacting, does that kind of change how you post? Because I know like as creators or as animators, you guys are looking at your audience, you guys are looking at what they're saying, you guys are looking at how they're feeling. So does that sometimes, you know, make you want to post something more? Like you see a fan that's like, I really love the way, like how you said earlier, how you made she has like that big curly hair, but I want to see it with braids, or I want to see her with this. Does it impact you? Do you kind of get like electric feelings like I want to post for that one person or for those people? Anyone can start, but that's how I would.
I'm gonna lie. Yes, that's literally like the motivation I have, because I really want this to be like my job later down the line when like it can afford health insurance. But like it's such, I would say it what usually happens is if someone likes an aspect of something, and like I get that jolt of inspiration, I usually make a note of, I'll make a short for this person, I'll make a short for that person, I'll find something to include this person in. And even a thing I usually do, that a couple of people have picked up on, is if I notice your profile picture often, you'll probably show up in a short in a couple of episodes down the line. You'll just say like, hey,
let me get to commenting.
I've done that for like 2 people so far, and they freaked out and they were like, what? That's cool. It's so fun. That's usually my favorite thing to do.
What about you, Blaine?
It definitely impacts the way that I post, because it's like if I notice that people like, oh my god, I really love that joke, or like, oh my god, I really loved that scenario you made from that like comic strip that you did. Could you please like, you know, make more like that? I totally do, you know, because it's like I want y'all to be entertained, and at the same time, I had fun doing it. So I'm glad that you guys want to see more of that. You know, it's just really cool that like people enjoy your stuff enough to be so immersed in it that they want more of it. That is like a crowning achievement to any artist, because we're used to being like, oh, that's cool. Oh yeah, that's super funny. But when it's like, I need more, that just completely lights a lighter under my butt. Like, I promise you, like, it just feels nice. It feels nice.
Oh no, I agree. I love that. I genuinely think that's amazing. I love that you guys love your followers. Or I don't even call, honest to God, I don't even think in my life I've ever called somebody a follower. I would just say like these are like my family members, like my extended online people that love me and they want to see you succeed. So I love that you guys love them so much. Like you're putting them in animations without telling them. People are seeing themselves within your creations. And I think that's super beautiful. And like speaking of that, how do you then balance boundaries? Because that's something that, as you know, with social media, we kind of are putting ourselves out there and people connect, like we've talked about for a while now, about connecting with our supporters, connecting with people who love us. But how do you create that boundary of professionalism and personality? Because you kind of have to juggle both, being the creators of and animations and, you know, doing all the things that you do, because people love connecting. I mean, we're part of, that's why it's called social media. You want to connect, you want to vibe, you want to, you know, feel personal to whatever person that you love and support. But how do you guys balance that? And anyone can start.
Okay, but like, I'll wait for her to discuss, but you can edit this out. But let's see. The main thing that has happened after the project started blowing up is that I've never bothered to recover my Discord account. Like, it got so overwhelming, and then that account got hacked, and I was like, you know what? Good excuse. I don't want to be stuck. Good excuse. I'm out. It was so,
no, it's actually really hard.
It's
no,
so
I agree
terrifying.
With you. Really hard.
Like, dang. Eventually, I don't like I set it for auto delete because it has been hacked, and I just told people don't auto delete because it has been hacked, and I just told people don't.
Back to what you were saying, Lydia, I actually do agree with you that it is hard to have sometimes professional and personal boundaries, especially when you are on social media. Any of us that's done social media for years knows that I can talk from experience. It is very hard. I don't even think I know what boundaries are, because everybody that knows me knows my number. I have people like, it's just like that. So what about you, Blaine? So don't be like me, y'all. Don't be like me. What about you, Blaine? What do you think? How are you doing it? How are you managing that?
Listen, not well. There's so many clients that I've had that have my personal number, because I'm like, you're paying me to do stuff, so you can have my personal, you know, number. And it's like having those boundaries is so hard, because I'm friendly to a fault. So it's like I never think like, oh, this person may be a killer. Like, yes, we could be friends. Like, and it's like,
no, it's so hard.
Cannot do that. I had this funny story, and I'm gonna cut it short, because there was this one girl who was actually in my town, and she was a fan of me on Blaname. Well, I hate the word fan. She was a follower of mine on Blaname, but she knew some of my inner circle, like my people from high school. So I'm like, you know what? I'll be like nice. Like, I'm not no fanned out ass like person. So I was like, hey, because I don't see myself as no celebrity or nothing. So I'm like, hey, let's like go to coffee. I'll like give you some pointers on how to get your art scene and stuff, because I'm just that. But she was insane.
Oh, not insane, y'all.
There was this other girl that she was very nice. Her name is China Moo Art on Instagram. She was real sweet. But this other girl, I don't even want to say her name. She was crazy. Had to
no free promo.
Everything. Never.
Right.
I had to block her on everything. She was so crazy. But I thought since it went well the first time I did that, I thought maybe the second time around would be better. But God was like, around, find out. No, girl, don't be doing that.
That is hysterical. No, honestly, I
No.
genuinely get that. Like I've experienced, I think in all the years that I've done this, I've also experienced that. I completely get how it can feel. And anyone that's for the people who are watching, when you are building social media platform and you're building your community, it is very apparent, like very, very something that you have to do of creating that boundary, because some people you're gonna meet, you're gonna vibe in person,
Yeah.
but when it comes to like, commenting DMs, y'all learn from me, please. Do not get too personal. Like no, I'm so serious. I can give y'all stories, but that's another day for another time. We're really here to talk about y'all, but just take it from a little advice from me, you guys. When y'all are creating and on social media, create that boundary with people, because some people will cross it. Okay.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, speaking of that, let's get into like cultivating, like, we have to talk about, cultivating our audience and finding out what works for you. So Lydia, how did you, like, I know we've kind of like been touching, kind of going in and on this one, but like, how were you able to form that, like cultivate all that? Like you talked about being an accountant and like having spreadsheets and stuff like that, but just like a little tidbit for people who are watching and want to create, or type A like you, because you are a type A person, because I couldn't never do that, but you're type A. For someone that's type A like you, what advice would you give them on how to cultivate an audience?
Okay. So Excel will be your best friend. Then you'll just have columns of, this is what I'm going to try to do today. I broke it down. I tried tutorials talking about the project, showcasing characters, sticking to story. Like I had those 4. And the 5th one was the 5th one I was supposed to try and like talk to people directly. I quickly canceled that out. That's just not for me. I cannot do that. So I found that I did the statistics. I would just like check one that had the most engagement. I found that no one cares about my tutorials. They are like at all. I was quite disappointed. I spent like weeks on those. I was very disappointed with that. People cared when I talked about the project a lot, but most people connected when I just showcased the characters. They found like I found so many people relate to Bonnie and Izado, specifically those 2. And a lot of people find the cat hot, which is fair, no problem. So I'm like, okay, people are here for the characters, then they're here for the story, and a very select amount are here for the tutorials, about 5 people. So I just stick with showcasing the characters. I just stick to showcasing the characters because that's my strong suit. Character design, and people just, if they're interested in the characters, they'll go and follow into the story, and maybe someone will be interested in my process. So while no one cares for my educational content, which is fair, people are here for like that's how I basically did it. Each section with each bit. I even put everything in graphs. So people are just,
for me,
that's how
really are type A.
Then I just go.
Oh, you fancy, huh?
I know, right? That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, dang, maybe I need to come talk to you, because I don't be doing that at all. I just go with the wind.
Yeah, it calms me. It calms me down. I really like. Okay. I even have like a year-long thing where I like document the entire year's art process. This is what you did in January. Let's see how you did it in December. Then afterwards, it makes me feel like I've done stuff. It's the only way. It's the only way. It's the only way I can get anything done. But that's basically what worked for me. And then I tried getting into memes, but I'm not a funny person. I really try. I'm not a funny person like at all. So I
find you funny. I've literally been laughing this whole thing. So I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're funny.
I think you're funny. What about you? Like, yeah, I think you're funny. I think you're tripping. I think you're actually hysterical.
Listen,
thank you.
What about you, Blaine? Because we need to hear about you.
I wasn't paying attention to none of that, Lydia. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's too big brain for me. Listen. my audience came because I am a wild person who think of some wild shit, and I literally will say sometimes in my captions, I literally just come on Beyonce's internet and y'all let me do whatever on here and y'all just it. And I love that because I be saying some of the most crazy stuff and they just let me. And you know, I think that's why people on my page, because it's like the Wild West on that I tell you, like I just don't have a filter in life. So on my page, I try to be who I am. I can't be a performance person because that's just not in me. And I don't mean that as I keep it real. No, I really I'm not capable of keeping up a persona because I just don't have that talent. So I make my jokes, I post my stuff. I love women. Women are the most beautiful creatures on the earth. So that's what I like to draw, some fine women.
Yes.
And I like to fine men. And I like to make people laugh. And that's I'm nuts and other nuts people found me and we just be nuts together. We a little bowl of peanuts over there.
Yes.
No, I completely can
That's the
see
essence of
both of you
community.
guys' personalities. What I was gonna say was that something that, like, when people are watching this, I want them to understand that both your personalities show in your art, by the way. Because I did watch both your guys' stuff and I did check out everything. Like with Lydia, it's like her stuff is like very calm. You can see like how organized it is. And then when I meet you, Blaine, I'm like, this is chaotic and I love it. Because I'm like you, I'm like very chaotic. I don't even think about anything I post. I just post whatever I feel. And like with Lydia, it's like calm, relaxed, organized. And I'm just like, when I meet you guys now, I'm just like, this is perfect. You guys are perfect. You guys are, and that's what people need to realize with how to make social media is authenticity will always be your best friend. And people can see who you are from what you post. Like with Lydia, if I never met you, Lydia, I probably would have thought that you were a type A person just from like watching your stuff. And the same thing with Blaine. If I looked at your stuff and I never met you, I would just be like, I can just tell who you guys are. So just to wrap it up a little bit, I know that you worked, you have been gone, Lydia, for a year. Your fans are calling, aka me. When are we going to be getting our next drop on our webtoon?
Actually, I'm restarting it this year. I do have a chance to pitch the pitch the show as a film. Like that's what I'm doing here in France. So if it gets picked up, imagine if I got a book deal as well. All right, the webtoon will always remain free and I'm going to update new chapters to it. But I've gotten a chance to like pitch it to like studios. So wow, I'm excited. Nervous as hell. I even got a new notebook today specifically for this. So I'm like, God.
So what I'm hearing is,
but
we'll be hearing from you.
Yes.
Is that what we're hearing?
Soon, soon. Like
soon.
Yeah, very soon.
And Blaine, I know you've worked with Fenty and Adult Swim.
Actually, yeah, it's safe.
Yes. What'd you say?
Yeah.
You say something?
No, I'm excited that she worked with Fenty. Like that's so cool.
Oh yeah, she went with you. Like she worked with Fenty.
I didn't say it. I was just like.
So, what's next, Boo?
So
we're excited here.
I've been working on something for a client. I've been working on this pilot episode for his show that he's coming out with, The Specialist. I just finished that, and then now I'm working on a comic commission for the first daughter, Cameroon, Brenda Bia. She is coming out with her own stories, and she's a fantastic writer and one of my good friends. So that we're working on that right now. She tagged me in the cover for it, Machete. I think that's how you pronounce it. And so we're working on that currently. And I have another person that I'm working with, Chris, who goes by Phoenix on Instagram, and he's working on the Reavers universe, Phoenix the Fallen. And so I have 3 people that I've been working on that have been beating my but I'm getting through it. And then for my own personal work, I have a couple of things that I kind of want to drop here and there. I have some skits down that I have the time out. I definitely will. It's just people been banging my head against the washer and dryer lately, wanting work from me. So, it's I do what I can and I can.
So just to for the people watching, Lydia's coming back with her webtoon. If you've never checked it out, check it out. It's amazing. And it's a short film on YouTube. It's like 20 minutes long. Ooh, lovely. Honestly, it's so funny, Lydia, meeting you because your short film reminded me so much of Disney, old Disney. So for anyone that loves like that old Disney nostalgic feel, yours literally encapsulates that so well. Like I honestly enjoyed it. It made me think that, damn, where was this when I was a child? Love that. So I know that anyone that's gonna watch this short film,
so
by the way, check her out, you guys. It's amazing. You guys will feel like almost like this is nostalgic. Like this is something that she wrote. like in the 60s, and she just brought it back to life. I don't know how to explain that, but that's kind of how I felt.
Yes.
And for Blaine,
I am
oh my God,
actually-
please
I'm
keep
actually
drawing
sweet.
hot women. Just that's all I have for you, because I am
Yes.
obsessed. Just hotties. Like, I just love seeing hot people.
Me too.
So before you guys go, because I feel like we have to, I'm getting our editor. She's telling us to wrap it up. You guys, where can we find y'all? Where can we find you guys? Where do we want to find you?
Go ahead. Go ahead,
Okay.
Lydia.
Go ahead,
All
Lydia.
my social medias are all my social medias are popping in because I'm just popping in. No one ever understands the pun. Because it's just popping in because I'm just popping in. That's literally it. And if you're like, even if you just want to reach out, I usually check DMs on Fridays, once a week. So it's like, yeah, once a week on Fridays. So if you want to, I'm always available. Ew, to be fair, like,
no, Lydia's teeth real, man.
for my
That's
own
crazy.
mental health. It's for my own mental health.
Where can we find you, Miss Hottie?
I am on Instagram at BLNimation_art. BLNimation is, a play on words for Blanimation, because there's a million Blanimes on Instagram, and I didn't realize that going into this. So I shortened LNMA, so you kind of have to sound it out. But yeah, you can find me on Instagram mostly. You can go to my TikTok, but it's been neglected for a while, and I'm sorry. They keep yelling at me on there, and I have to quiet the voices. But yeah, you can find me on the same handle on TikTok.
Is that Michael Jackson? I'm on your page.
Of course it is.
MJ.
I've been obsessed with my guys.
I was a kid.
We were all obsessed.
Yeah,
with
I miss him.
All right, guys. Thank you guys so much for joining. And you can always find me, Eunice, at Black Girls Anime. You guys, I just want to say this was so fun. It was such a good Kiki moment. And I hope to see you guys at the next one for Ink and Panels. Bye.
It doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand and expand and expand and expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
I want to get into the field, and next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show me.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively, and it just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection. And my fellow comic book creators know, like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels. Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Yo, my Yo, my name is Jay Oden, and I am the creator and artist of Hammer, which is currently being serialized and published in the world's most diverse manga anthology, Saturday AM. Today, I'm going to be teaching you how to create your character with Afrocentric features. So, let's get started. First off, what are Afrocentric features? They're commonly held traits between Black and African people. They usually consist of fuller lips, broader noses, and darker skin tones. But they also include distinct hairstyles. In today's tutorial, I'm actually going to be drawing one of those hairstyles. A few years ago, I actually released an ebook on how to draw 20 Black hairstyles, and I'm going to be drawing one of these to kind of show you what it's all about. This one is very fun to draw, so let's get into it. Inside of my ebook, I actually go through step-by-step on what you should do, so just follow along. So the first things first, you need to draw the face. You start with the head. After that, it's time to draw the facial features. And again, you need to remember that these are Afrocentric features, so we're looking at a broader nose and fuller lips specifically. After you draw the eyes and eyebrows, it's time to draw the nose. Now, there are several different ways that you can draw a broader nose, but one way that I like to do is super simple. It's just a curved line. However, if you wanted to add a little bit more detail, you can add the nostrils. And voila. Now, when it comes to the lips, what you want to do is draw the lip line. And then to make them more full, you need to draw an upper lip and a bottom lip. And depending on how close it is to the lip line will dictate whether or not the lips are thin or full. This right here shows fuller lips. However, I don't necessarily want to draw the bottom lip like that, so I'm going to change it like this. And voila. Okay, so now that you have the face, it's time to go on to step 1 inside of my ebook. We need to draw the shape that we want the hair to be in. This is actually really important when it comes to Afrocentric hairstyles. When I drew this ebook, I actually realized that a lot of these hairstyles are basically just shapes that have been detailed. So keep that in mind as you continue on your journey of drawing these cool hairstyles. I tend to draw a hairline first. But after that, I draw what the shape would be. Now, just to spice it up a little bit, I'm going to change this into something like this. Now, after erasing the headline, you're going to draw several different bumps of various sizes. So we erase this head line, and then we draw several different bumps. They could be several different sizes. It doesn't necessarily matter. So now that I've done that, I want to make the entire hair look a little bit more organic, but with that exact same shape. So I'm going to erase what I drew first, leaving what I currently have, and then just add more various bumps along that same shape. Now that I have that, it's time to go in and do the third step. It says add some detail within each hump, draw squiggly lines filling up the shapes, but make sure to leave space in every hump at the top so it looks more defined and highlighted. As you can see, there's a lot of highlights. Now this is usually the longest part. While we wait for me to add all of these squiggles, let me tell you about my free sampler, which has a page inside of the how to draw 20 Black hairstyles inside of it. You can get this for free on my Gumroad, and it also has a few cool tips from my 4-step guide to creating comics, as well as also my J. Odin's drawing basics. So if any of that interests you, definitely head over to my Gumroad. Again, the link is in my link tree, and you can get this sampler for free today. As you can see, I'm actually leaving some space right here because I'm going to fill this in with more of a spot black. But like I said, this is usually the longest part, so just take your time, draw a lot of squiggles. They can be, super round. They can be, kind of zigzaggy. It, doesn't truly matter, only because there's going to be so much that your eyes are just going to take in the information that this is textured and very curly. That's about it. So it doesn't necessarily matter if these are super big or super long or whatever. It doesn't, don't think about it too hard. Just, have fun. And while we wait for me to finish up the rest of these squiggles, let me tell you about Saturday AM's How to Draw Diverse Manga book, which has a ton of tutorials from all of our artists in Saturday AM, including different hairstyles, different body types, and everything that you can ever imagine. So head on over to saturday-am.com and check it out today. Okay, so now after you're done with all of those squiggles, it's time to fill in this area. Okay, and now that that area has been filled in, you want to make it look not as dark, and you want to make it look kind of natural, so maybe add some highlights with a white pen. You can also just leave these white marks in as you color in the black if you'd like to do that as well. And there you have it. That is how I would draw the Duke. However, there's one more step. This is the last step where you add shading, but instead of shading, we're going to add tones. If you're using a program like Clip Studio Paint, what I normally do is I just change my paintbrush color from white to gray, depending on how dark I want that tone to be. And then after that, I change my pen from real G pen to just G pen because it's a little bit smoother. I add another layer, and then I just fill in his skin and sometimes even the hair. And voila. If you would like him to be a little bit lighter, or the hair a little bit lighter, or the eyes, or anything in that regard, you can just lower the opacity. But I kind of like it the way it is, so we're going to leave it like that. Now, that was the sketchy version, but if you wanted to make it look a little bit more clean, then you have to ink it like this. And there you go. Once it's inked, you can actually do something else to have that same hair texture and not have to waste as much time drawing all the squiggles. See, if you select the inside and you create another layer where you can add all of that black, you could go in with a spray tool. Make sure that the particle sizes are a little bit bigger. And you can add some dots up top. This simulates some of the texture. And then you could go in with your select wand and make crazy bumps. And in that selection, you can add even more spray. And then you can go back again and add some more. And in that selection, you just spray again. Just make sure you're towards the top of the wand selection. And voila. It might not look exactly the way you want it to, but the more you do it, the easier it's going to get. And like I said, if you don't want to do that, you can definitely do it this way and add all of the squiggles. But let's just make sure we add that tone, and there you go. I think that looks pretty good. What do you think? Hopefully this has helped you in some way, and if it has, then I highly recommend checking out my ebook, How to Draw 20 Black Hairstyles, where there's a ton more that you can actually learn how to draw. All of my links are in my link tree, and you can find me anywhere at JOden on social media. Thanks again for watching, and I hope you enjoy. Take care.
Everybody, I'm on a quick intermission. Earlier today, you got to hear from the amazing Roy Okupe about Iyanu and more about his journey as a creator. And as you said then, the new trailer for the next Iyanu movie, The War of Twin Princes, is out, and you can watch it now on YouTube. We thought that we would show you guys a trailer. We're showing it today and tomorrow. But yeah, we'll show the trailer, and then we'll get right back into the rest of the panels.
Okay, just come to my attention. There was no audio, so we're gonna try one more time. I feel like I didn't press a button. I did not press a button. That was my fault. Did not press a button. We're gonna start from the beginning. All right, Ty, help me out so we can both. I wonder if we both press buttons at the same time. So we can do everything at once. Let's press everything at once. All right, here we go. You take me out. I'm gonna put this in. All right, 3, 2, 1, go.
Just remember, I'm with you, always.
You know nothing. You are nothing except a liar.
End this vicious cycle once and for all.
The dominant and powerful shall rule the earth.
He cannot be allowed to live.
First Father, Elida, Joseph, grant me the strength to end this war. I am done seeking your forgiveness.
What's the matter, friend? Are you tired?
I win. You mean you cheated? As always.
It doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand and expand and expand and expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building that world that for people to be able to immerse themselves in, right?
I want to get into the field, and next thing I know, next time I see them, that same convention next year, they got a book that they want to show me.
And so I think the big thing about us was we were on the same page about how we wanted to do it and how we could do it effectively, and it just worked for us.
It's just crazy the feeling that you get when you make that connection. And my fellow comic book creators know, like when somebody comes to your table and tells you that they really like your story.
Ink and Panels.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Hello, if you're watching, thank you for joining. This is the Ink and Panel session on PIY, Publish It Yourself. Today, we're going to be talking about self-publishing. My name is Bria Struthers, and I'm going to be moderating the conversation today. But before we start and get into the questions, I'm going to pass it over to each of the creators to briefly introduce themselves and their work. So maybe we can get started with David.
Hi, I'm David Crownson. I'm the writer-creator of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer and Killer Bee, and the founder of Kingwood Comics.
I'll pass it to Greg.
Greg Burnham. I'm a writer, publisher, I suppose, and I can now add award-nominated editor. So, I do Tuskegee Years with Marcus Williams, The Search for Sadaka, Little Rock Files, a lot of different books.
And last but not least, TJ.
Hey guys, what's up? This is TJ Sterling. I'm the CEO and creative director over at Ray Media. We publish a variety of comics. I started out as a writer, artist, illustrator that had my first book with this company, and then I started to just do a bunch of writing and work with other artists, and honored to be a part of this great panel and be over at Off Black with you guys for this hour. So let's do it.
Awesome. Thank you all so much for being here today, especially for me as someone who's familiar with all of your work and has learned about it over the past few years. I'm really grateful to be able to speak with you all. And so today, as I mentioned, we're going to be talking about self-publishing. For those who don't know or aren't familiar, by that we mean publishing your work yourself on your own, not through like a publisher like the big two or some other traditional publisher. So to get more into that, I first wanted to ask you all, each of you publishing your work or through your own created indie publisher, what made you decide to self-publish your work compared to going to a publisher with it? And why do you feel like the stories you've created are better suited for indie publishing?
I'll take that first. Basically, it just came down to a point with Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer where there were interest and there was an offer, but then there was a lot of like watering down the story. And I remember it was me, and I won't say who the publisher was, but they had a white editor who told me that the comic book was too much fun and had too much action in it, and that I had to tone it down, and I should have more scenes of Harriet being whipped in it. And I was like, no. And then they were offering me like a lot of money. Like it was like a lengthy advance. They were going to pay all my page rates. I think I would own 90% of the character. I was like, no, I don't want to do that. And I think I was just sitting down and just talking with different people about like what should I do? It's like, why don't you just self-publish it? Like you've already like done a Kickstarter already. And at first it just seemed kind of overwhelming because when you're self-publishing, it's like you're in charge of not just the creative process now, you're in charge of when things get released now, and you're in charge of what's going to be the cover and just the overall distribution of your work. So it seemed very overwhelming in the beginning, but I'm glad I did it. And I got to have creative control of my stuff. So I didn't want to see more Black people getting whipped there. That's why. I
appreciate you keeping creative control. Yes.
Guess I'll jump in. I started my career as a college student working at Marvel in the bullpen, and I got a kind of a firsthand idea of just the amount of work that it goes into making a comic book, from the production side to lettering to inking to, uploading stuff digitally to their digital platform, to just how folks got paid, you know what I'm saying? And honestly, I think my whole goal growing up was to draw for Marvel and DC. That was like the one thing I wanted to do from the time I was a little kid, buying comics in the 80s and the 90s. Was like, this is what I want to do. I want to have this job. But as you get older, you start to think about things like time. And I think for me, time became the currency for almost everything. I think any adult, they start to see, okay, how much time is it going to take? And, I started thinking about, okay, two people that I look at and admire very much in the business of comics, like Mark Bagley and Robert Kirkman, and you know, two very different guys, two successful guys. But Mark Bagley has spent most of his career drawing Spider-Man. That's an honor. It's an amazing opportunity. But spent decades drawing that book and is never going to own it. Never owned a piece of Spider-Man ever. Meanwhile, you got Robert Kirkman, who writes a bunch of his own stuff, owns everything, and has a lot more creative control. And he has more of an opportunity to tell the narratives that are personal to him. And I think that trajectory, that path was much more attractive to me, because again, I already saw how much work it took to put into making comics, and how literally could absorb your entire life. And because even when you're doing something else, you're still working on your comics, you're still working on your craft. It's an everyday 24-hour thing. And I was like, listen, I could spend all this time drawing someone else's characters and never own them, but I'd much rather do that, put that energy into drawing and creating my characters and really making something that was, generational wealth for my family, and just bringing more people in to where I could really enjoy and see this child that I'm bringing into the world grow and to flourish into something else.
I guess, like, for me, I have to go all the way back to like in the 80s when I was in love with comics, and I just, like, there was like a ceiling, and there wasn't anybody around me to let me know that this was something I could even do. So I always mention, like, in I can't remember the year, I'm not gonna mess up the year, but I remember Arsenio Hall talking about Brother Man on his show. Dawood and Guy Sims, like, they, created this book in Philly in the early 90s, and they were selling it. And I'm like, oh, wait, Black people can make comics without permission? And then I remember my grandmother in Kansas City, one day, I was there for the summer, she comes home with this book called Omega Man. And she's like, this young man came into my store. He's a Black man. He made this book. Read it. And I'm like, I was reading it, but the whole time I'm like, we can just do this without, we can just do this. And so, Milestone would come out shortly after that. And even though they were under DC, like, we always felt like it was a Black company, right? And so when I moved to Atlanta, like, it's one of the first things I wanted to do was like find an artist and see if I can, make this comic. That's how me and Marcus met. I don't know if y'all can see that. We reprinted. This is very old. Marcus is like, don't show it because my art's not great. And I'm like, shut up, Marcus. But we put that book together. Like, we printed it like at Kinko's. We stapled it. We formatted. We did everything by ourselves. And we were selling them out of the trunk and out of like one comic shop. And it's like, we didn't know anything about the publishing. Like, I listened to TJ and I'm like jealous because he got to come out of college and like learn the actual business of making comics. Whereas us, we didn't know anything about the business. But, we learned, like, I self-published a couple of children's books. And so when we got to Tuskegee Airs, it was never a thing about pitching or trying to find somebody to, publish it. We were like, we're just going to do it ourselves. Because of like what David mentioned, I don't want anybody like trying to alter the narrative, the story that we want to tell. Like, we've pitched for TV and we've had people like ask us, do we mind making one of the characters white? We're like, yeah, we kind of do mind that. So it's the same thing, and TJ made that really good point, is that regardless of what happens, we're the owners of these properties and we get to direct them the way we want. We don't have to jump into any deals we don't want to jump into. We can continue to stack and just make it more valuable. And then one day, if we decide to sell or to partner, we can command more money. So it's all encompassing. Like, there's so many good parts about it. There's some tough parts too, but I'm sure we'll get into that.
Yeah, for sure. But Yeah, no, that really resonates. Like hearing from all of you about, especially just like seeing other people do it and like seeing other, particularly Black creators do it, and feeling like you can give yourself the permission to see like, oh, this is something that's possible and allows, like you said, to maintain the creative control over your work. I definitely resonate with that. So you all kind of like got into this a little bit, but maybe can you each also talk about like from the beginning of like finding collaborators to like sending your work off to print? Can you talk about how you went about like gathering the resources needed to create your work, and like what that process looked like for you to actually create a comic?
I think it was you using your own money. you using your own money.
We're gonna talk about the money portion too. Yeah.
Paying people. If you didn't have the money all up front, paying them like a little bit of your paycheck once a week, or you know, depending on the job, once every 2 weeks. Yeah, I really think it was. At least with Harriet, you know, I found the artist Cortland Ellis who did the first issue. You know, I found him on Facebook and really liked his work and thought he would be a good fit for it. And again, I didn't know anything about comic books or publishing when I first started, and he had just did the cover, and the cover cost like $100 something. And it was great, and I really liked it. And I said, "Hey, man, like, how many? Let's do the first issue. It's 30 pages." And he's like, "All right, man. Here's my page rate." And I had no idea what a page rate was. I was like, "Oh, I just thought I just paid this one thing. You draw the whole thing." And he's like, "Nah, brother." And I was like, "That's a car. That's a car, brother." So, and I think this has been the saving grace, and I think, you know, all of us can attest to this, that like Kickstarter was a game changer for the industry, and for us as independent publishers, because again, that's the first thing. It's like money and resources, and also just like the network. You know, like I'm like, oh, I don't know who's gonna print and put my stuff together. You know, and then ended up meeting, you know, Jason Reeves, who's the founder of 133 Art. Everyone, please print your books with him. He was responsible for that first initial print run of Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. And then I moved on to Color Vision for the graphic novel.
Repeat the question one more time. Sorry, it's a little early here. My brain is waking up.
No problem. Yeah. If you could talk a bit about like what was the process for you, like how you gathered resources to create your work, what resources were the most helpful for you? Like what does putting a comic together really look like?
Yeah, like you know, I'm an art school student, so like I understood that making a comic book, you know, 32 pages of illustrations was a tall task. I'd never done anything of that magnitude before. And even my like, yeah, I was a senior in college, and it, like that my BFA show, Bachelor of Fine Arts, we'd kind of do an exhibition, kind of give people an idea of what our intention is, to what we're going to do after we leave school. And like I had wanted to do a comic, so I did like a handful of pages, and it was the most work I'd ever did, trying to understand the mechanics of how to execute, because you know you have the knowledge, but then you know applying the knowledge is the most difficult part. So you know, in practice, it's like, oh man, how do I do this? So I'm working it out. I'm seeing that I still don't know enough, so I immediately went to trying to find a mentor. And I think I try to tell anybody now who wants to get into comics, try to find a mentor, because there's so many great people who know the business very, very well. David mentioned, you know, Jason Reeves, but there's lots of guys like Marcus and Greg, you know, are pillars in the community of Black comics. And you know, David's is a genius when it comes to business and writing. Like these are people who I admire and I look up to because they literally have different facets of the discipline that I'm trying to learn. So I think there's always this idea of being a student, being, somebody who's hungry to understand, but also, save your damn money. If you want to buy that pair of kicks, the new fresh J's that are out, which I always do, but I can't because I have to pay this artist. I mean, you just like the discipline, and my very first comic, Okemos #0, I was writing and drawing it. And my mentor at the time was Rashida Lewis, who had a book called Sandstorm. She was one of the very, very few Black women who were drawing and writing her own comic at the time. And she was like, the thing that you want to do is going to cost you in the thousands. So you better save your paycheck. You better save your tax money, whatever thing you can do to put money aside so you can have the money to print this thing and to hire the right people, like for lettering and for printing and all this stuff. You need that. So like I had saved up, I think like 8 bands, just like in the bank over a couple of years time. And I'm like, okay, I know that the writing's not going to cost me anything because I'm going to do the writing. I'm going to draw it, but then I got to find somebody to color because I don't know how to color. And then I got to find somebody to letter it because I don't know how to letter. I had to find an inker at the time too, because I was drawing traditionally on pencil and paper. And again, I hadn't understood the advent of digital drawing wasn't really available to me. I was too broke to afford Photoshop or tablets or any of that. So I was like, okay, penciling, got to find an inker, a colorist, a letterer. Then I got to find somebody to print a book. And all of that just took my $8,000 down to zero when it was all said and done, when I printed everything. So saving your money, not going on vacation, and taking the opportunity to really, really be serious is the key.
Yeah. Great stuff they said. I would just add, like, so for us, like I started doing the children's books, and it was really cool because the publisher, well, the printer, because I call it publisher, but all they did was really print my books. They would have these seminars like on Saturdays, which was, time where I wanted to do hood rat things. But it's like, we would go to these seminars and they would like teach us a lot about like the publishing business. We recognized with Starving Artist, the first book that we wrote, we realized we can make something that's cool that people will buy, even though they don't know us, So we were like, okay, we know how to make stuff well, but we got to understand this business stuff. So I was doing that. Marcus worked on a book called Hero Cats. And so he was going, to conventions with the publisher, like all of that. And I always say, whenever you sit us in a room, it's like we're going to just be like reverse engineering everything, like breaking stuff down. And I look at every opportunity as a chance to learn something. So by the time, we did Tuskegee Airs, and we got way more money with that Kickstarter than we expected to, but we already knew who we were going with. We already knew there was a printer in Transcontinental, something like that, in Canada, and they would take you as long as you had money. So that dispelled, because you're thinking, oh, these guys print for like these major publishers. They're not going to deal with little old me, but they will deal with little old you if you have money, because they're printers. That's what they do. So there we learned, buy, order in bulk. You can get your cost per print down very low to where you actually can make real money, like when you sell these books. So, it was just a lot of that. And just like being a sponge, like if I get a chance to sit in a room with David Walker, I'm just going to shut up and let him talk, because he's a wealth of knowledge. There's people that are like that. Sanford Green, that don't mind sharing. Rodney Barnes, they don't mind sharing. If you're sitting with them, they don't mind telling you, the tricks, whatever. So it's, that was a big part of it, but it's, like gathering the resources. We used to be on like a lot of artists that I ended up finding, we found like on Instagram, like our Twitter back in the day. And then being in the Milestone Initiative, like I've literally, there's a ton of, like there was 12 artists, 12 writers, and I've probably hired at least 5 of the artists so far in some capacity. Cause it's like when you meet people, they're talented and they actually hit deadlines and stuff, then you kind of stick with them. So, but you know, there's been processes. We had a dude, an artist, just ghost us after like 17 pages of the book, with a very distinct style to where you can't have somebody come in and finish. So you just got to scrap it. So, you know, you learn stuff on the way, but I think, and TJ alluded to it, like just being willing to learn and, you know, because sometimes there'll be resources that are available to you. You just don't know it yet.
Yeah, that's all like really insightful. And I think like all of you touched on this. That goes into my next question. We know obviously that making comics comes with costs. So I think each of you talked about your own experiences with crowdfunding. How can you maybe share if there's any additional advice you would give for aspiring creators who are trying to figure out the best ways to crowdfund and also to kind of like promote their work in getting support?
I say yes, being online as much as possible is really important. Having different types of social media is important, but also having physical FaceTime and going to the source. Like I think during like the very first Kickstarter, and I've done this for every Kickstarter, I always try to pop up at a comic book shop, and either talk to the owner, or even now that they're doing, everyone's streaming now, try and do like a stream collaboration with a comic book shop, or even put up cards and all that stuff, or even like down to the point of like, hey yo, listen to my mixtape, you know. When it comes to New York, like in New York City, just like handing out flyers of my Kickstarter. So yes, like there are some people who make a lot of money and they never leave their home, but it's really important that people get to know not just your work, that they get to know you as a person, because you're not just again, the gentleman on this call, on this recording, you know, they are not only extremely talented as, you know, creative people, but they're also really accessible, easy to talk to. Like I can hang out and talk with them, you know, all day, you know, except for like Greg, who's a racist. But like but no, like, so just making yourself available, you know, making, and not being someone who's afraid of community. That's how I think you'll make money, but you'll resonate with people and they won't forget you.
Yeah, I say it's a lot harder today. Like we were able to do like crazy, I got semi crazy numbers, and it was all organic. Like we didn't pay for ads, we didn't pay for people to, you know, pump and promote. We created something, people saw it, they were excited about it, and they pledged and they shared and they championed us. It's a lot different now. Because the algorithms, like I think anybody will tell you, when you're in an actual Kickstarter campaign, the algorithms will like just be beating you over your head. It's like David could post something about his Kickstarter and I'll be like, oh, this is cool, let me share it. And then I share it and I get like 4 views. You know, the algorithms are whipping you. So to combat that, you definitely want to have a following, number one. And the face-to-face, like David said, you got to be able to get into people's faces. And one of the things that I wish that I would have focused on a lot earlier are mailing lists. Because even, you know, like now you can DM people, but there's so many people DMing. Like I have a separate box for DMs besides like my people, you know, because there's so much junk that's coming in your DMs. And even mailing lists now, like I'll send out a newsletter and it'll be like 30% open. So you can't guarantee, but you have to really work your butt off to be seen, get some people anticipating the project that you're launching. And as stated before, you also, at this point, you need to be willing to invest your own money to get the to try to get the project done or get it mostly done. Because I kind of switched. I basically use Kickstarters more as like a pre-order campaign than actually trying to use the money to get the book done, because you just never know.
Yeah, that's all facts. Both these gentlemen, bullseye when it comes to just getting the money to do the thing. I'm by nature I'm a social introvert, so I don't be doing things online, like talking to people is actually kind of very uncomfortable for me. So I was actually kind of not really feeling Kickstarter or Indiegogo, like just what it looked like. That and I didn't know anything about it either. So the first 5 years I was running my business, I just was making the book by myself on my own dime, going to cons. Again, it was no limit, masterpiece style, out the trunk. Every place I could go, stores, book signings, whatever it was, that was what I did for 5 years. Then the pandemic hits and I had no choice but to do a Kickstarter. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess I got to learn this now. And now it is a part of my business structure. But it was that 5 years of grinding in person and kind of coming out of my shell with people one-on-one that allowed me to have the confidence to be able to do a Kickstarter. And then I had the following, which made it very successful on my very first time ever doing one. So I would just say, even if you're gonna, putting social media numbers first is not necessarily the way to, garner actual sales. I think a lot of people, because now you can fake social media numbers, you can, basically, oh, hey, I've got 50, 40, 50K, blah, blah. But like, I got friends that got 200, 300K and they can't sell anything. Because again, like sometimes markets like IG are not places to sell stuff. The one-on-one relationships are. So I think, you could have 200 followers and make $50,000, or no followers at all, depending on the project and your level of community that you have. And I think, again, just putting community first is always the most important thing. And then everything kind of figures itself out. But to Greg's point, treating your Kickstarter like a pre-order is a much better business model. It's safer, than, oh, hey, I have an idea and I want y'all to help me do the thing. Because I mean, I know like these gentlemen, I've supported hundreds of campaigns and half of them shits I haven't gotten my rewards for, because again, like they had a cool idea, I invested in it, and then a million things happen. Oh, the artist dips out, or oh, I got sick, or like there's a million different reasons why people can't fulfill their campaign. So the your reputation is the most important thing as a publisher, as a creator, as a writer, artist, whatever it may be. So first impressions, if you can't fulfill your Kickstarter the first time, it's going to be really, really difficult for them to want to give you money the second time around. And you just know you don't want that type of smoke. You want them to be like, oh, hey, we know that TJ, Greg, David, and whoever else, like Newton's got a new Kickstarter coming up. Shout out to Newton, Little Wild, Crescent City Monsters. They put the work in behind the scenes to make the book. They put their money where their mouth is. So when we buy it, we know that we're going to get the book within an X amount of time. And that speaks volumes to the consumer, because they don't want to wait. I mean, shit, I don't want to wait either. If I buy something online, I want it next day. I want that Amazon energy. I know I can't get that with every purchase, but I want it to be as close as possible to be like, I get that shit really, really quickly.
And I've combat that with just being like, I'll get it when I get it. I'm at that point with Kickstarter because I know how hard all of this stuff is. So I literally, like TJ said, man, I'll be looking back like, I never got that book. But I don't even trip. Because I look at it like, first of all, I'm throwing money into people that I want to see do well. The funny thing about Kickstarter is that in the beginning, that's what it was. It was supposed to be like, people are helping you bring an idea to life, whether it's an invention, a book, whatever. But now it's very rigid. And part of it is because, like what TJ said, a lot of people don't, actually fulfill. So it's I kind of just, I guess, tailor my expectations and be like, yeah, when I get it, I'll get it. I support a lot of Kickstarters as well. So it's like, I just be like, here, $25, $30.
Yeah, I feel that. And I think something else I'm like thinking about as you're all been talking about this is really just like making those connections with people through how you're distributing your work as well. So like whether you're doing this as an individual or through your own like indie publications, if you all could talk like more about, you've touched on this a bit, but the process of actually distributing your work. Like me personally, I think I've run into all of you at tabling at conventions and have bought your stuff. So if you could talk about like what has been like most successful, whether it's like tabling or building connections with comic shops or, what have you.
Yeah, I think doing, and again, the guys can attest to this, especially like, Greg and TJ, who, I'm not in their tax bracket, unfortunately, since they've risen to, like have you seen Greg's house and TJ's car? Like I'm nowhere, like I'm outside. Literally, I'm outside.
This man is a liar.
No, like I think, and again, it goes back to being in person. Like I think conventions are one of the better ways. At least, like I think it's the most fun because you get FaceTime with people. And yes, money fast and transactions and all that stuff, but seeing people like light up when they flip through your book and this thing that you've seen and read like 1,000 times to make sure it's right, and then they buy your thing. But when it comes to comic book shops, currently, I have a distribution partner with Massive and Lunar and Simon Schuster. But even with that, it's still the same thing. Like calling comic book shops, and cold calling them, and even like before this distribution deal even happened, like, and I think that's a testament to just working in customer service and just changing up like the script on them. And just saying like, hi, like I'm David. I wrote this thing. It's called Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer. And, thankfully either they'll get hooked on the title, or if they're like a raging racist like Greg, they'll just hang up on me. I'm kidding. Greg's not a racist, everybody. I'm joking. Relax. Damn. Greg's like, I'm not a racist in public. But no, like, so tons of cold calling people, tons of
real.
Yeah, just checking in with people and saying like hi, or even trying to make deals with them. Like I used to send people posters that I think Nicholas Draper-Ivey. This is Nicholas Draper-Ivey is a freaking superstar right now, but he had done this cover for one of the issues that we did as a print, and just making deals like, hey, like if you buy this amount of comic books, I'll send you posters and all that stuff, right? So I really think just having physical FaceTime with people through conventions, having FaceTime not even FaceTime, just calling as many comic book stores as possible is the move.
Yeah, no, that's real. I mean, yeah, there's a list of well, actually, David floated me that list, and then I've been adding to it over the last year of just
I
all the
made it.
different.
I made that list.
David made this very robust list of stores, and I've been since adding to that list of all people I've been calling and been meeting because we have a similar type of distribution deal with Massive, and that helps us get a lot of our books into stores. But yeah, I mean, I call them personally, and again, it's hundreds of shops all across the country, even sometimes abroad, saying, "Hey, this is the book that I got. I really want you guys to check it out." That helps. But a lot of times that, having the distribution partnership helps because again, they get so many other people calling with indie books. So having some type of achievement on that, does really help out a lot from what I've seen thus far. But cons, I think for me are still my favorite because I get to meet people in person and sign their book and we get to have a vibe and experience. And that does build that connective tissue that allows us to, keep doing the same thing. And, I think over probably for all of us, most of the people that we see at cons are like repeat customers that want to come back and get that next issue. They want to see what you got coming up because again, they're hungry for content. And it's just so dope to see this swelling of interest in the work that we're making. And, even people who are fed up with the big two are like, hey, we're here for the independent stuff because you guys are telling stories the right way, the holistic way, the way to really to their hearts as consumers is telling great stories without an agenda, just to just tell great stories and have a good time. So all of that really does help out a lot.
Yeah, and like with distribution, so online sales are amazing. It's probably the least work you have to do. You just package the book, take it to the post office or whatever. And the margins are great there. The margins are great at comic conventions, but you do have the overhead because you're paying for, a lot of times you might be paying to travel. You might have to pay for a table, whatever. So it's like you got to consider all those things. And then bookstores, the margin is like the lowest because, you're going to have, comic shops usually want to do, like buy wholesale at cost or whatever. And then, like some bookstores, you might get somebody that wants to do like 60-40 or 60-40 on consignment, that kind of stuff. But there's still a lot of value to having your books in stores and selling. So since we distribute everything ourselves, as far as the stuff that, we self-publish, I kind of deal with the comic shops that reach out to us. So like we'll have somebody like, hey, I got these customers, they keep asking about this Tuskegee Airs. Do you guys have a whatchamacallit? And I say, yeah, I got a whatchamacallit. We, work it out, send the books out. That's cool. But then you have the shops like Amalgam before they closed in Philadelphia. They had sold like, I think last count, it was close to like 1,300, Tuskegee Airs. Challenges, we stopped counting. Challenges, Games and Comics in Atlanta, we stopped counting. It's got to be like I'm always, having to go in there and give them more books. So you find those stores that kind of champion your project, that really want to move your books, and they have the market for it. So I kind of focus on that more so than the overall distribution, because I'll be honest, we don't put books out fast enough to, to get with like a major distributor. So, and you got the whole diamond thing. A lot of people got jerked from that. So I'm also a little bit cautious. But with books that I like, The Search for Sadaka recently got picked up by Rosarium Publishing. So, now there is a distributor for that book, and, we're going to see how it goes. It releases in the next week or so.
Awesome.
Shout
Cool.
out to Bill Campbell. What up, Bill?
Yeah, Bill, man.
Yeah, that I feel like I'm absorbing so much information. So we're gonna wrap up shortly, but before we do, I did want to just ask if you could all like briefly share any piece of final advice that you'd want to share to aspiring creators who are interested in self-publishing.
Greg, you go first, Greg.
I got the most gray in my beard. Like honestly, be sure that it's something you want to do is my first thing. TJ made a really good point, and we've seen that where people are like, yo, I can do comics. I want to be a comic artist. And then 10 pages later, they're like, I hate this with every fiber of my being. It's a lot of work. And to be honest, it's less money. You'll make less money illustrating a comic for somebody than you would, doing like fine art or other things like when you sell a piece. So it's like, make sure it's something that you really want to do. And then once you decide that, then even if you want to just specialize in one area like writing or lettering or whatever, make sure you get as much of an understanding of the entire business than you can. I see online, I'm going to try not to go crazy, but online there's all these people that tell all these companies what they should be doing with their properties and, and it's like, y'all understand how much money this stuff costs? Like, it's always easy to say, oh, you should do this, you should do that. But when you actually have to bear that financial burden, a lot of stuff changes. And sometimes you could have all the money in the world, but you still got to invest the time. TJ dropped some jewels today, y'all. You still have to, you have to account for the time that it's going to take because like we just did issue 5 of Tuskegee Airs. We did it online in like 2 months and we went out every night and Marcus was drawing and we're like working out the stuff. So people can actually get to see how much time and effort goes into making these books because it's always, it doesn't magically appear. So get an understanding of all of those things because it's going to be time, it's going to be money, it's going to be heartbreak. And the last thing I'll say, and I learned this is some of the greatest advice I got from that printer, is they said the easiest part of the process is making the book. Once you have the book done, now you got to figure out how to sell it. Right? So it's like you have to be thinking forward and trying to learn like all these different avenues at the same time. But if you love it, I can say, because I read these dudes' work and I know myself that everybody you're talking to today loves making comics. They love it. And like, I don't know what David is talking about money because I'm about to go make me some ramen noodles and try to finish these 2 scripts that I was supposed to already have. It's the money. Like if you're getting into comics to get rich, then go away, do something else. It doesn't mean you can't get rich, but just that can't be your main. If it's not for the love, then go do something else.
Thanks, Greg.
Sorry, that's a lot of advice.
It's helpful.
That's real though. I'm gonna try to keep it tight since we got to get David. But yeah, the do it for the love. That's like one of my favorite things. Like the passion behind what you're doing has to be paramount. Because I mean, if you're in comics, keeping it a buck, like comics are not something that are a sure thing. If you like sure things and you like safe bets, then this isn't the business for you. If you're here to try to, make a Netflix special and, this really isn't the business for you, you know what I'm saying? Because again, if you are doing that and you're alongside people who I've been in this since the beginning and who are really passionate about telling great stories, you know, the audience, I'm sorry, the people who are supporting your Kickstarters, meeting you at cons, they're going to feel the difference in the energy. They're going to understand that there's just like what the intention is, you know, and a lot of some of the newer folks are using AI as a shortcut, and people are, again, conventions are kicking those people out. Like, they literally, I mean, Greg and I were at a convention in Dragon Con last year, and they kicked somebody out for AI, and they had the cops come, you know what I'm saying? So we talk about
It was like
reputation.
somebody died.
It was that serious. They had 3-4 officers pull up, like, yo, what the heck? Like, you know, there's a crime scene, you know what I'm saying? But the thing here is that if you're gonna do anything, just do something that you love, that you're actually passionate about. Because there's so many dope things that you can do. Like, why come into a business and try to exploit it? Come into the business that you really want to be in and enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? And do something that you love. And I think there's so many different things you can do in comics too. I mean, you could be an editorial, you could be a writer, you could be an artist, you could, you know, be in printing. I mean, there's so many different facets of the business that are all very, very exciting. So if one thing doesn't, you know, kind of strike your fancy, there are many other things that you could potentially get into. And you know, even teaching, I had the pleasure of being a teacher at the Joe Kubert School, which is, again, one of the first comic book university. And I really derive a lot of, you know, I guess, spiritual fulfillment from being a teacher and helping, you know, students and, you know, who are interested in making comics and who are there for the right reasons. They're paying for these classes to learn the business of comics. And, you know, again, like, I could, even if I wasn't making comics, I could just do teaching and still be fulfilled. So I think it's like, what's fulfilling, passionate for you, and really what strikes, you know, a chord with you as a person. And I think that's the good place to start. David, where you go, you turn into a bubble.
I'm here. Again, echo everything everyone has said. Make sure you love it. Make sure you love it, because there's going to be times where you're tired. There's going to be times you want to sleep in. There's going to be times you don't feel like writing. There's going to be, you know, there's an alternate universe where I use that tax return and I go to Italy and I don't make Harriet Tubman Demon Slayer 2 and 3. Or, you know, there's an alternate universe where, you know, Killer Bee can come out some other time, and I take this extra money and, you know, buy the same houses that TJ and Greg own. But yeah, just make sure that you love it, because there's lots of amazing days of wins and lots of highs. But there are some lows. There's going to be a convention. There's going to be conventions where things are great. You make a lot of money. You make back the hotel. You make back double the travel, the table. There's going to be days where you're like, whew, thank God we made back the table. Thank God we just made the table back. So, yeah, I just say make sure you love it, because I think when you love it, you smile when you're tired or extremely inconvenienced. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you again for sharing all of this amazing insight. This was really fun and really informative. I know I learned a lot from this. I hope everyone watching also has too. And before we go, can you each also remind everyone of where they can find you and your work?
You can find me at D Crownson on Instagram and Facebook and TikTok, and at Kingwood_comics. And KingwoodComics.com, where you can order my stuff directly. Support a brother.
Greg_Burnham7 at Instagram, on Instagram. And you can find Tuskegee Years pretty much everywhere. TuskegeeYears.com is a good place to go if you want to pre-order issue 5. That'll be coming out. Well, by the time this comes out, it should be already, you know, order. But yeah, those are the things so far. So search for Sadaka, go to Amazon and other places. And I got some other really cool stuff happening right now, but I'm not allowed to say anything.
This guy, listen, when he drops some, I'm just like, damn it. Again, the heat. Let's go. I love it. Yeah, guys, everybody who's watching, buy everybody's books if you can, even if it's a digital copy. Kingwoodcomics.com, TuskegeeAirs.com. I love these books. I love these gentlemen. They're great dudes. And if you want to find me, please don't look for me personally. Look for my Instagram at Ray Comics, RAE Comics, or RAE Comics.com. You can get everything I make. I would love to see you guys. I'd love to talk with you. Hit me up that page up on the DMs. I do respond to it. If you got questions, if you're interested in collaborating on something, super excited to continue to serve you guys. Thank you so much.
Awesome. And again, my name is Bria Struthers, or Be the Orator on all social media. Thank you to these amazing panelists, Greg, TJ, David, for joining me. And thank you, everyone at home, for watching. And please stay tuned for more Ink and Panels programming coming up.
Zing.
Hello, everyone watching. Thank you for joining us for this Ink and Panel session, where today we're going to be talking about how to build a portfolio. My name is Bria Struthers. I'm going to be moderating this conversation with our amazing panelists that you see here. And before we start, I'm going to pass it over to each of them to just introduce themselves and their work. Anybody want to go first?
Stephanie.
My name is Stephanie Williams. I am a comic writer. You may be familiar with some of the stuff I've done. Nubia the Amazons, Nubia Queen of the Amazons, more recently, Temporal, Roots of Madness, and Street Sharks.
Nice. Since Greg is drinking, I'm gonna go next. Marcus Williams, aka Marcus the Visual Online. If you've seen art, I'm a character designer, comic artist, done children's books, all that good stuff. Overall creative, but it's mostly just I'm stuck to characters because I think all the stories and things that I think are cool kind of start with characters. But foray into writing, I just did I Lie Popeye, which is a reboot of Popeye the Sailor Man. I have to say that every time I get around Black people, they're like, "You talking about Popeyes?" No, not the chicken franchise.
Whoa,
Popeye the Sailor Man. But it's weird because I actually have to say that. I'm like, I would work with Popeyes if they asked me. But yeah, I got to write and draw that reboot. It's really cool. So I've worked in animation, got to work on a cartoon as lead character designer for Young Love. I was on Max. So, and I'm doing a comic with that guy, independently published comic called Tuskegee Airs, Flames of Destiny. So we co-write and I do the art for that.
Who's next? Me next?
Greg, you want to go?
I'm next. Yeah, so Greg Barnum, I am a writer. I suck at art. I like to make that known because people will be like, "Yo, how much would you pay? Would you charge to write stuff? I mean, to draw?" And I'm like, "Yeah, get away from me." So yeah, I have recently gone into editing, like real comic book editing. So I'm actually the editor on a project called Spirit, the Woman of Hope, by a good friend Harold Pete, who's like, he just got all these great ideas. I'm just kind of like there to be like, yeah, no, yeah, mostly yes.
also write with Marcus on Tuskegee Airs. I have a book called The Search for Sadaka that actually releases. Well, it'll be out by the time this comes out, but it's releasing next week. Rosarium Publishing. I've done some stuff for DC Comics, for Milestone, and other stuff. A lot of writing. And I guess I got to mention the Nora's the New Black, Little Rock Files, which I'm doing with Fair Square with Quinn McGowan. But it's a lot of stuff. I'm going to be quiet.
Thank you. Last but not least.
I believe that's me. I am a disembodied. I'm a disembodied voice. I know my camera's not on, but my name is AJ Ampadu, and I'm a comic book writer. I am also the founder of Earthtone Kingdom Comics, where I have written and published comics like Kimmy Cosmic, my space cowboy comic, and my horror book Dragon Face. I also currently write for Valiant Comics, Alien Books. First Black man to write Shadow Man, so we are writing Tales of Shadow Man right now. Also written characters like Ninjak and some other things. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell.
Thank you. And thank all of you for sharing. I am really, really geeked because as someone who's just come across all of your work in like the indie space, as well as like around other publishers, I feel like this is a really exciting conversation to have. So the first question that I actually wanted to ask is, because of all of the work that you've done, you've all probably had your own experiences with building a portfolio, compiling of your work and stories. What do you feel like stands out in your own portfolios when people look at it, when they look at examples of your work? Pass it to whoever.
No, I'm not going first. Greg, you go first.
We'll pass it to someone else as you went first last time.
I think what I consistently see standing out is number one, like Tuskegee Airs, because Marcus and we built that whole thing ourselves. Like we had like some help with coloring a little bit, but I'm saying like the whole vision, so they can see that I'm not like just a fill in the blanks guy. And I can say Marcus isn't just a fill in the blanks guy. We can build the entire thing. So Tuskegee Airs, The Search for Sadaka actually got me an agent, which I'm no longer with. Thank you. But yeah, like that got me an agent and had me like signed to an agency and all that because they read that one. And then the Little Rock Files has done some crazy things too, as far as like helping me it's helped me get a couple of industry jobs. I got to sit, I know this might sound small to some people, but I got to be on a panel a digital panel with Walter Mosley for a college. And like, that's, Devil in the Blue Dress is like my favorite. Like, so that's like crazy. But like, so those kind of things. And even when I went and started like, doing stuff with DC, like one of the things they were like, we know about you guys. We saw you guys, because I was like, why y'all never called us, And they were like, well, we seen you guys. We see how you get down at conventions and all that kind of stuff. And you guys are thriving. So we figured you didn't really want us or need us. And I'm not going to say, like Marcus is shaking his head, I'm not going to say we ever got into it because we were looking for them, because we weren't. Where we was like, we're going to tell our own stories and do our own stuff. But when they see that you can build things without like guidance, I think that really helps your portfolio.
Yeah, definitely. That's a weird conversation, because the weirdest thing is that you get word from the grapevine that these big publishers has people that's, oh yeah, I've heard of you. I watch your work. I follow it. Well, you ain't ever reached out. You ain't ever, I use money to pay rent. I got children. They keep charging me rent. And I'm doing fan art a lot of times of said characters. I love Storm from the X-Men, for instance. And I would absolutely crack a pinky. I wouldn't cut a pinky off, but I'd crack a pinky and let it heal up if they let me work on some Storm stuff. But all of the fan art and all of the stuff that I've drawn, and they're like, "Oh yeah, we see your work. Yeah, we love your stuff. Reach out." I would like to work on some. But again, every job I've ever got through my portfolio, I believe the reason I got the jobs I've gotten in the industry, because I draw from a place of, I'm a huge fan first. So fan art. The reason I've gotten every single job, I'm drawing what, number one, I don't see sometimes. That's what excites me as a designer or a creator. So my portfolio shows old Ninja Turtles. They're not teenagers obviously anymore. I grew up with the Ninja Turtles. So they've been teenagers for 30 plus years. And I'm like, let them grow up. So they got, gray hair, and they look like they're weathered, and so to speak. But I got Popeye as a job, I guess the opportunity, because I just did a fan fiction of Popeye and Dragon Ball Z crossed over, and Goku and Popeye are, kind of just laughing after a fight, everything's torn up and all that. But that took 2 years, granted, but the people that own the rights to Popeye was like, "Hey, yeah, we saw your fan fiction that you did." And I'm like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Hey, we'd like you to do 10 pages in your style, because we like your depiction of Popeye. He's never been drawn that way." So if you're putting out a portfolio, and I tell this to young students, I just talked at a college here locally in Georgia. I'm like, you're because they asked the question, how do I make my portfolio attractive, or what should I put? I'm like, number one, put in what you're passionate about. Like, don't try to fit into what everyone else is doing. Have a voice in your portfolio, but of course, make it look professional. But at the same time, don't put anything in there that you're not passionate about, because that could be the identifier that stands out when these talent scouts are looking through thousands, like literally thousands of portfolios all throughout the week, all throughout the month. I draw Black people the way I want to see them in animation, comics, and otherwise. So my characters depict beautiful brown and Black characters. I like seeing natural hair, things like that. So that's what got me my job with Sony. That's what got me, my job with all these other, things like that. I'm waiting on Storm. Storm's coming. We're working on it. Because that's the thing where I depict Storm with all of the natural hairstyles that Marvel hasn't shown. She's a Black woman. It don't matter her hair is white. She's precipitation, and you ain't know what that does to Black people hair. She has natural hairstyles, blowouts, braids, dreads, all that stuff that's not in the comics. So until I find an editor that's like, you know what, we've been getting a lot of feedback about this hair stuff. Hey, there's an artist that does that specifically. So
yeah. I think for me, it has been the wide range of stuff that I've worked on. So not even just limited to comics, but prior to writing comics, I was writing about comics. So some of my cultural pieces for different websites, the podcasting angle of it all, the stuff that I've done for Prime Video before they decided to switch on over to AI. But right. Covering their shows and writing about it. And then the same thing with the different works that I've done, because it was important for my portfolio to show, while I am always going to write Black women, Black characters, there's just a wealth of stories that I would just love the opportunity to tell. So doing something like a Street Sharks or My Little Pony is really cool to me, because it shows that, hey, like, if you give me a chance, I can do something with whatever this material is. So yeah, and I feel like that's helped me get a lot of the jobs that I have gotten. So it's just showing like the wide range of stuff that I can do.
I guess it's me. So yeah, I was gonna say a very similar answer. Is variety is kind of the spice of life, and also the spice of a good portfolio. If you can show that you've done a variety of different things, I think that most scouts will be impressed, especially if you've done them very well. So for me, my two most popular works at the time when I was scouting out jobs was Kimmy Cosmic, which is like a colorful space cowboy comic, and Dragon Face, which was like a deep, surreal horror book. And they were polar opposites of each other. And I think that's what kind of showed that I had a variety of skills. In addition to writing for film, television, and doing a little bit of journalism, it was just having a variety of different works that I could produce. And also, as a Black man, I very much want to write Black characters and write African characters and African American characters, but I also write different characters. You know, the first character I wrote for Valiant was Ninjak. He's a British white guy. So, you know, just going back to having the varieties was especially important for my portfolio. Thanks.
Oh, and I just had to add, because I forgot one. The Superman thing, like doing the 10-page Superman story where girls just want to have fun, that changed a lot, because I started noticing, you know, like publishers that probably never would have looked at me, and they're like, hey, let's give him a chance now. And that's sad to say, but I gotta be honest there, that helped too.
Yeah, it's good to like know the perspective of like what sort of work people's eyes have been on, and like where those opportunities have led based off of the work that you all do. And kind of like expanding on that, I also wanted to ask, you know, like whether it's for other prospective collaborators or clients, or for publishers with job opportunities, for someone who's like starting from scratch, what do you feel like are the things that like an effective portfolio highlights or that will do?
Can I ask, are we talking about art portfolios or writing portfolios, or any type of portfolio?
I would say either. For someone who is like, either if they're writing or, you know, they're doing art in any way, what do you feel like an effective portfolio would do? And you could speak from your own experience, whether you do write or art.
I'll just hop in here real quick. From my own personal experience, when I look for artists mostly. And when I'm looking for artists, one of the things I love to see for comic book art is sequential storytelling. There's a couple of different comic book artists. There's cover artists, and there's kind of pinup artists, and I love those type of artists too. But for me, the sequential storytelling, if you can tell an entire story on one page, or even in a couple of panels, and there's no words on that panel, then it's going to be very impressive to me that you know how to understand comic book sequential storytelling. In addition, I kind of like the in-between panels. And what I mean by that is, you can draw Batman jumping off of a building, punching a bad guy in the face. That's awesome. But can you draw Batman drinking some tea that's too hot and him spitting it out, or, you know, cleaning some spaghetti sauce off of his bat, you know, suit or something like that? I want to see the in-between panels, the kind of B-roll type of artwork, because when I'm writing a story, you never know what type of panels I might need. So I like to see a lot of different non-action poses from artists, and I also really like to see a lot of sequential storytelling.
I was going to say, so if you're a writer trying to put together a portfolio specifically for comics, then it would be really great to, of course, if you have any articles or any prose books that you've written, that is well and fine, but also to actually have some comic pages in there, or even some scripts would be helpful, just so that very similar to an artist, when it comes to sequential art, we need to see how your pacing looks for a story. So you don't have to have, you know, the 100-page epic or anything like that, but really a 1-page comic would be effective. A short script for maybe a 5 or 6-page story or something like that. But just to have that presence so that they can get an idea of what you can do. Because sometimes with the bigger 2 companies, when they do notice you and they bring you in, more than likely they will start you off with some type of anthology to just kind of get a feel for your voice and how you script, and also how you interpret the world, but still add your voice to it, and make sure that that's clear. So have some writing there.
Yeah, and I would just say, like, whatever you're applying for, or you're trying to get a job for, have an example of that. Like, as you know, we can call ourselves publishers, And so we work with a lot of different artists. And I've seen, kind of similar to what AJ is saying. It's like someone will tell you they want to be a comic artist, but I don't see any comic pages. And every artist, Marcus knows, well, you can watch his face frown up when I say this, knows how hard it is to do comic pages, right? You're doing, you could be doing, 4 to 7 images on a single page over and over again. So one of the ways that lets me know that you're really serious, because we see people that can draw a lot, but are you serious? Like, if I hire you, are you going to hit deadlines? Are you going to, be on top of what we're asking? AJ made another great point. Facial expressions are huge to me, especially if you're doing like a non-superhero kind of comic where it's like you want more personality. And so, we look for those little things. As far as writing, what I learned, and I try to tell all the whippersnappers with DC, kind of the adage is, if you can write an 8-page comic, if you can effectively tell a story in 8 pages, then they feel like you can write pretty much anything. So I always tell them, write an 8-page script. It doesn't have to be like your version of Superman. It could be anything, but write that so people can sit down and look at it. And like Steph said, like, you can see what the pacing is. We can see if your ideas are, like, kind of up to the standard we're looking for, So I always tell people, give your best example of what you're trying to do. If you're trying to be a letterer, letter a comic, like the art can be crappy or whatever, but just show, that you have a feel for placement and you understand the quote unquote rules to lettering, like that kind of stuff. So
all good stuff. Everybody said good stuff. Again, I've had the privilege of just talking to some graduating college students, so this is kind of redundant for me. I just said this like 17 times over. So if you're starting out from scratch, was the question, and you're putting the portfolio together, don't try to recreate the wheel. There's no panel police. There is no, hey, you took that from issue 72 of Superman. No one's going to come after you. If you're trying to show professionalism, right, and you're doing this for the first time, or you're trying to show that you have enough, self-awareness that, you don't have years of experience, but take all the notes from the professionals, apply the professionalism to your layout. You can change the art, but if it is about, oh, I'm not good at paneling yet, look at some amazing paneling, take that paneling and apply it to your portfolio and plug in new artwork and or content, but don't recreate the wheel. You're not a pro. So look at the pros and apply that to your portfolio. In fact, look at other pros' portfolios and just rip that off. Okay. Just rip that off. Stop trying to rack your brain. It's like, well, I was thinking of Google professional comic portfolio for Marvel, for DC, for Image. These professionals already have done the work as far as formatting, as far as what to show, how to, wow, this looks amazing, because a pro did it. A pro already did their portfolio. Look at that and apply those notes to your thing. You don't have to do the exact same content per se. That's what I'm saying. But it comes down to, if you're doing, let's say you're applying for Marvel, do a Spider-Man 8-pager, like Greg was, or a 4-pager. I got to do a 4-pager for Marvel. And I have to be honest, I've never drawn Sam Wilson. I've seen him in movies. That character has never, I don't have any fan art for him up to that point. But as soon as it did, I went to the pros and I looked at the way they draw them, the way, all that good stuff, the costume, and I did my 4-pager for Marvel. But if you've never done that, then yeah, go to the pros, take all your notes, and granted, the content you're putting in there has to actually, hit those markers. What Greg is talking about, you're a professional editor and or scout is combing through these pages saying yes or no. Are they competent? Are they capable? You know what? This does hit the mark because of these things. They're talking about, you know, the drawing, but drawing is top tier. If you're a comic artist, it's a show and prove. I've never graduated any college. I don't have a degree for drawing. I've never graduated from any art college because I didn't have to. No job that I've ever received. Granted, I'm not against school. I'm just telling you the truth about the industry. I've gotten every job. No one's ever said, well, oh, we'd love to hire you, but you don't have a degree. Sorry. It's a show and prove skill. If you can show that you can draw on a professional level, you understand anatomy, what Greg was talking about in terms of, you know, facial expressions, and just, you know, you understand. I hate drawing backgrounds, but if you understand perspective and it can be shown in a few panels, hey, do that, you know, 4 more pages and you got a nice portfolio. But it has to actually speak professionalism from a glance. They can tell instantly because they're looking at portfolios all day. So, yeah.
And I just wanted to add, just so it's clear, like as far as writing, typically like the bigger publishers, they're gonna, like the editors, they're gonna tell you do not use, like don't write something with their property. Don't send them anything unsolicited. I feel like this is important. Because if you send them a script and they see it in their email, they're just gonna like delete your email. And it's not because they hate you, it's because there's security and protection, you know, on all parts they're looking for.
Weird. Yeah, that's all really helpful. And I feel like highlighting especially like the skills that you have and you want folks to like see, especially for the opportunities that you want, is really important. And kind of going off of thinking about the different shapes that a portfolio can take, especially online. I wanted to see if you all could talk about how you've decided like what your portfolio would look like or how it would be showcased exactly. You know, when someone goes to look at your portfolio, how have you decided like how they're experiencing that?
I can, mine's easy. So I can start mine. I'm a character designer. I'm a character creator. Character is my main. I didn't know when I was like 20 something that all of the things in my portfolio was character. I was just drawing, and I finally put it in front of an actual professional. He's like, "Oh man, I love your character design portfolio." I was like, "Well, I'm an illustrator," thinking I know what I was talking about. He's like, "Well, yeah, but obviously you specialize in just character design." And he's like, "You know, character." I was like, "Is that what that's called?" Wonderful. Okay, so I'm a character designer. That was my portfolio. It still is. If you go to Instagram and scroll, you will see very little backgrounds, but you'll see tons and tons of characters. So it's still my focal point. So my portfolio highlights that. So if any character design rep or talent scout is searching my portfolio, they're looking at just that because that's what's there. I don't post pictures of food. I don't post pictures of my life. It's literally a character design portfolio for that. You can just scroll and scroll and scroll.
And you primarily use like Instagram for it?
No, it's I think Instagram is well suited for visual portfolios that you can get at a glance. I think every social media can technically work that way. I have stuff on Facebook, but Facebook allows for so much more text. So Instagram at a glance, you know, that's where I didn't want an Instagram page back in the day. I was like, "Why? I got a Facebook page," and someone finally got me on there. But now I can direct everybody to my Instagram and say, "Just scroll. You'll see what I do very, very quickly at a glance." But as far as laying it out in a portfolio, like I guess composition, those you won't see character pages or character sheets. I'm a character designer, so I just design a lot of times just the idea. And for me, I'm just posting just to get it out of my head. But if you want to get a layout for a portfolio booklet or, you know, something online, you do want to show, do you understand character design from start to finish, which is you do the turns, you have expressions, you have different, you know, outfits or hairstyles. Those pages and that layout is very important for a talent rep to be like, not only do they know how to draw, but they actually understand the pipeline of here's the rough idea, here's the turns, here's the finished, here's the polished version, and then presenting that online. If you're looking for those jobs, put those sheets at the forefront. So mine's easy because I really focus on that, even though I have branched out into writing. It's weird. So the fan fictions, that's my sneak into writing, that I'll sneak into a Instagram post because it's short. You can't do like Facebook and do a whole book. You get a few paragraphs on Instagram, and I'll do 3 paragraphs for a fan fiction post. It's one image, but I'll write 3 paragraphs to go with the art. And that's my little, put a little spice of writing in there and be like, hey, I'm telling a story, but it's nowhere near a script. It's just me getting an idea and a concept out so people can follow it along, and it goes from there. But yeah, I would say use social media, use online. If you're trying to get that job, format your actual post so those reps can say, I understand, this person understands what they're going to be doing if we hire them. They know every facet of this pipeline. So, and then again, if you're coming out of college, you don't know this stuff. You don't know a pipeline because you haven't been hired for the job. Go look at the people that have the job, follow them on whatever site they post these things. Look, because after you finish a job in the industry, you have to then post all the stuff you did for your previous job in an effort to attract another job, because you got to keep getting work. As your projects finish, you got to get more work. So, hey, I just did this project with so-and-so and so-and-so. Look at these character sheets. Look at these characters. It doesn't matter if the project actually gets greenlit or ever sees the light of day. So long as they give you approval to share that production work, then you can put it up.
Yeah.
And if you're proud of it, then there's no reason not to. So,
yeah, for sure.
I was going to say that as a writer, you're very, very dependent upon the artists that you work with for your portfolio. You can send in scripts all day. That's great. And a lot of scouts will read them, and that's fantastic. But essentially, they want to see if you can produce a comic, because running a comic is not just writing a script. It's being able to communicate with an artist, being able to communicate with the letterer, being able to create a final product. And in my case, it's also printing, the type of paper you print, with type of colors that you utilize. So for me, I wanted to present editors with a final product, saying, hey, listen, from soup to nuts, I know how to write a comic, I know how to produce a comic, I know how to print a comic. So I took all of my different comics I had been working on independently and personally, and I compiled them into like a mini graphic novel. And I literally walked around New York Comic Con with a dozen copies of my own personal anthology. And I just ran up on editors like, this is what I did, look at this. And I think that worked well for me because I was able to insert my personality into my presentation. And I was also able to show a physical comic book as opposed to emailing somebody a PDF. I just think that it has more weight, literally has more weight, when you physically present somebody with a product as opposed to emailing them a PDF. And then it's always in the follow-up. How do you follow up that interaction? Do you send emails afterwards? Do you make sure you stay in contact with whoever you met to make sure that they remember you? That was a big part of my networking strategy when initially passing out my portfolio.
I guess I could speak, they're giving great information, so I guess I could speak from the side of like when I'm actually hiring people, or even when people are hiring me. So like if you're asking me to be an editor for your comic, I want to see, like, show me a comic that you've done or something so I can kind of see where you are. Show me a script, because we know that like scripts can sometimes be way different than what the final product is. But I need to be able to see, are you able to instruct an artist? Because a lot of times, like I've seen those, like people send me scripts and it's like, on this page, Joe is holding a rock. Like, nah, bruh, we need more, because if you don't give the artist more, then you're leaving it up to their interpretation. And that can create like a lot of back and forth. So, and these are things that, I had to learn over time. I also like, if you show me your portfolio and I'm like, okay, the art is dope. If it's something I want to proceed on, and this is what I try to get people to understand, the very next thing I'm going to do is say, hey, let's do a test. And that might be me giving you like 1 page of script, and I want you to draw that. It might be character design, because what we found over these very many years we've been doing this stuff is that a lot of times people will put like their absolute best stuff in their portfolio, but that stuff may have taken like a month to draw, you know, or they might have just kept tweaking it and fine tuning it. And the only way I can see that as somebody that's going to hire you is when I actually give you money, right? Because we give money for tests. We don't ask people to do tests for free. So, and this is not to talk down, but there was a young guy I met at this convention we were at, and I liked his art, and I was like, yo, I got this idea that I want to do, and I think your art fits. So when I get back home, I'm gonna send you some stuff and send you some money and get you started on a character test. And so one of the main characters that I had was going to be like this plus size Black woman, you know, like 5'10", 215 pounds. I sent him actual, and I don't know if Marcus remembers this, but I sent him like actual references, like real humans, like this is what she's made like. And she kept coming back like 5'6", 112 pounds, you know. And so I'm like, okay, I see what you're doing, but this is how I need her to look. And he couldn't do it. Like we went back like, you know, like 5 iterations. And I said, you know what, man, thank you for your time, but I'm probably going to have to move on. And the whole time I'm like, Marcus, why can't, like Marcus, I came up with him. I watched Marcus. He draws what he sees, you know? Some people, they practice drawing superheroes their whole lives, and so it's foreign to them. It's like they can't get their wrist to work. But the only way I'm going to see that stuff is when I give you a test. So I try to tell people, make sure that whatever you have in your portfolio is the stuff that you can live up to, and it's the stuff that you could recreate in a timely manner. I typically, to start off, because there's a big trust system being built here, I don't know you, and I'm about to hire you, you know, for a job. So I typically start off, I say, you tell me how long it's going to take. Like I got a guy that's doing character designs for Bridges right now. And I was like, tell me how long it's going to take per character. And then I'm going to be quiet, and I'm just going to sit back and see if you hit those deadlines. Because if you hit those deadlines, then you're probably going to hit page deadlines too. So I guess I'm saying this to say portfolio is cool, but make sure you're ready to back up whatever you're putting in your portfolio.
Anything else?
Oh, y'all said it all.
Awesome.
I was going to say one thing when you're evaluating a portfolio, it's some of the issues that I found is some artists, they might be really good at just like you said, at one style, but not good at other styles. And oftentimes when I've hired artists and their artwork looks completely different than their portfolio. So you have to, just like it is a risk when you hire someone. And also nowadays there's a lot of AI scammers out there. And that's a new issue that I've kind of come across, where the places that I used to find artists, I have to be careful now, because there's a lot of people just putting AI stuff up there and, you know, trying to convince you that, you know, they drew it. So that's just something to be careful about in this modern age, is just weeding through all the people who are trying to send you AI slop as portfolios.
Yeah, I'm literally finishing up the Artist Alley for the convention for Black Atlanta Comic Expo. And the first question I'm asking in there is any of your art, your writing, anything created in AI? And everybody says no. And I just been going through like, you're a lie. You a lie. It's a lie. So, and I know sometimes I have to lean on some of my artist friends like Marcus to be like, yo, is this real? Nah, dog, that's not real. You know, so, but yeah, they're out there.
No, that's such a good point of like, even like as someone who's looking out at like prospective like collaborators and stuff, like that these are things that you're looking at and paying attention to. Is there like anything else that you would say that maybe like newer creators like overlook or don't think about when they're developing a portfolio? I feel like it's a really good point as far as like what you said, Greg, is like bringing up to artists like, oh, like how long does it take you to do things like this? But yeah, is there anything that you would say like maybe newer creators might overlook often when they're developing a portfolio of their work?
I'm not the only artist on the thing, right? Everybody's writer?
I mean, I'm an artist too with stick figures.
You're right. You're right. Okay.
Watch your tone, man. Watch your tone.
Right.
I could draw some blinds.
There you go. There you go. All right. So I'll get my art. I'll get the art out the way.
Art perspective, yes.
Right. Art perspective out the way. So this is something that's really important. A lot of people get this wrong. I did when I was young because I thought the people that I'm showing this to wants to see everything that I draw, all the styles. Now, if you're doing an illustrative portfolio, okay, an illustrator is someone that can actually do. Can you draw Scooby-Doo? Can you draw Dexter's Laboratory? Can you draw Mickey Mouse? Can you draw Ninja Turtles? Can you draw Sailor Moon? An illustrator is a type of artist that if given a challenge or given a job, can technically say yes. They are the jack of all trades. An illustrator can do art of all kinds. You have artists that cannot perform that way. They have a style. Their style is amazing. They can't change that style. No matter how much you throw money at them, if they draw in this dark, gritty style, they cannot switch to Disney because it's not in their skill set to do so. But in your portfolio of where you're trying to get a job, do not show everything. Pick the actual job that you're going for. No more than 2 skills. I just talked to a student. He wants to do character design and backgrounds. I'm like, okay, now this one actually correlates because you can draw a background for your character and say I did both of those. But he wanted to split his portfolio into 2 sections, character design and backgrounds. I said, you can, however, you only get about a good 5 pieces of attention in most cases, unless you're just insanely good, right? Coming out, you're no years of experience and you're just insanely amazing. You may get somebody to look through your entire 10 pages of your portfolio or whatever, but most times you got about 5 pages if you're lucky. So I said, pick the one that you are most passionate. And he said, I like both. I said, that's not what I asked you. I said, pick the one that you are most passionate. If you get this job, you're going to do that month after month after month, week after week, day after day. That's the one that you put. You can separate your portfolios. You can apply twice. Just pick one that you're most passionate about and make that your star of your portfolio. If it's character design, do a character design portfolio. If it's background art, then do a background art portfolio and then do it for that industry. I don't draw the same way for comics that I do for, animation. They're 2 different distinct styles. Animation doesn't need all of that detail. It actually tells you to simplify. So I can switch my style based on which industry I'm going into. Popeye is it's weird because I'm combining what I know about how Popeye the Sailor Man looks in animation, and then I had to make an action comic. So I got to kind of do this weird mutation thing. So my design for Popeye was this amalgamation of 2 different worlds, animation and comic. So everything I pitched for them, all the characters, they were a mixture. Olive didn't look like the Olive from animation. She looked like Olive from animation and comic. So make your portfolio sing to the job you're actually applying for. If in doubt, go to Google and just really, really digest how many portfolios of the people that worked on Demon Hunter. K-pop Demon Hunter. Demon Slayer, I'm sorry. Look at the artists in the credits. Go find them. And then look up their social media. Find them somehow. I guarantee you they've posted their work at this point. And look at their portfolio from the work they did on those shows. If that's your reference to say, I want to do that, go find those people, scour their portfolios, and then pick and choose something that sings to the format and your style and your strengths. That's what you want to put in your portfolio. It's a real easy hurdle to trip over. because you're like, I can do everything you tell me to do. Just throw in money, give me the job. And the people are like, I just need a background artist. Can you do that? Don't show a dog portrait in a background art portfolio. That's all.
Mm-hmm. No, that's such a good point to like include like specifically the things that people are asking for and not try to, you know, don't stick to the rivers and lakes you're used to, for sure.
Yeah, the same goes for writing.
The TLC reference, I love it.
Beautiful.
Yeah. But to Marcus's point, the same goes for writing. You know, don't, if you're at a convention or something like that, like don't in an editor, or you're just talking to other writers and artists, don't show them a screenplay. You're at a comic convention. That's not necessarily helpful because while they might look the same on the surface, it's two very different things. Same thing if you like write prose, that's great, but that's not the same thing as writing comics. So apply for the job that you actually want and don't use, you know, the other material for the thing that maybe you actually do want, but you just couldn't get. So you don't want to come off as seeming as though you're just doing comics to do comics until something else comes along. But sometimes it works for people.
I guess I would come again because everybody's covering like really good stuff. I would come from a little bit of a different angle. So when I was in corporate America, being miserable, I would volunteer, and we would have like people from shelters that would come, and we would teach them how to build resumes and teach them how to interview, all that kind of stuff. And one thing I always used to tell people is when you walk up, and so we'll take it to comics, right? When you walk up to that editor, there's 5 million people trying to kiss that editor's butt to get a job. The thing that you can see, because we see it, people come to us all the time like, hey, here's my portfolio stuff. And we can see right away, like if you're being genuine or if you're, you know, just trying to say all the right stuff. I just tell people, try to be yourself. Because I'm not hiring you because you got a perky attitude. Or, you know, and a lot of times we can tell, oh, this is a butt kisser. Hey guys, we would love to, you know, make your comic and animated series. We're ready to give you guys $5,000. You know, like we've had stuff like that happen in our lives. So we see it so much that we can almost tell when you're walking up, like, watch out for this one, you know. So just be yourself. Try to let your, you know, whatever you're doing, let that talent speak for you. And be receptive to the words that are actually coming out of their mouth, right? Because way more people are going to get told no in this business than people are going to get told yes. You're going to get way more no's. You got to be strong about it. Like, I love going through the DC process. The editors was like, no, man, email me. If I don't respond, do not take it personally. But, you know, whenever you come up with something, whatever, you know, just try to stay in contact. Because it's really, the business is, I don't want to say it's cold. It's just like, it's a tough business. And like anybody that tells you it's like all just, you know, perfect and easy and you're going to get rich, like, no. I mean, definitely is sitting in the danger room right now. So, you know, somebody might be. But overall, it's a grind. And those editors, they're working, like some of them, they're working on 10, 15 different books that are coming out in like a month or a 2 month span. So they don't have time always. But just be yourself and be persistent. I like what AJ said. That's, you know, stuff to take away from this panel, which is like, you meet somebody, you know, how are you going to follow up with them? How are you going to stay on their mind? You know, but doing it in a way to where you don't feel like you're you're damaging your own dignity. You know, it's like you still feel like you have control of this process. So it's a lot, but just be yourself and really, really be confident in your work, because the flip side of it is we see a lot, like, I'll throw this out. I'm not going to say, like, we've seen so many times where we're at a table and somebody looks at Marcus's art and they're like, oh yeah, my son, he's in the 7th grade. He draws just like this. And we're like, oh, really?
That's what's up.
You know, Marcus is super humble. He does just that. Like, oh, that's cool.
That's good.
Like, you know you lying, Miss Ginger. And then, like, sometimes they show us the art, and it's, like, worse than my art. And so it's like you have to, you know, really be honest with yourself and be honest with where you are in the process. Because, like AJ said, you send me your portfolio, I'm like, oh, we about to roll. And then your art comes out looking like mine. And then it's like there's a gap here. And now you're hurting yourself in the process.
That brings up a good point. And I know we gotta finish, but something that happened in between me and Greg and an artist who absolutely is skilled enough to do comics. He had just never done comics. Right. And so I'm over here championing. I'm like, bruh, you really? You haven't done? And I'm looking at his art. I'm looking at his portfolio online, all of his character art. I'm like, you're nuts. I said, this is just like, you're doing comics already. Like, you just got to put it in a panel. But he wasn't confident about that. So he gets started on a test and he starts imploding. Confidence wise. And he's like, you know what, man, I just don't feel. And I'm like, yo, calm down. It's all right. It's okay. You know, I can help you with the layouts. Don't worry about it. And he literally backed out. He's like, you know what? I just don't feel like I'm ready. And I'm like, I can't force you to be ready. But you know, it was really, really disheartening because I'm like, you're there. You got the skill, but when Greg is like, be yourself, like you want this job enough to go and pitch it to strangers. You know what I mean? And you've been dreaming about it. This has been your goal. This is your passion. Like it gets scary for people that have been in the industry for years. I've been drawing for over 2 decades, man. And I don't think I'll ever not get, you know, a little bit of, you know, imposter syndrome. Like, all right, listen, you know, is this okay? And then you get that confirmation that, okay, I kind of know what I'm doing. All right, good. They liked it. But there's still that hesitation on the first week of the project. You know, you're surrounded by talented people. I'm sharing like, I would never want to do your job. That's amazing. It's fantastic. And then the first bit of critique, some artists and some creatives, they fold inward. Like, I knew I wasn't good. You know what? I'm gonna just quit. And I could not force him to like stick with it. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna just back out. I'm sorry, you guys, for this. I'm like, you ain't wasting my time, brother. You good?
You're looking like
he was really good.
Yeah.
And I couldn't get him back.
Like I can speak for like me and Marcus. Like, we want to help you. We want to show you all this. Can I say shit? We want to show you all this shit.
They'll edit it out if not.
We want to show you all, like, how to evade all the stuff that we've been through. That's like a personal mission that me and this man have verbally, like, we've spoken it to each other, that if we can be like, we can help people not have to get paid, you know, in velour sweatsuits or incense or some of the junk that
they may not understand that reference. Y'all gotta come to one of our panels and we'll explain that reference. I got paid in the velour suit once, y'all.
He did. A velour sweatsuit. I was like, did you get the money? And then he came to my house and he had like a velour sweatsuit. And I was like, how your kids gonna eat off of that, big dog? But the point is, like, we want to help people. Like, that's really our mission. So that one was disheartening. And then I'll flip it because we found another dude who was just character design, like crazy, like Marcus said. And we was like, you know, would you be interested in, you know, doing a test for a comic? And he's like, sure. And so, like, I wrote out the page. Marcus actually gave like a rough outline, like a rough thumbnail, so he could kind of follow that. And he knocked that out the park. And then we were actually like trying to like kind of bring him along slowly. So it's like Marcus is gonna do the thumbnails. And I think like after the 3rd page, he was like, can I just give it a shot? And it's like, sure. And then he's just like blowing it out the water. And like, he actually came in and undersold himself.
Yeah.
You know, he's like, and he's like, I never really have done sequential art, but I'd love to try. And then we see his imagination. We see his, like he's changing angles on shots and stuff like that. So sometimes it's cool to kind of, don't try to oversell yourself. Just let your art speak for itself, and then, show and prove. Because I know probably talking a lot, but another thing that I've heard over and over in comics is like when they're looking, especially for artists, they're not like, the first thing is, can you make deadlines? That's the first important thing. The second thing is, are you easy to work with? And the third thing is, are you good? So it doesn't matter how pretty your art is. If you can't do those first two things, you're probably going to struggle to keep jobs.
You can be the reverse of that order is you can be fantastic as an artist, but you could be slow. Or you could be fantastic as an artist and you did one little bitty critique like, hey, I'm sorry, you forgot the little ears on Batman, and you blow up. And you go nuclear, and hey man, all I asked you to do was put the 20 ears back on Batman. You can't work with you, dog. You call my wife names, you said right? But you could be fantastic and not meet a deadline, and the book doesn't come out because of that, or they have to pivot and hire somebody else to. It's all these things. So that order that Greg just said is in fact why there's Marvel artists that are not the best artists, but they meet the deadlines, they're easy to work with, and they're decent enough to do some art. So
they get the work done. Yeah,
it's true.
For the sake of time, I'm going to ask one more question. And I feel like you all have already given a lot of really great advice and resources. So I was actually thinking about just jumping off of this last part of the conversation, but I feel like going into kind of confidence and really just showing growth in your work. I wanted to ask you all, in your experience with your work and maybe also looking at other folks, how do you feel like your portfolio has shown the growth and progression of your skills? How do you do that in your portfolio, and how do you feel because I feel like some folks they don't feel confident in showing maybe older things, or they wait to put things out until they feel like it's pristine or whatever. But how have you kind of in building your portfolio showcase the way that you've grown as a writer or an artist?
I'm gonna jump real quick. Oh no, go ahead. You first.
No, you go, AJ.
Go ahead, AJ. Go ahead.
Yeah.
So sorry. I'm just being so rude on this call. My camera off and everything. Trying not to get
You're good.
fined by the daycare. But I was just gonna say, it's just the longer you work, the longer you are in this business, the fatter your portfolio will become. The more works you create, the more you have to pick from. So now when I compile my portfolio, I have, a couple dozen indie comics I've produced and a few dozen mainstream comics I've produced of varying genres. I've worked with a whole bunch of different artists, so I can pick and choose what I like the most. And I'll find scenes. I usually like to try to grab a 4-page scene that's really powerful, or something that's something that has really good artwork. Once again, I benefit from the artist. So if I work with a dynamic artist, it makes my writing look better. So essentially, I just try to pick and choose my best picks. And to answer your question, the longer you work, the more you're going to have to choose from to build your portfolio.
Yeah, I was in New York Comic Con. I was picking David Walker's brain because he's my sensei, even though he tells me, "You're dope, shut up." So I'm asking David, I'm like, I'm trying to get into some of these publishers. What am I supposed to send them? And he looks at my table and he says some cuss words because, David be getting after it. But he's like, bro, you have a 6-foot table that's covered with books, different books that you've done. He said, that's your portfolio. Give them the list of books if they need to see, some stuff. Because, if you send them stuff that's already been published, it's safer for them to open it up. But he's like, he told me, he's like, at this point, they should be begging you to work for them. And I was like, yeah, but I'm not in that circle. I come up with stuff and then I'd be like, I'm just gonna do this myself. You know, I just publish it myself. So trying to get into that circle is the thing. But as far as like my work, like we have the first comic book that Marcus and I created together 25 years ago. We'll have that on the table. Like I have that, you know, in PDF if anybody wants to see like growth. And I think it's important. For a long time, Marcus was like, I don't want nobody to see it. Because, you know, his art is so much different now. But at the time, that art was great. I don't care what nobody says. But he's just grown so much. But it's a good way for us to show, because we talk to a lot of kids and, you know, people that are trying to get into this. And we can be like, yo, this was us 25 years ago. We always tell the story. I probably told the story on the previous panel for this about didn't I about us, you know, like making this comic and printing it at King. You know, so it's like we can tell everybody like you don't have to be perfect when you start. You're not going to be perfect. And you're not going to be perfect when you're in here for 25 years. Anybody that tells you, like I always laugh because the greatest writers that I know, you'll never see them online trashing anybody. Everybody knows how hard this stuff is. Everybody knows you can make something dope and it still might not pop with the people, you know? So it's good to be able to show like the different, you know, stages that you've been in. And our work does that for us.
So that's definitely, I'm gonna go last with the art.
Oh, gotcha. I was gonna say just real quick that your portfolio is also for you. So it's not just for everyone else, it's for you, so that when imposter syndrome or whatever pops up, you can look at everything you've done over the years or however long that time has been and see the growth there. So that's just a nice way to look and say, oh, well, like I've been doing it. I've been getting better. So like that is your rule of measure and just a reminder of, you know, why you're in this and why you're doing it. Because you enjoy it and it shows in you loving what you've done from the beginning to where you are presently and where you'll be in the future.
Go ahead, Marcus.
Right. I was like, I hit the hotkey and it didn't work that time. I'm sorry. No, I think that's where I was going to start, Stephanie, which is if anybody follows my work, you'll see that I know how to be popular online, which is just draw cute and attractive female characters. I know that. But like I said, I draw old Ninja Turtles. I draw whatever I feel like drawing. I feed my need to be creative first. So my portfolio, if you go all the way back, I had to show this to somebody up at the people that work at Popeye. I was like, I drew this back in, I don't know, 2000 something, but it was Popeye fighting Akuma from Street Fighter, right? And it was just rough sketch. I posted it on Facebook years ago. It got like 32 likes, right? But I was still doing the same stuff back then, right? My skill has absolutely, you know, jumped. And the reason I can say that confidently is like, if you see, this is my art on this shirt. If you see in any of my art where I'm using like these very vivid pinks or fuchsias and greens and purples, I've never used those colors. Like I had to force my brain to use that because I follow digital artists and colorists and I hate coloring, right? And so I've studied all of these other juggernauts online and trying to really, really push my actual art and my skill up. I'm like, why are you using, you know, pink? And I don't see pink on a daily basis, you know, but I try to put in, like Greg said earlier, I draw what I see, but looking at vivid color and all these different artists really pushing their art, you know, with the lighting and this, you can scroll back and you'll see similar drawing style, but the colors are muted. They're very monotone, or they're just not I'm not using any of these colors. So what Greg was talking about, listen, he consulted me and said, hey man, do you think we should? I said, no. Nah, don't nobody want to see that, man. Let's just do it over, right? Because I have that thing where I'm like, yuck. That's when I started first playing with Photoshop. So back then, year 2000, 2001, I was just getting, and you can see it because you can see some old school Photoshop patterns in the background, brick patterns. It looked terrible to me. All right. And it worked for the time because that's the best I could do. But if I were to do it over today, it would be leaps and bounds better because I've improved and understand, my skill and stuff. But
it's spectacular.
It's character design, anatomy, everything. I've been drawing for 20 plus years since that point. So it's like looking back at your work, you're gonna always cringe. You're gonna try to say, all right, don't read that one, don't look at that one, look at this one, because I did this one last week. But there is a lot to learn, and there's a lot to actually say about your actual growth. If you're brave enough, to show it in any setting and professionally, it could actually really showcase that you're a learning artist or a learning creative. So, do it with consideration. Put your best foot forward always. But in those cases, that's natural, man. You're gonna improve. If you do anything for 10 years plus, you're gonna improve. So I've seen it in my work, and I've found stuff from old, and I'm like, why didn't I finish this? This is dope. And it's just hiding on my hard drive, just sitting there chilling. I'm like, what? This is great. And I try to cobble it into something presentable. So I would say, yeah, definitely use your strengths, but don't be afraid to show growth at the same time. So yeah.
Yeah, that's such a good point. And I feel like that just feels so inspiring to me. And hopefully for anyone else who, might be like afraid of showing things that are like a work in progress or whatnot. But thank you all for sharing how to be better equipped with a good portfolio. I feel like all of this information will be really helpful for anyone interested in like just starting out with sharing their work. Before we go, can you all remind everyone where they can find you and where they can find your work?
Stephanie, I want to do a cover for Street Sharks and other stuff.
Ooh. We're gonna talk because
I'm just saying. I just want to throw that
no,
in there.
No. Well, no, but
Yeah,
we're gonna talk because I got.
I'm just saying.
No.
You guys should have chat.
I got something. Actually, Marcus, I got something. Much more. Wow, I sound like
I'm down. I'm down.
And
for
better
all that.
alignment. Don't worry. But I got you. We will talk.
Yeah.
We got news today, and I'm putting together a list of Avenger artists for this.
Come on now. Come on now.
I want it as black as it can be.
Say it.
But,
say it to the universe. I love it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes. But you can find me on Instagram, Threads, at Steph_I_Will. And definitely check that out because I got some announcements coming up, and hopefully with Marcus on the cover of one of those very big announcements.
Come on. Take Cash App. I take Zelle. No, just go ahead.
I'm gonna pass it to AJ since you look like you.
AJ, I'm Padu. You can follow me everywhere. Earthtone_Kingdom. My website is earthtoneking.com. Probably hear my baby crying in the background. Shout out to everybody in this panel. You guys are amazing. I'm huge fans of everyone's work, and I'm super inspired by you guys. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, AJ.
Thank you.
Mine's gonna be long.
Marcus,
great. Find our stuff at TuskegeeAirs.com. On Instagram, I'm Greg_Burnham7. By the time this comes out, the website will be up for Black Comic Atlanta Expo, Black Atlanta Comic Expo. Which Stephanie and Marcus are going to be guests as well as Joe Illidge, and we got like a really nice guest list. So that's going to be happening in October. So I'm going to need y'all to go there and buy tickets and whatnot. Where else, Marcus? Where else? Other places. The Search for Sadaka is on Amazon and a lot of other places. I need y'all to buy this book so they can let me do the next book. Stephanie had mentioned, but you can find us in San Diego, hopefully.
Yes.
At the Eisner Awards, because Stephanie got nominated for 2, right?
Yes, sir.
2 awards? Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you.
I got nominated for 1. So
nice. Wait, does that mean I get to go? I did some art in there. How does it work? I didn't get no email.
You didn't do art in this particular book.
You know what?
But
I'm joking.
I don't
Go
care. Like, but yeah, so that too. So yeah.
Dope. Mine's easy. What Greg said about Tuskegee Airs, and that's Airs, Heirs. We've heard so many iterations of Tuskegee Heroes,
Hires,
Tuskegee Hires,
Heretics.
For my art, it's just Marcus, the visual. You can go to Instagram, Facebook, X, and other things, all those things. Yeah, or .com. But yeah, I definitely say we do a lot of shows. We go to a lot of conventions. MomoCon is coming up next week. Here in Atlanta. We're going to be at DreamCon and all that good stuff. So if you guys are going to be attending, come find us in Artist Alley. We'll be out there.
Awesome.
I'm ready.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm Bria Struthers, also B, the letter B, the orator on social media. Thank you for joining us again today for our Building Portfolio panel. Hopefully it was very helpful for anyone watching. And be sure to check out other amazing programming from Ink and Panels too. Bye.
Deuces. Thank you.
When it comes to scripting things and putting it on page, sometimes there has to be changes.
It's not like if I'm not like, as soon as I walk in the shop, I don't see it from the other side of the room and like walk straight to it, then it's a no.
I love when I watch something and I'm like, man, that was such a cool shot, or that was the way that they opened the scene was just so cool. I wish I would love to draw something like that.
So for me, it was a great experience just to kind of learn from him on how to do this the right way.
Reach lots of people globally as well, and then you can kind of formulate a community and then build from there.
Be able to deliver that vision that you've already written, and for the artist as well to trust the writer that they're going to do their best to make sure that whatever their ideas are trying to communicate, you can actually put on the page.
Certain kind of script writing, and as long as my artist gets it, then I'm happy.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
Ink and Panels, Volume 2.
It's called Ink and Panels Volume 2.
When are we starting? Oh, is this live? Oh, okay. No, sorry.
Man, we live. Yeah, I don't
Not
hear
even
anything.
around like, oh, what are we gonna
man.
Y'all, what's popping, you guys? It's Eunice. No, I don't know what is that sound. Someone's typing ferociously.
Can you not hear?
No, I can't. I heard like a ferocious typing.
Couldn't hear.
Ferocious typing.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Period. All right. So
One second. Z, I'm gonna run one thing and then we're gonna start. Okay.
Oh, it's not even live.
It is live.
Oh, we can see this. Oh wow. Not prepared. Oh. We'll be back with these short messages. Should I say that?
There you go.
Oh my god. Okay, when do we start?
It is new. Start.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Good. I'm great. I'm happy. Are you guys happy? Are you guys having a good day? Are you guys having a great day?
Yeah, I was listening to some of the panelists that went right before us. They were giving away some really great information, especially because we're getting ready to drop a comic book. So yeah, no, it's been a really good day.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's start it off because we're talking about brand partnerships and how to do it. So I'm gonna introduce you. Well, I'm gonna introduce myself first, and then you guys can introduce yourself. So I'm Eunice. I'm the creator of Black Girls Anime, and on my left we have.
Oh, I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, but
the orientation.
Different.
I was making sure. I was like, is it looking different to me too? Okay.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself. Is this my
Yeah, well, I'll go ahead and go. My name is Frederick Jones. I'm the founder and publisher of Saturday AM. We're the world's most diverse manga brand, our largest Black-owned manga brand, and it's really good to be here. I'm excited for what Off Black is doing, so really excited for Ink and Panels Volume 2.
Oh man, amazing. I am Z Cherami. I'm the writer, director, and creator of Captain Zero and the CEO of Cutting Edge Animation.
Awesome. Well, welcome in, you guys. I'm super excited to be moderating this panel. I do have a lot of questions because I also have brand partnerships and I really want to know what you guys got going on. So kind of the first question I want to ask is, what are the key elements that I or the people who are watching should include in our personal brands to attract brand partnerships? And anybody can start.
Well, I mean, well, if you want, you can go ahead and go. If you want to go, I was just thinking about that.
I was going to let you go, but that's right. I'll go real quick if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, honestly, it really just starts with who you are and how you represent yourself as a brand. I think so many, very early on in my career, I feel like I did a lot of kind of chasing, trying to find people, trying to find brands and make those connections. And doing it that way was a lot harder because it's always harder when you're on the receiving end and you're the person looking. But I found that once I kind of got to year 5 and I kind of hunkered down and really just focused more so on how do we make sure that we're creating good quality work that we're putting out there? How do we make sure that we're in the places and spaces where we can be seen? That's when we started attending more conventions, doing more film festivals. And what I found by honestly just increasing the quality of your individual brand, it made brands start to come to you. So by the time I got to year 7, we weren't reaching out to anybody. It was other people reaching out to us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we talked about this a little earlier. That's why I was trying to think about it because I was like, are you talking more the corporate way? Because that's really where my focus is at versus the individual way. And my background is I came from corporate America. I was part of the team that launched PlayStation back in the 90s. So So I understand it at a slightly different level, I think, than a lot of young people on social media. And I will say that I think one of the challenges, especially right now, because as I said earlier today, look, Black community is under assault. And I think that too many of our people are not aware of this. They're not, either they don't know enough about the civil rights struggle, or they just don't, or they're just too locked into social media. Individually, the biggest thing that you can do is to simply be present. And the more that you have that you're present, that you're communicating frequently, that you're commenting on things, if you're making you're uploading frequently. The line I use for our creators, and I'll use to any creator who reaches out to us, is consistency breeds familiarity. Familiarity breeds trust. And that is the cycle of how you build a brand on a personal level. Now, on a corporate level, it's a little different, because at the corporate level, and this is the point I was making earlier today, I see a lot of folks on social media who talk a lot about, and are very loud. But being on the corporate end, I actually have the sales data. And I know that they're not what they say they are. And that's why they don't have the partnerships with the companies. With the companies out there, Saturday must work with Wacom and SanDisk and Cisco and a Webtoon and a bunch of big companies to get to that point, because there's no amount of social media credibility you can have to get an accountant at a Fortune 500 company to say, oh, this person's worth our time. So from that standpoint, I think that it really does come down to, as the brother was just saying, it comes down to the quality of the work, the consistency, your professionalism, and how you handle yourself. You can't be commenting on everything. Not everything is worthy of your brand's attention. So I think, but I do think the quality of work is what will really, really matters for the corporate side of things. But on an individual basis, consistency. If you're posting a lot of stuff, I just would always say the famous line Tim Cook said, which is that, a lot of young people need to learn the lesson. Hey, social media is not real. And anytime you're using product that is free, then you are the product. So, be very careful that you're spending a lot of time making tons of comments and getting out there and commenting on everything, because that comes back to bite you. That comes
it
back
does.
to bite you. Absolutely.
No, I know that one, like, on personal levels, about like commenting. Because like I said, I did Black girls anime for years, and we had people reach out to us, and it took me a long time. And I tell people all the time, when you guys are branding yourselves, you got to make sure you're careful about what you're talking about online. And like I was telling people, I had to went, like, before I took like this social media thing seriously, I didn't think this was serious at all. I would every negative thing, like, we're Black, so we say the N-word here and there, I had to delete that. Oh my, when I started taking this seriously, and I was like, let's get in like the bag, let's get to the bag. Oh, I went to the deletion world. And that's the thing that people don't do. So if you're listening to this and you want to create a brand and you've been online being spicy, delete that before you really get serious. Because and like, speaking of just doing that, how do we with our uniqueness? Like, we're Black people doing this amazing stuff. Like, we're anime creators, manga creators. We're just doing all these stuff. But how do we continue to be unique and keep to ourselves, like be our unique selves, and then still look for that partnership? Because I know that it becomes an issue when you try to keep your uniqueness. Sometimes the brand might want to stifle it or try to take it away. So how do you keep that uniqueness about being Black, being a creative, while working with brands?
So let me start with this one real quickly and just say that look, I think I said this earlier today as well. We're at a crossroads right now in Black culture. Here's some stats. Because I'm sorry, the names, it could happen. So I had to reboot. But what's your name, brother?
They're good. Z. Last letter of the alphabet. Super easy.
Okay, Z. And then what's your name, sister?
Eunice.
Okay. All right. So when I was hopping up before, and you guys were introduced yourself and so forth. So you said you're working on an anime project, right?
Yes.
All right. So this is why I was saying this earlier, that like we're at a crossroads point right now. And let's keep in mind a couple of stats. Black people are 13% of the U.S. population. For anime and manga fandom, we are 24% of that entire ecosystem. If we were stopped buying and watching, that industry would crater, just like Target. And so that's why I started my company. And that's why, what you're doing with anime. That's why Black girls anime is so important. And so I think that the first thing we have to recognize is that, again, we have 1.2 trillion with a T, not a B, buying power in the United States. So what we've got to understand is that when you see things that are being done right now that are meant to disenfranchise us, things such as, sometimes like this, what's so important about what Aaron and Ty are doing with this event is that oftentimes we don't get a chance to comment on anime. We are a quarter of the business, and yet if you go to panels at Anime Expo, Anime NYC, and we've been to them, we've done panels. I don't have any beef with them per se. Making the comment here, I want to be very blunt with this, because when you see these panels, there aren't Black people on those panels.
No.
And for Saturday AM, we're the only ones who've won awards from Japan themselves, from Japanese manga themselves. We're the only ones who've won those awards. We're the only ones who have our manga distributed in 30 plus countries. It is mind-blowing to me that you can have a panel at a major anime conference and we're not on that panel, because we're the only ones on that panel who actually makes the manga. The folks who are there for these Japanese companies who have American offices, they don't make manga. They're just the American they're the American conduit to get them here.
Liaison, yeah.
So my point about that is $1.2 trillion, 24% of the market. 1 in 10 Black people get investment dollars. 1 in 10. 6 in 10 of white people get investment dollars. 1 in 10 Black people get investment dollars. So the reason why I want all those stats to be out there is because what I want people to understand and hearing this, and I want to make sure the panel has this information, is that we don't change anything. Let's understand something. Black people, we have been telling our own stories since the beginning, since we were on the Clotilda being brought here on slave ships. We have always maintained our own stories, our own culture. The jazz movement wouldn't exist without us. Rock and roll wouldn't exist without us. Country music wouldn't exist without us. Feature films right now is going through a moment, and they're praising 2 young white YouTubers who disrupted the system. But let's not forget, last year they were attacking a Black man who's made $1 billion at the multiple billions at the box office for his movie Sinners. So we've always told stories. We don't need to change anything. What we need to make sure of, though, is that we continue to highlight and prop up those of us who are doing the work positively and make sure that we are representing and being represented wherever and whenever we can, like events like this. That would be my thing about that. Because someone, they had a question earlier today when it came up, and I'm like, we don't have to change things. What we've got to do is reinforce what we do, because we've always done our own thing. We've always done it, and that's why the term people want Black culture. They just don't want the Black people that comes with it. So that's my thing. I'll
Amazing, preaching to the choir. I would say to kind of piggyback off of that, like, I think it's so much about who it is that you're partnering with. Like, I think especially like now, like I'm 10 years into cutting edge animation and working in this field and working in this business. And in my time working, I've seen and come and go and worked with lots of various partners, executive producers and stuff. And I've had people that were really, really great. And I've had people that have done quite literally absolutely nothing. They're, this thing in title alone, So something that became really, really important to me, like in the last 5 years, was, again, kind of making sure who you're aligning with actually aligns with the message and the story that you're trying to tell. Because it's like, I don't want to dilute my story. Like the story of Captain Zero, the origin of hyperhumans is based off of real life Black history, like Henrietta Lack and the fact that her HeLa cells were used. That is an important plot point in Captain Zero that tells the story of how hyperhumans were made. So I would never even think about working with a company, whether a production company or a distributor, that's like, hey, is there a way to like make this not so much that? So I think it first starts off with that, and then also being able to have the ability to say no. Like, I think especially when you are a disenfranchised person and you come from not as many means, if they dangle those dollars in front of you, it gets real easy for someone to all of a sudden be like, you know what, maybe water it down a little. And it's like, no, please, like, stand strong and stand firm in the belief of our stories and the power and the weight that they have and their ability to not just connect with us, but the world as a whole.
The world has always embraced our stories, but to your point, let me say one last thing to that. What is so crucial in this moment is that we do not. I had this term, I said it earlier today. I've been saying it I've been saying it for years. One of the things you have to be very, very cautious of, the Black in the room mentality, which is the Black person that they're down with Black culture until they get that opportunity. The one Black person in the room.
Mhm.
And at that point, it used to be back in the day where the notion was that you put your foot in the door just enough to make sure other people can get in.
Yeah.
But the black in the room, they just want power and access. So they'll assume that they're doing a lot by being the one black voice people listen to. But if you're the one black voice people listen to, you're not challenging systems. You're not disrupting the system, the hierarchy. You're not enabling there to be a pathway for us. What you're doing is just protecting your power. And so when you say, like you said about like when they dangle that money, you know, we'd be in a different place right now. BET was still is still black owned, but BET ain't black owned because that dollar got dangled and Bob Johnson took it. He's got his reasons for it, but my point is that in this day and age, given how crucial things are right now, it is so important that we don't change what we're doing. It's so important that we don't minimize or reduce our essence and the power of our culture. And that instead we just reinforce what we have, because ownership and protecting our communities is going to be incredibly crucial. They're trying to do everything in their power to destroy that. So yes.
I agree with everything you guys are saying, because like as someone that's done things with Japanese people, they sometimes it feels like they want to stifle, like they want to like stop you from being this over like this, like, and share your blackness. Want to do that. So for anyone that's listening and starting brands and you know you're doing all your stuff, you really want to stick to who you are the whole time, because like that's what really gets the money. Like these people don't really know us like that. They're only seeing what they see. But if when you stay as yourself, and people will buy whatever the hell you're gonna bring out to them because you're yourself. That's something that I've noticed, like being
authenticity.
As long as I did, I never changed myself. Yeah, I might have toned down like my usage of certain words. But when I started to just continue to be myself, I saw a mass change, and I saw that brands were really messing with me when I was myself. When I was trying to be cookie cutter and quiet, it didn't make sense, because the people who have followed my brand or have known me for years were like, who is this? But when I started when I did things with Sony Music Japan, and I was just speaking myself and talking to the artist how I would talk to anybody, it was, oh, this is what the fans want to see. So remember that, y'all. This is what the fans want to see. They want to see us being ourselves, even with the brand. Like, don't let a brand,
100%.
because money always comes back. I promise you, it always comes back big. Because I've said no to some deals, and then the next day they come back and they're like, you know what? We like you. We saw what you did for somebody else. Yeah, let's do that again, but with time. So I guess that you can just say, like, what are the metrics and indicators that we can use to demonstrate that also? Because a lot of people kind of don't know that there are ways that you can demonstrate that you actually have the power. Like you spoke earlier about us having trillions of dollars, and we're 24 of the anime. Like, how can as the brand, because we are now speaking of ourselves, we are our brand, how would we be able to do that and show that to the brands that we want to work with, whether it be webtoons or webtoons, Viz, it doesn't matter. How do we show them those metrics? And that was actually a really good question for you.
So let me so I answer that. Let me say one thing real quick, because I want to make sure, because we have some people watching this or will watch this, I want to make sure that on behalf of us that they don't take the wrong message out of that. I've been doing this for a long time. I'm probably much older than both of y'all, and I've been involved in Japanese culture for a very long time. I've never had an issue with the Japanese people. That's not the challenge. The challenge are those who are representing the Japanese and trying to speak for the Japanese. Black cosplayers don't get attacked because Japanese people think they don't represent the characters.
Yeah,
so I want to make sure that we put this out there. Let's put the focus where it is. It's not on the Japanese. And to your point, Eunice, which I couldn't agree with more. Well, I mean, again, Saturday AM, again, we have some of the most popular independent manga characters out here. I left the books in my other office, but this is our biggest title right here. Is Clock Striker. I heard so frequently how people wouldn't love a black female character in manga. It's our biggest title, and it's big in Japan. And why? Because what you just said, that's authentic. They know they can't represent that. They know they can't replicate that. We got creators in Saturday AM like White Manga, who's super popular. And Apple Black's a really big series for us. But Apple Black is not as big as Clock Striker in Japan. Why? Because the Japanese look at Apple Black and they're like, this is incredible. Can't believe someone non-Japanese did it, but it looks like Japanese stuff. Clock Striker looks like Japanese stuff, but it's a black character. We would never think about putting a black female as the lead of our story. So it's that authenticity that they respond to, just like they do with us when it comes to hip hop. Now, that being said, look, when it comes to individuals, because I'm looking at it from a corporate lens. My biggest thing about individuals in terms of building brand and establishing yourself for corporations, number one, go places where you're going to engage with people. I cannot stipulate enough how I meet so many young people who are so online that when I finally take them to a show, they're scared.
Yeah.
They've never talked to somebody. They don't know how to sell themselves. They don't know how to sell their books. And I'm like, if you can't sell your stuff, like one of the things I had to start making my people do is take pictures. I'm start making every time we do a booth. We're gonna be at a Taco Fest next weekend. Every time I make them take pictures of people who bought their books. The people want them to take pictures. They want to meet the creators, but it's that connection. It's that being able to see that these creators are literally trying to engage and create community, because that can be monetized. And when you understand that can be monetized, and companies say, oh, this person's not just building something online, this person is building a community, and a real community, a community where people will come out and spend money. Because when you do it online, that's passive. I can hit a like button and never know you, never follow you. Maybe there was one part of the image that I thought was cute. I hit the thing, I'm done, I'm out. But when you go to a con, when you go to a library event, when you go to a black festival, when you go places, you are spending gas money, you are taking time out of your schedule, you are standing in line, and that is intentional. And if I can get you to do something intentionally and convert that into a sale, then as a company, I'm like, okay, now this person I can work with. They carry themselves well. Look at them smiling. Look at this person right here. You can't pay somebody. If you go look at Saturday and you look at the photos people take with us, you can't pay nobody to smile in photos. They bought your book and they have to smile and got a giant grin on their face. You cannot pay them to do that. That's real. So when you see it as a company, that's the sort of thing you're like, I want that person representing me. They have a brand that I feel like can build community in the real world. That's where we live. I want to support that. Let's get them in and have them attached to our project. That's what we've always seen. That's what I always tell young people to do. But Z,
and exactly that. I would speak more so maybe from like an individual like perspective when I think about some of the analytics or milestones that we had to kind of prove within ourselves as a company to make certain connections that we were making. In the very beginning, it really started out with being able to have strong concepts and strong ideas. Like we were able to get Angelica Ross and Keith David off of just at that point in time, I think I had like an animatic and not even like a fully fleshed out piece of animation. But when I presented it to both Angelica and Keith and also showed them the script, they were like, this writing is so strong, even with very minimal animation, I can already see what it is that you're trying to get across here. And that helped significantly. But then outside of that, it also became there's a phrase that like my mom will always say, but it's like, what have you done for me lately? And this industry is very much so like that. Like you can do something really great like 4 years ago, but it's like, but what are you doing now? So it's also making sure that as you're building those communities, as you're making those interpersonal connections, you're still growing your interpersonal brand, your interpersonal business. Like I know for us, like another really great personal example is when we got accepted into Tribeca. That was like a really big thing for us. And then we debuted the short film. And then I saw while I was there, they invited all the filmmakers to come up on stage. And we were in Whoopi Goldberg's programming block, Whoopi's Wonderful World of Animation. And I saw that when I was up there and they were answering the questions, me and Whoopi kind of had like some synergy going on. I was like, oh, okay, I think this could be a really good connection, especially now that we made it to this place. So I want to say literally like a couple of days after that, I reached out to my agent and I was like, hey, me and Whoopi, I think we made like a really, really good connection while I was up there. Can you see and reach out to see if she would be interested in the project? And then funny enough, I don't know if it's just timing or just, the universe working out the way that it was. The same day that we got our NAACP award nomination is the same day that we heard back from Whoopi Goldberg saying that she wanted to come as executive producer. All of that stuff like built on. And I knew that even building some of those partnerships, like why someone like Keith would want to work with me. At that time, we had very little. There was still so much that we had shown with our community and what we were able to show and prove. Like we raised $36,000 on Kickstarter to start the short film. And then because animation is very expensive and we end up running out of money, I was able to meet another investor who, because of what we did on Kickstarter, was like, whoa, like you guys have actually done it. You got people to not just be on the internet or click or comment or like, but actually translate those things into dollars. If you can do that, then I'm comfortable giving you this $100,000 investment. And all of those things help translate into all the other things that we would then do. But yeah,
that's all right. I'm proud of you, brother.
Thank you.
Honestly, I wish I had like a clapping sound.
I know, right?
Like it's just so amazing to hear and see people that look like us just being so successful in this industry, because we know how hard it is. Oh my God, did somebody do that?
Yeah.
Do it again.
I don't know who did it.
Wait, do it again. I didn't know. I didn't do that. Yes. No, but seriously, I love that we're able to have this conversation about brand, personal branding, reaching out to brands, getting brands to notice us, because sometimes it can feel like you doing all the work and no one is seeing it. But I promise you guys, the people who are watching, people are watching you. They just want to see consistency. That's the thing that both these gentlemen have spoken heavily about consistency, putting yourself out there, going to cons, going to events. Like me, just going to DreamCon, going to all the Black cons, going to other anime cons, doing crazy things at cons that are like, people are like, what the heck are they doing? And they're like, we've never seen this before. And that's just what they've been talking about. Because people are watching. No matter, you might think you only have 100 followers. One person that follower can be the CML of a big brand. They're like, ooh, I like this person. And they're just watching to see how you're going to be. So another way we can kind of talk about is like brand safety, because I think that's a really big thing that people don't even think about protecting themselves and protecting their brand. Because like I said, we're Black people, and we love putting ourselves out there. We're going to talk, we're going to be ourselves, but we also have to be real about brand safety. And I think that how can I access the brand safety of potential partnership and avoid repercussions or any type of like reputational damage? Like, we don't want no damage on our reputation. So if you guys have anything you can say to that, I would love to hear.
Man, for me, the first and most important thing was getting a lawyer. Like, I love my lawyer. Shout out to Daphne Bedford Smith. She's absolutely amazing. That right there, that one singular choice and decision has helped in that area exponentially. Like, even not too long ago, I ran into a situation where there was someone that wanted to work with us, and we were in conversation for a couple of weeks. And once it got time to get down to like the paperwork, all of a sudden they were, flighty. But that to me was another real great example of being like, oh, okay, well, I know the kind of person that you are, because again, like, it was never going to go that far because we have everything above board. We have all of these things lined out, shaped out a certain way. NDAs are very, very important, especially when sharing your intellectual property, trademarking, copyright. All of these things are really, really important. I would say, once you get past the point of having a really, really good idea that is solid, take the time to gather the funds to get those things together. It's the most important thing. It allows me to walk into any meeting, any conversation I have with a level of ease and comfort, because I'm like, I know nobody can steal my work because it's copywritten and trademarked. If you try, that's $250,000 in willful infringement. It's not happening, So definitely being able to have that, I would say, is one of the first things that I would suggest to anyone.
That's great information, and I think people take for granted, legal protection and so forth, as well as copyrighting your work. I'll go a little different, more philosophical, and that is, I think that one of the problems I see so frequently in our community is lack of vision. I think that there is a distinct lack of vision. I think sometimes we get so caught up in trying to do something. I talk about this a lot about, I remember I did a panel. We have a partnership with Webtoon. We did a panel once. I remember, I think the editor got really excited when I said this, and I was like, I guess because it's my company, I can say what I want. But he got really excited when I said the fact, and I said, I think one of the biggest challenges that exists in the manga space, in the non-Japanese manga space, is deciphering between what is good content and what is fanboyism. There are too many people, especially now with AI, there are too many people who have ideas, but they don't actually have the talent to execute those ideas. But because it's so easy to get those ideas out, then they imagine that gives them the sort of position. And in our community in particular, and I think this is where I do put some blame on young people. I think that young people on social media in our community have the impression that they're white, that they can do what white kids do. And I'm gonna be look. I mean, I'm old enough. I can be blunt. I get these gray hairs. Give me.
Blunt. You're so real though.
It gives me the certification. I can say it. I think that what I mean by that, to be clear, is that I see too frequently young people thinking that I can be outlandish and I can say anything I want to because Jimmy did, and it's like, but Jimmy's white, and it's a different paradigm for him versus you. And so what I mean when I say that I think that what I see lacking the most is a philosophy. There's that great line from Jurassic Park I always think about from Jeff Goldblum, where he talks about, you were so busy thinking about could you do it? You never thought about asking, should you do it?
Should you? Yeah.
And I think that to me, so what I mean by that in a nutshell is that I think, look, when you look at this stuff that we're doing, you have to ask yourself, what exactly are you offering that's not currently being there? What are you trying to deliver that needs to be delivered? If it's just ego, ain't nothing wrong with that. A lot of content's ego driven, but that means therefore then that there's certain expectations that you can have and expectations you don't have to have. But when you literally believe what you're doing and believe there's a real market and a real cultural opportunity there, then how you carry yourself, what you stand for, is every part of how your brand goes when it goes far enough. So just to put it in perspective, Saturday AM, some of our biggest fans are parents. And I see young people who have issues with us or try to take us on or compete with us. And I'm always thinking to myself, like, I would much rather be Disney than a poor man's, think like the most wannabe edgelord type of brand out there, It's like
they never last.
it never lasts. Exactly. There's a reason why Disney's been around for almost 100 years. And so, to me, again, if you know what it is you're trying to do and you have a philosophy for what it is, that's going to guide how you carry yourself, how you let your people carry yourself, what you're doing when you engage with the public on social media as well as in public. And that's crucial for your long-term success. At the end of the day, when you asked the question earlier, Eunice, is what are the metrics we look for? Sales. That's the metric. Sales. Can you sell it? If you can't sell it and people ain't willing to spend money, then you don't have what you think you do. All the likes in the world do not replicate the fact that you got to pay your bills.
Yeah.
And so can you sell that book? Can you sell your anime into Netflix or whoever? Can you sell? Because that is going to be everything. Can you sell advertising for Black girls anime? That is going to be the driver for whether or not you can stay in this business long term. And that is, I think, something where I think I see so many of our young people that is not even part of their philosophy. They're just happy to be doing it, happy to say they create this content. And when you break down the numbers, they ain't got no numbers to speak of, but they got a whole lot of content on social media talking about how awesome they are. And I think that we've got to do better than that. We've got, because again, you're not going to get a pass.
No,
when it comes to corporate America, you're not going to get a pass. They're going to look at us already with the perspective that we just do a lot of talking, that we don't actually have the numbers to back it up. You got to have the numbers to back it up. That means you got to have a philosophy of who are you reaching, what are you doing, and how are you going to execute on this, and then doing everything in your power to achieve that. And if that means you cut loose some people who are damaging your brand, you said this earlier, Judas. I think you hinted at it. Authenticity does not mean saying the N-word every 5 seconds. Dave Chappelle had that great line about Black people who succeed have to be bilingual. That doesn't mean you speak Spanish. That means you speak white culture and you speak Black culture. That's what that means. And if you don't know how to speak white culture, good luck trying to get your work into some of these spaces where you're going to need to be able to exist to be able to generate the sort of revenue that's going to help you go the distance. And so, that's what we can get deep into that. I'll stop right there. But that's my biggest part of that is you got to know what philosophy, you got to have a philosophy of what your brand stands for.
Yeah. I was gonna say the last thing to kind of piggyback off of that. I think it's really, really important to make sure that you have boots on the ground and able to provide that real, actual, material, physical thing that shows that you're actually making progress in your respective industry. Like something that me and everyone at Cutting Edge Animation joke about all the time is we always talk about how, like, again, to that earlier point you were making about how like social media is not real.
Yes.
Like there are so many people that I know that are in a similar space who have hundreds of thousands of followers.
Oh, right.
Never made $100,000. It's like on Twitter alone, I think I have what, 6,000 followers. I think on Instagram right now, we just had a video that did really well. I think we cracked 2,000. We made over $200,000 in funding this project independently. It's like there are people again with way bigger things, but it's like, but do you have the actual,
No,
So, yeah.
Yeah, basically you guys are both saying that followers do not equal sales, because that's actually very true. Anyone, I know people who have, like, I've been in this space like very long, who have millions of followers and are not making the money that the person that I know that has like not even 50K and they're making bank.
Bro,
They know how to market themselves, and that's something that we all, that aspiring creators, new creators that have been in the game for a long time, we all need to remember that followers do not make you money. It's what you're doing with that followers. Are you going to be able to get them to come to your shows, come to your movies, come buy your mangas? Like, you have to have that ability. People will actually want to have to support you. Like, I think that's what people kind of don't understand. It's like people want to have to. They actually have to want to support you, and that's that's an issue that I've noticed, that people think that, oh, because I have 1 million followers, that if I bring out a product, automatically it's going to sell out. But that's not true, because they never see you bring out a product. They don't know if it's good. And if you start off small, like I always tell, like I tell a lot of my friends, like who have big followings, and they're like, Eunice, we're not making money. I'm like, hey, you're great at what you do, but you're not, you don't really compel us to like want to support you with financially. Like, I think you just really care about likes and comments, really. And if you come off that way, 9 times out of 10 people are gonna be like, oh, you only care about likes and comments? Okay, cool. We'll just give you that. If you put out there and say, hey, I'm here because I love social media. I want to inform you guys. I want to find the best product for you guys. Like, something for me is that I love mangas so much, and I would plug mangas that I care about, and people would be like, oh, Eunice, you talk so highly of this manga, let me go buy it, let me go read it. They'll be in the comments saying, oh, I'm gonna go buy this because Eunice at Black Girls Anime said this is the best manga, or I'm gonna go watch this because blah blah blah. And people are like, I want to spend money because this person is actively telling me and actively showing me that they care. And why would I not support that? If I come off as somebody that only cares about likes and comments and glitz and glam, then nobody cares. They're not gonna like care when you tell them to go buy something. They'll be like, maybe I'll just like it. That's good enough for her, and or whatever. Like, and I think that's the thing that we can kind of go into the roles of transparency and how it plays in maintaining brand safety when collaborating with brands or influencers. I think people kind of like don't understand that, so maybe you two can maybe give them a clarity. And if you want me to read it again, I can. I did kind of like move into it.
I mean, I would ask you to explain the transparency part, because that's a specific...
I think transparency as a like, because we're also, like we said, we're talking about branding and our personal branding, and I think that when you are that kind of person that is out there, outlandish or whatever, which you may be, I think maintaining that brand safety and collaborating with brands and other influencers, because something that I have noticed is that like you can have a certain brand, people know you for a certain thing, collaborate with somebody that's a little off. You're way off your brand. How do you maintain that? Like, how do you maintain that boundary? I think that's a better thing to say. How do you maintain that boundary of like continuing to be yourself, continuing to be transparent while collaborating with someone like that's not you?
Yeah, I mean, so what I would say I would say let me say two things. One about the transparency, the second part about what you just said. What you just said, to me, that's no different than the question about money. Yeah. If the person doesn't reflect your values, then you don't partner with them. Plain and simple. I mean, like, there's like, what can you possibly get out of? So you just talked about the fact, and you were right. And let's make sure that everyone watching this or watch this later understands the word here. The word is conversion. That's the term, conversion. You can have 1 million followers, but if you convert at 0.2%, you ain't making no. I mean, you might make some money if you got 1 million followers, but you ain't making the sort of money that you think. Whereas if you got 50,000 followers, but you convert at 10 to 20%, you making bank depending on what it is you're selling. That's the difference. That's the difference. And so from that standpoint, again, like, when you build a successful brand, your conversion is the thing. That's what companies recognize about you. They're like, if we partner with so and so, when they do stuff, it's going to generate X because they convert high. They can, the average conversion rate, as people know, is 3 to 5%, or less. And if you achieve higher than that, and we've achieved up towards the 12%, then you can, then companies pay attention to you, as do other groups. Conventions will pay for you to come because they're like, these guys bring folks out. They sell product. They keep people happy. The back to the transparency part, I want to talk on that real quickly. So like I said, if someone doesn't reflect your values, bump them. There's nothing you can gain from that other than notoriety. And that notoriety, if it can't be monetized or converted, then what's it good for? You're helping them more than you might think you're doing. You might think they're helping you. You're actually helping them because you're giving them. Let's be clear about something. If the three of us are connected, in various degrees to manga and anime. If you partner with someone who likes anime and manga but has a huge social media following, you're doing more for them than they're doing for you. And the reason is because we're bringing credibility in the anime manga space. They don't have that because, trust me, if they did, they wouldn't be talking to us. They'd be talking to Kishimoto, Oda. They'd be talking to to Shueisha. So let's just keep it in perspective. But to your part though about the transparency, what I've seen in this business, and I've been doing this for, like I said, for decades. Even big companies do not share numbers, and that's why, like I said, so when you know the numbers, you're like, because even the big companies don't share numbers. It's called book scan. They don't share their numbers frequently, and so that's the problem. That's the problem, particularly in our community, because we often get told that we don't sell, but then when everyone is hiding the numbers, then how do we prove that we sell? So it's something that's got to get corrected. And I'm hoping that more conversations like this and the efforts that my company's involved in can help change that. But to be clear, most people don't report the numbers, so we get them. If you're part of a certain stature, you'll get the numbers, but it's not kosher to share them. And so I just say that to say, when you say about transparency, a lot of these guys ain't gonna be transparent. And then the guys who don't have those numbers, their whole gimmick is fake it till you make it. So they're not trying to share numbers. They want you to believe they've got more clout than they actually do, because they live in the space of trying to appeal to people who make them feel good, because they can say, hey, I'm bigwig, so on and so forth, even though they don't actually sell stuff. But anyway, that was that. Z, I don't want to take more time for you, brother.
No, you're good. I was going to say like that, like to really just kind of piggyback off your last point, like, not being able to have like that legitimacy. Because the thing is, once you get to a certain level, there really is no faking it. Like, there's no way you can have a conversation with someone about investing 6-7 figures into your project and not being able to show any real material value that you produced. And that's more than just likes. Like, you've got to actually be able to, like, here's this LOI, here's this contract, here's how much money we've made, here's what this project, here's how we raised it. You actually have to be able to show those kinds of things. So, yeah.
Yeah, I love everything that you guys have said so far. And for people who are watching, who are aspiring to, create brands, already have a brand, or using this to like kind of learn, please build your portfolios now. Like even whatever small thing you guys have going on, please build it now. Save it, screenshot it, put it into something, because eventually you're going to get to a point where people are going to ask you like, hey, bring your numbers. And you're gonna have to show those numbers. So I'm like the biggest person about, I screenshot everything, any brand I've ever worked with, any collaborative thing I've ever done in my life, anything I've done with anybody foreign or in America. Oh, I screenshot everything, because those are like, it's like, it sounds tedious now. And I know that we sound like this is so tedious. But when I tell you guys that you guys can make some real money being tedious, being organized, having all the tools that we're giving you for free, because like a lot of people, no tea, no shade, but people create courses for these kind of things.
Of course.
And we're not doing that because I am a biggest believer in speaking on people, even if they're not in the room. I always believe kind of like my destiny, that when I'm in these positions of being in front of people like Kishimoto and all these things, I've done things like that. I like to speak about other Black women that I know that are doing what I'm doing, if not even better, because I don't think I'm better than anybody. So you guys, is like, y'all gotta be serious about this branding stuff. Like y'all gotta really take it and run with it, because the white people who are doing it, the Asian people who are doing it, they kind of get a pass to be mediocre, but we don't. So we gotta be the best. I think something that I really want to drive home is that we cannot be mediocre. We gotta be the best.
No, that's true. 100%.
To your point, I wanted to say that Dang, I just lost my train of thought. What was the very last thing that you were talking about?
I said we gotta be the best.
The importance of having that
having
time
screenshot
capsule.
everything. Yeah.
The importance of having that time capsule. Like quite literally, like if I were to look at the trajectory of my career and where it all started, it all started because I made a tweet at Angelica Ross asking if she would do the voice of Oblivion in Captain Zero. And I think I like took a nap and then I came back and then she DM'd me back and she was like, oh my gosh, I would love to, learn more about this project. And then I sent her all the materials that I had. And then about like 2 weeks later, I got to do an interview with her and I asked her and I was like, what made you want to work with me? Like, you didn't know me from a can of paint. Like, I'm an absolute stranger to you. What made you want to work with me? And she was like, once I saw your post that you made on Twitter, I clicked on your media tab and I just scrolled. And I saw how long you had been doing this. I'd seen screenshots of scripts. I'd seen the designs of your characters. I had seen that you had been proactively working on this thing for years and you weren't waiting for, something to fall out of the sky to make it happen. You were proactively working on it. And that's what made me want to work with you. And I was like, oh, dang. And again, like to me, I'm looking at all this stuff like this is just me sharing my thoughts with the void. But no, all of that came in handy. Yeah.
That's right. Yep. We have a question there, Eunice, in the chat here. It looks like somebody asked a question.
We do?
Yes. Would you suggest?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I was just saying, because I saw it and Aaron had tagged it out. He says, would you suggest getting a publisher or trying to go it alone when making an original manga or comic? And we get we obviously we get this a lot, and we've discovered a lot of creators from Africa, from Brazil, Argentina, New Zealand, and so forth. We're not going to publish everybody. No publisher is. So number one, you're always better suited to produce something on your own, even if it's just a first chapter or just a chance to get your work out there. What I tell everybody, every creator is again, everyone's got ideas.
Mm-hmm.
Whether or not your idea is at a level to which it's it can be published, can be actually put together in a book and put in stores and so forth, that's a different story. And so therefore what you must do is produce a work. Give it. What I tell people is come up with the story. You got a beginning, a middle, and an end. You're gonna introduce a character, you're gonna introduce the conflict, and you're gonna come up with a resolution. It could be funny, it could be sad, but come up with a story. 5 pages, 10 pages. Set yourself a page limit and then set a time limit to get it done. I'm going to produce a story. I'm going to write it. I'm going to draw it. I'm going to letter it, and I'm going to have it available for people to read within 2 months, 5 months. What that does is it, number one, puts the first thing that you've got to learn in doing this, which is pressure of deadlines. Because if you can't handle a deadline, you're not going to want to do this. Secondly, sequential art. People, I think, again, social media has lied to people. It's very easy to draw a one illustration that you really, really like. If you love Goku or Spider-Man or whatever, and all you do is draw a 1080 by 1080 Instagram pocket of that character, you're going to get a lot of likes if people like that character, and you're going to think that you're awesome. Draw him at a different angle.
Yeah.
Draw him as Peter Parker. Draw him jumping over a car. Draw him swinging through the city where we can actually see the background. Draw a sequence where we can see him, having shot his web spinner. He flies up through the sky, does a somersault, lands on a car, and then takes on a bunch of bad guys. Sequential art is hard. It's a skill set that only certain people can do. Hence why some people are cover artists, some people are fine artists, and some people are storyboard artists, and some people are actual comic creators. Because that process, sequential art, is very hard. We deal with a lot of universities. We talk about this. So I would just say again that when you get to that, if you're waiting for someone, as Z said very well, don't be waiting for someone. Do it yourself. If your work is good, people will discover you. But more importantly, you will discover you. You will discover if this is something you want to do. You'll discover if you love this. Because in this business, and I'm sure this goes for animation and it goes for Black Girl Anime, this goes for the entire spectrum of creative intent. You got to love this to do this. If you think you're going to get in this business and make money, you crazy. That's not, anybody can tell you you're not going to make money doing this. You've got to love this to do this. And like I tell people, if you can do this, and you stop doing it and you feel a pain, like you lost a pet or something like that, that's how you know that you're meant to do this. But you don't know that until you actually do it. Because if you're sitting on the outside looking in and just doing fan art or doing like little posts here and there, you're not making anything. You're just participating in social media.
Yeah.
Make the work, do it on your own, and then if a publisher, and there are plenty of programs for people to get discovered. Viz has Viz Originals. We've been doing Summer of Manga for 10 years. We discovered multiple artists that way. So yes, do it on your own. Give yourself a chance to create a piece of work and see how it goes. But publishing is very, very hard. Most companies, let me just say this last part when it comes to publishing, because again, we've been doing it for a long time. Most publishers, if not for one or two titles, they're losing money. And I'm talking giant publishers, small publishers. For Saturday AM, I've been very public about this. We got 3 books that basically keep us in business. Clock Striker, Apple Black, and then How to Draw Diverse Manga, which I don't have here. How to Draw Diverse Manga. That's what keeps us in business. Now, we got other titles that have done really well, and we're getting to the point where they're becoming really big. We got, we're working on Hollywood deals with and so forth. But nonetheless, those 3 books keep us in business. If you're Marvel, if you ain't got Spider-Man and X-Men, you in trouble. If you're and you don't have Batman, you're in trouble. One of the companies that people just don't I don't think understand why they're in the position they're in is Viz. And Viz is in a position because number one, Viz doesn't make the manga. They are the American arm of the company who owns the company who makes the manga called Shueisha. And Shueisha has Shonen Jump. Shonen Jump has Naruto, One Piece, Dragon Ball, Jujutsu Kaisen, My Hero Academia, classic manga back to JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and Captain Tsubasa and everything. And why does that matter? Because literally a scandal could happen tomorrow. We could find out Toriyama was killing turtles. And and you know what? Maybe his book stopped, but the rest of those books don't stop.
The rest of them is going to keep going.
And that is what you call complete and utter domination. They have the ability to stay in business, and they're producing new content that explodes every year. But most publishers do not have that luxury. Scholastic, when Scholastic blew up, it was Harry Potter. When Kodansha used to license their work, they weren't in America. Everything that you wanted to read, if you knew who Kodansha was, you read through Tokyo Pop, Yen Press. When did they create their own company, the American arm of Kodansha? Y'all want to take a guess what the property was? You want to take a guess?
I feel like Eunice knows.
Well, I mean, Tokyo Pop disappeared. Everybody knows that.
Yes, but they then created their own arm to bring their titles to America under their own thing. But they had to have one title that was so big that it was like, well, we got to deal with them because damn.
Are you talking about Sailor Moon?
Nope. Attack on Titan. If they didn't have Attack on Titan, if they didn't have Attack on Titan, that title was literally the juggernaut that allowed them to go boop. Hey guys, we're coming to America. We got all of our properties. We're handling ourselves. If you want Attack on Titan, you got to go through us. And people were like, "Oh, we'll go through you for Attack on Titan. It's that big." And so that's an incredible like just opportunity that companies have. But the majority of companies are getting by on 1 or 2 properties, and that's how sad it is that if you ain't even got that 1 or 2 property, then you're struggling to even last for a long time. And that's why publishing is a really difficult game. So I just wanted to put that out there because, again, like I said, do not wait for a publisher. Try your hand at it, produce it. You got Webtoon, you got your own website. You can put it on Instagram. Get your work out there. People will discover you. But at the same time, though, understand that even if you did and you thought you're going to create the next Naruto, that's how hard it is to create the next Naruto, is that most companies get by because 1 or 2 titles is what keep driving the business for them.
Yeah, no, you said it perfectly, Frederick. You said it perfectly. Honestly, yeah, I would say that the best piece of advice I could give anyone is to do that, to make those proof of concepts and put those things out on your own and see the way that they perform, build those communities, interact with your audience, and actually build it up from the ground level. And once you do that, you'll find what's so interesting. Again, very, very early on in my career, I felt like, oh my gosh, I need a cosign from this person or this person to be able to get this thing off the ground. If I just had that, then maybe more people would see or notice me. And again, once I abandoned that idea and then just started solely focusing on making sure that the product was as good as it could be, then all those other things just came. They literally just came. I didn't have to fight to get Whoopi Goldberg on. I didn't have to fight to get Keith David on. They were just like, this is the work. This is amazing. We want to be a part of it. It was that simple, But it took time in order to get there, in order to build that not only confidence in myself, but to build that artistic ability, to build, all of those things that I needed to be in that position. I think Issa Rae had this really great quote when she was talking to Ava DuVernay about the stinky coat of desperation. And how, inadvertently sometimes, especially younger, new artists give that off when you believe that your future is in the hands of someone else. And it's not. It is not. Your future and what you're going to be able to produce and how far you go is solely based on your own individual merit, on your own individual willpower. And once you realize that, you'll find yourself in that same room you were begging to be in and realizing you never needed that cosign in the first place. Because you'll work yourself to the position where you're already there.
That's great. Yeah, you're 100% right. 100% right.
I love everything you both said. I feel like this was very informative. I feel like even me, like being a moderator, I feel like I've learned so much. Even though I've been in the game for so long, you can always just learn because people are just always doing such amazing things. And you two are both clearly doing great and amazing things. So unfortunately, you guys, we have to wrap it up. I've just been told that we have to go. Emoji, where's our sad tears? So before we go, because I didn't get my sad tears, even though I thought I was gonna get it, but it's okay. So before we go, I need you two to please tell us where we can find you, where we can support you, and where can we see you guys next? Like, what's our next moves?
You can find us Saturday AM. You can Google Saturday AM. We're all over the place. Our books are sold all over the world. Every major retailer. Barnes & Nobles, Walmart, Books A Million, comic book stores, library, Amazon.
I've seen it everywhere.
So,
I've seen all the books everywhere.
I love it. That's my favorite thing to tell people. I just be like, Google me.
Google me.
But I will say we'll be at Otaku Fest. I'm going to be at Heroes Con briefly tomorrow for a meeting, but then I'll be at Otaku Fest. Me and a couple of the artists, including, in fact, my artist for Clock Strikers flying in. We're flying them in from France. We'll be at Otaku Fest, which is a Black Run show down in West Palm Beach, I think. It's Florida, but West Palm Beach, I think. We're very excited about that. We've never done a show in Florida, so we're really excited. So look for us if you're in Florida. Look for us next weekend in Florida.
Oh, that's dope. You can follow us at Captain Zero TAS on all social media platforms. You can keep up with all things related to the project and all our other subsequent projects we have at cuttingedgeanimation.com. And as far as in-person appearances, I actually live in Florida. I'm actually also going to be at Otaku Fest as well. So that'll be dope. I definitely hope that we can link up. After that, I'll be at DreamCon, Anime NYC, and then fingers crossed we get into New York Comic Con. But that's pretty much what the rest of our year looks like. And then everything else is just fundraising and getting the things that we need to start this movie. And then in August, we're going to be launching a second Kickstarter for our first comic book for Captain Zero. So that should be fun.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
You guys are so cool. Like, I'm just sitting here, I'm just in awe. Like, you guys are so cool. It's so amazing just hearing you guys' stories and learning about branding. As always, you guys, you can follow me at Black Girls Anime everywhere. You guys know I haven't really been posting, but it's okay because I'll come back eventually. This is my little coming back. So it was really great meeting you guys. I hope everyone that's watching enjoyed. And I will be seeing you guys next time, especially at DreamCon if you're there.
Yes.
Bye, guys.
Hey.
Bye.
It doesn't overwhelm the reader, it doesn't do too much, and it's something that with each installment of the series, you kind of see the world expand and expand and expand and expand.
I implemented some of the more traditional comic book script writing in with it to make it easier for the artist to understand.
My ideas are born out of either something that I am just either researching and then I've gotten like really stuck on it and I've gone down this rabbit hole.
Building
I will learn how to do things on my own without the help of my co-host, who is unfortunately not here. But it's okay. You guys get to see my pretty face. Hello. Hi. Did y'all enjoy Ink and Panels? I have been back here the entire time, and I've just loved this entire day. From the top of the morning with Morgan and Bria talking about storytelling, to my earlier panel where I did State of Black Comics with Joseph P. Illidge and Fred, who was just on, and then of course and Natasha Jones, and then later in seeing the demonstration panel from Jay Oden from Saturday AM. There was just so much good content, so much good information, so much just it was so good. But unfortunately, all good things do in fact have to end, and we are finally at the end of Ink and Panels Day 1. But before I let you go, if you are still sticking around with us at this point, I do want to let you guys know that tomorrow we start bright and early and bushy-tailed at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Also, if you have not taken the time to fill out that survey, it is down in the YouTube chat. And you can click that link, and that's where you can leave us your feedback about your experience on Ink and Panels. Did you have a favorite panel? Did you have a favorite panelist? Were there any aspects of the show that you really, really enjoyed outside of that? Did you like the demonstrations? Anybody you want to recommend for us to invite for next year? Did you see any technical issues? No, you didn't, because we're just a little guy. We had no tech issues today. And finally, other than the survey, I just want to say thank you guys so much for watching. An event like this is just not something that is done by one or two people. It is done by an entire group of people, from myself, the Chief Creative Officer here at Off Black Tie, to all of our amazing panelists. It was a complete group effort, and we're just so thankful that you guys were here and you guys tuned in. That said, be sure to support Off Black wherever we may appear up online. We have a newsletter that you can subscribe to by going to our website, offblackmag.com. You also can follow us on all of our social media websites at offblackmag, everywhere there are internets. And then finally, if you want to share any of your favorite moments from Ink and Panels Volume 2, please be sure to use our hashtag Ink and Panels Volume 2 on any social media website. If you tag us, also if you use the tag, just tag us Off Black Mag. We'd love to share any of your footage that you captured of us. And with that being said, thank you guys so much for tuning in today. I love you so much, and I will see you tomorrow. Stay tuned for a little end bumper, and then I'll catch you later. Bye-bye.